Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, a show on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism, and a show in which I invite you to participate. You can call in. I've got a Zoom link in the chat, as well as a phone number you can dial. And you can also just text, and we can chat that way. So thanks for the likes. I see we got some early likes here. And thanks for coming by. It's Tuesday, October 14th, 2025. It's been 5 days since my last live stream. I had something come up yesterday, so I wasn't able to do my usual stream once every 4 days. But here I am back, looking forward to another stream, see what happens. I never know exactly what's going to happen. We had a call last time. That was good. I enjoyed that. We talked about egoism and altruism a lot. And hopefully I'll get into some more good discussions like that. I also debated capitalism some last time with someone in the chat. I enjoyed that. So if there's a topic that's on your mind or something you'd like to discuss, I encourage you to mention it in the chat. And now is a good time to do it because you don't have any competition. You can be the first chatter of the day, and then I will give priority to your chats. I like to give priority to people who are here live. And let me share my screen as I usually do. A show on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism. You might have heard my sound there for a minute or a second. Share. All right. Now you can see my screen. There's my title for today. Live for yourself, not others. Egoism, not altruism, is the way. And other topics you raise. So I put a lot of emphasis on this part. You can raise topics, right? So I'll mention something in the title. I don't necessarily intend to have a long discussion of it. So I do mention living for yourself and not others, but it's just it's an attention grabber. So I'm trying to come up with some language that is going to be interesting to people when this video shows up in their feed, and I'm hoping that that'll create some interest, get some people over here. But it's not necessarily a topic I'm going to talk about much, but we could talk about it much. But as I said, I want to give priority to the topics that you all want to discuss. I have some things I could talk about if when there aren't chats, but that's just backup material. The primary content is going to be what you all raise. So, what would you like to talk about? I could give you a reading update. I could say something about altruism. So I think altruism is it's very commonly thought to mean kindness or benevolence. Actually, if I look that up, actually I'll do a quick Google search. I'm curious to see if that comes up in a definition. Let's search Google for altruism. Selfless concern for the well-being of others without care for one's own interests, unselfishness. I think that's pretty good. That doesn't say anything about kindness or benevolence, but maybe if we go to some other definition, Or if we look up some synonyms, we'll see something about kindness. Let me go to the Merriam-Webster. Unselfish regard for or devotion to the welfare of others. Is there a synonym list here? I don't see a list of synonyms. Or being nice to others. Rhymes for altruism. I don't want rhymes. I want synonyms. I don't know if I don't know if Merriam-Webster provides synonyms. But anyways, many people take altruism to just mean kindness to others. But as I explained last time in that call with Socks, that was the name of the chatter, SOX, um, being kind is perfectly compatible with egoism. It can be in my own interest to be kind to others. It often is. And then because I can benefit from that. If I'm rude, if I'm a jerk to others, then is that going to make my life go well, or is that going to make it harder for me in life? I think it's going to be harder for me to find friends, have people that I can enjoy being around if I'm a rude jerk to them. So it's egoistic. It's self-interested for me to be kind. Um, so if you just understand altruism to mean kindness, then it's not really clear what the difference is then between altruism and egoism. And most people think that there is some kind of difference. But to make sense of that, you have to define altruism, or you have to understand altruism in some other way than just merely meaning kindness or being benevolent, because that's perfectly compatible. I think even required in many cases for self-interest, for doing what's best for yourself. So if you understand these terms in the right way, then I think it's easier to see that egoism is good and altruism is not good. I think the proper understanding of altruism, if it's really going to be contrasted with egoism, is it means um, doing things that are not good for yourself, things that undercut your your self-interest. Why would you ever do that? I was thinking about putting that question in the title. Live for yourself, not others. Why would you ever do anything differently? So anyone out there, if you want to discuss egoism or altruism, I know these are controversial topics or controversial things for me to say, given the way these terms are often understood in the culture. Most people think it's good to be altruistic. So I would want to hear why and how do you understand altruism? All right. What else? I did a Facebook post recently and that got a lot of comments. That was one other thing I thought I could discuss. Twitter post as well. That was another thing I could discuss. Let me go to my list. I'm going to pop it out in a different window. Let me go back to sharing this chat while I got my list of topics in another window. Some news, there was hostages, Israeli hostages, which were returned to Israel in exchange. Some of the Hamas prisoners, murderers were exchanged for Israeli hostages recently. We could talk about that. Is that good? Is that bad? Is it some of both? I think it's some of both. What else? Some things I've been watching recently. Yaron Brook, he did a show on prenuptial agreements in marriage recently. I thought that was an interesting and good show. I watched a debates between Coleman Hughes and Dave Smith, or at least part of a debate about Israel. It was long. I think it was over 3 hours. I've watched maybe a couple hours of it. Uh, so those are some things we could talk about. I'm hoping some of this will stimulate topics in your mind that you might be interested in discussing. Who's going to be the first chatter of the day? You got the floor all open to yourself. You're not competing with any other topics. You can also just say hi, even if you don't have a comment or a question. It's interesting to me just to see who's here. So I guess what I'll do is go to my Facebook post from, I think was it yesterday? And I'll talk about that some, maybe do some replies in real time here to some of the comments that I got. But feel free to jump in at any time into the chat or call in, and then I'll come back to you. And because as I said, I want to engage with people who are here live. But let me just pull up my Facebook page. I see I got a new comment right now from somebody. Total, it has 45 comments right now. Actually, let me close some of these windows. I have too many windows open. Don't want to confuse myself. Oh, Greg is here. Good afternoon, Greg. Got about another half hour on the clock here, he says. Okay. I started at 11 a.m. Pacific time, and it's now about 11:15, so I guess Greg has until about 11:45 my time. Thanks for being the first chatter. Okay, I think I almost got my desktop the way I need it to be. Okay, good. Okay. Show all comments. All right, so one other thing I'll mention is I don't know why, but the live chat from the last stream is not available on my channel. I can show you here. This was the last live stream I did,
Yeah.
and it says live chat replay is not available for this video. I don't know why. I had it checked when I started the stream as being I can select whether or not to make it available before the stream, and I had it selected as I always do to be available, and it was available for some number of hours immediately after the stream, but then the next day I checked it again and I saw this message, and I don't know why, but it's not available. So I guess you can at least see some of the chat. Like if you can see here, because I share my screen with the chat on it, you can at least see a lot of the chat. So fortunately, it's not totally vanished down the memory hole. Um, but I don't know if it captured every message. But anyways, I think maybe today, just to be safe, I will copy and paste the chat. And I stopped doing that. I usually did that after every stream, but it's just takes a little more time. But since I never had a problem with the live chat replay like I have here, I stopped doing that copy and paste. But maybe at least today I will do that again, copy and paste it so that it doesn't vanish. Um, and today, actually, for today's stream, I got mixed messages in one place when I when I set up the live stream. It wasn't giving me an option to do a live chat replay, and I don't know why. So I thought I wouldn't be able to get the replay again. But then I clicked on another option. Um, Maybe I can actually show you from this screen. This is my YouTube studio. And if I hit the edit button here and then go to customization, here's the options I get. Live chat replay. See, that's turned on. So this was turned on when I went in through that edit menu. But when I initially set up the stream, this was unchecked and it was grayed out. So it wouldn't allow me to check it. And I don't know why, but that's happened a few times. So I don't know what's going to happen today, if this is actually going to take effect and the live chat replay is going to be preserved or not. So we'll see. But maybe just to be safe, I'll do a copy and paste. I see we got a new chat here from Jason. He says, "Hi, I'm multitasking. You're rolling. I'm like number 6, but I got a few screens on. I will tune in when I can." Okay. You're, well, hi. And what do you mean you're number 6? Right now, you're number 2. If you're talking about the number of chatters. Now, let me switch this to live chat. Oh, hopefully I didn't miss any, because sometimes if you switch it to live chat, you see some chats that were screened out. Yeah, right now I just have 2 people in the chat, so I'm not sure what you mean by your number 6. But anyways, thanks for coming by, Jason, for whenever you can. I'm not sure how long I'm going to go today. I'm going to try to go a little easier on my voice. Last few times, my vocal cords felt like they were getting strained. I think maybe because I was like talking from my chest or something rather than from my throat. But I don't know how to describe it exactly, but I've noticed like I can make my voice more or less um, resonant or vibratory. I'm not sure how to describe it, but I think maybe if I talk in a way that is less vibrato or whatever the term is, then maybe my voice will last longer and I can stream for longer. So that's something I want to experiment with. All right. Oh, yeah. Yes. So I was going to go to my Facebook page. So here's the Facebook post that I did yesterday morning. And I said this: Is Trump trying to provoke a crisis that allows him to claim emergency powers so that he can become dictator? And this was prompted by these events going on in Chicago and Portland that I've been watching a little of recently. There have been ICE agents in these cities trying to round up some illegal immigrants. That's my understanding. And they've been getting some pushback from the locals. There have been protests, and apparently in Portland there have been protests or something going on for months. It didn't just start recently, like within the last, but I only started following it in the last few days. But I heard it on some show I was watching that there have been some kind of pushback going on in Portland for months. And I guess to protect the ICE officers, the from the heckling or whatever that the ICE officers are getting, Trump has sent in the National Guard, or I think in some cases he's moved the state National Guard, or I don't know how to describe it exactly, like from one state to another. Like there was some Texas National Guard that were transported to Illinois, to Chicago. I don't know if they're considered National Guard or State Guard. I don't know what the term is, but anyways, um, some law enforcement have been shifted around from different parts of the country to protect ICE from the hecklers or the protesters. Now I don't know like what is the worst. Maybe it's gone beyond protesting. I don't know if they're physically assaulting the ICE agents. Maybe in some cases they are, and in some cases they aren't. But anyways, all of these events are what were behind this post. I was wondering if maybe Trump is trying to provoke a crisis. Like he's called Portland a war zone, which seems ridiculous to me. I think it's a vast overstatement to call it that. But I don't think Trump really cares about being accurate in his use of language. So I think he will try to manufacture a crisis, make things seem worse than they are in order to justify emergency powers. Because if there is an actual emergency, an actual crisis, then I think um, that the president does have the power to um, create martial law. And I wonder if he's trying to do that in some of these cities, like even if these sanctuary cities, like where it's illegals have more protection than they do in other cities. So I've wondered if he's using terminology like calling Portland the war zone in order to justify escalating the situation. Because if he escalates, then maybe he's hoping that the protesters will escalate and become more violent themselves, and then that will enable him to crack down more and be more violent on his side with his troops. Um, I don't know if it would escalate to the point of declaring martial law, but um, I don't know. I just wanted to put this question out there and uh, see what people thought, because I don't think it's you don't want to ask this question when it's too late, right? You want to get it on people's radar early, have people thinking about it so that there's more um, wariness about it, more caution about it, and more pushback. And um, before it's too late, but you don't want to wait for him to actually take over. And, like in January 6th, uh, we don't want something like that. Violent riots, obstruction of the rule of law, obstruction of an orderly, peaceful transfer of power. And I think he's tried to get rid of some people in the military, in the top brass who are not as loyal to him as the people he currently has. I don't know all the names of the people, but I've heard that he tried to replace some people who are more loyal to him, and that's concerning, I think, especially given that he doesn't really want to relinquish power, and he he has these hats that I've heard are sold in the White House that say um, like I don't know if it's pro-Trump for 2028, like, but I don't think that's a funny joke. If that is just a joke, I don't think that's good to be joking about, um, especially given what we've seen from him already in 2020, not wanting to relinquish power. And he's there was that speech he gave to the military brass a couple weeks or so ago, um, talking about the enemies from within, which I think a lot of people saw as an ominous sort of phrase. And I talked on my show. I had a previous show all about that. Well, not all about that, but that was one of the main topics, which I'm going to share this one from 9 days ago, The Enemy from Within. And there he is giving his speech to the military brass. Is he making a move to be dictator? So this is something that's good to think about soon, too soon rather than too late. Um, so I wanted to raise that question here. And you can see there was, 51 comments. And maybe we'll go through some of those. But I want to come back to the chat, see what's going on there. Hi, John. John Wayne is here. Greg Lewis says someone brought up on another show the fact that the military has its own military police. Hmm. Okay. The distinction being that soldiers are not trained to police. Yeah, I don't think it is a different skill set. And being here illegally, I don't even know if that's technically a crime as opposed to a civil infraction. There's a distinction in the law between civil law and criminal law. And I think I've heard that here illegally is not a part of the criminal law. It would be a civil infraction. And if so, then uh, it seems like maybe police could be involved, but there's a procedure there, and they need to receive due process. I don't think it's right to just haul people off the street without any warrants. Now, maybe there's been some justification for that in the law. I don't know if there's some executive order which has given Trump some power, or at least temporary power, to allow ICE to do these sorts of things, where they just haul people off the streets and throw them in vans. And but it seems like maybe there's a big violation of due process in the way that ICE is handling this. And then in the if you put the military, then it seems like I mean, due process is really not the focus or concern of the military, right? The job of the military is to kill people. So if being here illegally is just a civil infraction, I don't think it should even be that. I think our immigration laws are terrible, and they make it far too hard for people to immigrate here legally. And I think that's why there are so many illegal immigrants. It's because the law has made it too hard for people to come here legally. So what's left to them is to come here illegally. So Uh, but now, um, I don't think there's a good procedure in place to deal with the illegals. And um, what Greg says here about soldiers not being trained to police is reminding me of this issue of due process. The police have a definite procedure they go through, whereas the military or ICE, they have a very different sort of procedure. I think a very bad one when it comes to how one should deal with illegal immigrants. But the more fundamental issue is whether they should even be illegal, whether the laws are appropriate, whether the laws should make such people illegal. And I don't think they should. So once you have bad laws in place, then there's an issue of how you enforce them, and they could be enforced in better and worse ways. And better ways would be ones that do have some kind of due process. I mean, the process should be appropriate for what you're dealing with. So the way you deal with like a Hamas terrorist is a lot different than the way you should deal with an undocumented worker, someone who is living here peacefully, right? The process that should be their due, um, looks a lot different. But I think Trump often smears the illegal immigrants by using terms like invaders or saying there's a war zone, or calling the protesters terrorists. I think some people, I don't know if Trump himself has called the protesters like in Portland terrorists, um, who I think are not that. I mean, I don't know all the details about what's going on, but I haven't heard about anything that I would classify as terrorist acts from the protesters. So, uh, anyway, let me come back to the Facebook post. And there was a mix. I got a lot of, like you can see here, all the reactions from people. See, 19 likes, 15 laughs. So a lot of people are laughing at the post, not taking it seriously. One love, one sad face. And this is more of a mixture than I usually get on my posts on Facebook. So it tells me that I have a substantial number of people who are on the pro-Trump or anti-immigrant side, which isn't a shock to me because I've added lots of people as Facebook friends who I barely know at all. Um, I might just see that someone gives a like to some post about Ayn Rand, and then maybe I add them as a friend because who knows, what is the potential? Like I've met people on Facebook that I've gotten to know um, somewhat, and I actually sometimes they're overseas. I went to visit someone, a Facebook friend in Norway once. That was probably the most amazing connection I made on Facebook. Like someone I had never met before in real life, but I met him through Facebook. Maybe just there was some Facebook group that we were both members of, and I added him as a friend on Facebook because I saw we had a common interest. And then over time, we talked some and did some direct or private messaging, and then we did some video calls, and then eventually he invited me to visit him in Norway, and I had never been to Norway, so I spent I think about a week there. Got to see Sweden as well when I was there, so that was an amazing experience to be able to have, which just started from some random person on Facebook. But that's a pretty exceptional case. Um, but my point is just that I meet a lot of people on Facebook, which I know very little about. So I say I'm an Ayn Rand fan on my Facebook profile, but as I do as on my YouTube and my other social media. But that doesn't mean that everyone I become Facebook friends with is going to share that. Usually, I think they have at least some interest in Ayn Rand. That's how I find them. Typically, they're in some Ayn Rand related Facebook group, or they interact with some Ayn Rand related posts. They interact in a positive way by giving it a like. But that doesn't show by a long stretch that the person agrees with the entire philosophy or is an objectivist. Um, or even if they are an objectivist, that's still not enough to guarantee that they're going to agree with me on controversial topics like this. Um, there are many people, at least people who call themselves objectivists. I don't know that they actually are objectivists, but people who are pro-Trump. And I think not just in a lesser of evils kind of way. Like I can understand, at least in some past elections, voting for Trump is the lesser of evil, but I think some people don't see him as an evil. They think he's good. That's the sense I get from them, which I think is a very bad evaluation of him and very contrary to my own. I think Trump is horrible. So it wasn't really surprising to me that I got quite a mix of reactions on this post, but it was more mixed than usual. Usually it's more heavily weighed towards liking or agreeing with whatever I'm posting. All right, so I could go through some of these comments, but let me take a quick look back at the chat. Okay, no new comments in the chat. So I guess I'll go through some of these Facebook comments, maybe reply to some of them, but I do encourage people to jump into the chat at any time. And then every once in a while, I will check back and see if there's any new chats and maybe engage with them. All right, so I have this sorted by, you can choose most relevant comments, hidden by you comments. I haven't hidden any comments. I have blocked some people. If someone is uncivil or disrespectful or just snide and sarcastic, or if it just seems like the discussion is not gonna go anywhere productive, then I will often just block the person. Newest comments, all comments. I have it selected for all comments. So some of these might be comments I haven't read yet because I got a few today, which I don't think I've looked at yet. That one, I read that one quickly before, but that's kind of long. So maybe I'll go to some shorter ones. So here's a couple of comments agreeing with my post. He's saying, yes, Trump is working in that direction. Yes. Responding. So here's the question to which they're answering yes. Is he trying to provoke a crisis that allows him to claim emergency powers so that he can become dictator? So some people are saying yes, but other people are saying the opposite, like this one. The question reveals a complete lack of comprehension of both his personality and motives. It's like asking if the moon were Parmesan cheese, could we make pizza on the moon? So here's another person who says no. Uh, so most of these I have not replied to. There's a few that I did. This one says obviously yes from Dan Hackney. Obviously, yes, he's said as much. Stephen Miller openly talked about Trump having plenary authority, aka unlimited power. There was a interview with Stephen Miller, Trump's top advisor, on I think it might have been CNN recently, and he just stopped in mid-speech after he used this phrase plenary authority, maybe because he realized that he was making Trump sound bad, maybe like too much of a dictator by saying that he has plenary authority. I also heard some people speculating that he might have been told in his earpiece to stop after he used that, but so I don't know why he stopped, but he just stopped in the middle of a sentence. It was pretty strange. I don't know that I've seen an interview like that before. And then Dan Hackney here continues, Trump just imagined some crisis in Portland as an excuse for sending in the troops. Texas has has already invaded Illinois on the basis of Trump's fictitious crisis. Yeah, this is what I mentioned earlier. I don't know if it's the National Guard or the State Guard. I don't know what it's called when the people, the military or the police from Illinois go to Texas. But I guess the governor of Illinois, Pritzker, I think that's his name, didn't want Trump to send in troops because he didn't think it was warranting that level of response. So if if the Illinois governor won't use his own troops, then Trump has to find troops somewhere else. So I guess Texas was willing to send in some troops. I don't know if that was Governor Greg Abbott in Texas who made that decision, but troops have been shipped around, and the crisis is imagined, says Dan, the other Dan. Uh, And then we have two replies of disagreements, disagreeing with Dan Hackney. Peter C. Hunt says, no, the murder city deserves some law and order, which the governor or the mayor won't provide. I think he's talking about Chicago there, because I think it was both the governor of Illinois and the mayor of Chicago who did not want to have Trump send in any troops. So now, is this a smear? Is this an exaggeration to call Chicago a murder city? And is that in the same vein as calling illegal immigrants invaders? Um, I mean, there's crime in Chicago, but is it any different than in prior years? Has it actually been going down? I heard that crime had been decreasing. I don't know if it has been decreasing in Chicago specifically, but in the country as a whole. I discussed I discussed this in this video from 9 days ago. I put a link to an article by Harry Benswanger, an objectivist philosopher. This one right here. Harry Benswanger wrote an article called "This is What Tyranny Looks Like. Trump is Consolidating Power." And let me open that. He gave some statistics. That's on his Substack. Some statistics about crime. So I'll just read this, some of this. He's quoting from, I don't know what the source of this is, but It says crime has been decreasing in the U.S. with overall violent crime down 4.5%, and property crime down 8.1% in 2024 compared to 2023, reaching the lowest rates in decades. Homicides have seen a significant 14.9% drop. Both violent crime and property crime rates have been decreasing over the last few decades, with 2024 reporting the lowest violent crime rate since 1969. So Harry Binswanger concludes that this is a pretext. It's not really about fighting crime because the crime is going down. What's actually going on is that Trump wants the military to act domestically for a different reason, to defend his hold on power against what? Free elections. And then he talks about January 6th. That's the preview. And maybe what we're seeing now is the post view, or the next stage. Now you could argue that even if it's true that crime is going down overall in the US, that it's not going down in particular places. I don't know if that's the case in Chicago, but I'm not aware that there's been a significant uptick in crime in those cities, that warrants some increased kind of response. Um, Maybe that's something I could look into later, research. Or if you know, you could say what you know in the chat. So I think this might be an overstatement, calling Chicago the murder city in order to justify an escalation of um, federal troop presence in the city. And this is the same person. Trump just wants to protect the citizens because the mayor won't. Really? Or is it a rationalization? What about, I mean, haven't there been many arrests of peaceful immigrants who are here illegally? If that's who, if you're hauling people like that into vans and into jails, then is that really protecting the citizens? No, because they weren't violent. So the only thing that would justify this claim is if there is actual violence that the mayor won't deal with. And I do think there are some cities that are soft on crime, and there are repeat offenders, like people, they commit crimes and then they go to jail for a while and then they're let back out onto the streets and they commit more crimes. And that's a problem. I do think some cities are soft on crime, but to call a place like Portland the war zone, that's still an overstatement. Even if Portland is soft on crime, I don't know if it is, but even if it is, it's still an exaggeration. It's and a dangerous one to call it a war zone. Sometimes I also just unfriend people. I don't block them. Unfriending is a lesser. Like a lot of these people who laughed at my posts, uh, I unfriended them. I didn't block them, but I unfriended them. But if they do something more severe than just laugh, then I might block them. All right. I think there was at least one here that I was going to reply to from Abtin. Although I'm not sure if it was on, it might have been on a previous post. But here, since I'm down here, I'll point this out. So the very first reply I got on this post was someone saying, I hope so. Now I blocked that person because what is he saying he hopes so too? He's saying, I said, is Trump trying to provoke a crisis that allows him to claim emergency powers so that he can become dictator? And the guy says, I hope so. So he hopes Trump is trying to make a phony crisis so that he can become dictator. That's horrible. I don't want to engage with someone like that. I don't want to debate someone who wants Trump to become a dictator. That's that's disgusting. So I just blocked this person. Court Rand. I don't know if that's his actual name, but it's certainly don't agree with that Rand. He's the opposite of the Rand that I agree with. And then someone else gave this a like, and I blocked that person who gave it a like. Because if you signal you agree with someone who hopes that there's a dictator, you're getting blocked too. See these others that you can see who the names of the people who liked or loved, but this one it doesn't show the name of the person because he's been blocked. And yeah, also when I hover my mouse over his name, nothing shows up. Whereas if I hover it over someone else's name, a little window appears that gives more information about the person, but not if it's someone I blocked. Okay, so I think it was a different post about ICE that I remember there was a comment I was going to reply to. Let me go to that post. Yeah, here it is. Okay, let me share this one. Okay, so this is from October 11th, so 3 days ago. And I wrote, ICE is corrupt. Agree or disagree? And 14 comments on this one. And the reason I was thinking, well, I won't say what the reason is because I'll get to that when I show this comment from Abtin. That's the one I was thinking of. Abtin Foruzande. He asks, in terms of corruption, what is the difference between ICE and typical police forces? And I replied to that one and I said, maybe ICE is more focused on enforcing bad laws and maybe it has less regard for due process. So that's the way in which I thought ICE might be corrupt. Now, I didn't put this in my own voice. I put it in quotes and not meaning that I had someone in mind who said this, but just here's a proposition to consider. Suppose someone says this, ICE is corrupt. I'm not necessarily agreeing it with it or disagreeing. I'm just saying, here's a proposition to consider. Do you agree or disagree with it? Now, I happen to lean more towards the agreement side of this. And the reason is because I'm concerned, as I said in this post or this reply, that for one thing, it's enforcing bad laws. So if, to take a more obvious example, what if there are laws that allow slavery and there's a law enforcement agency which the purpose of which is to enforce the slave laws? Well, that would be corrupt, just because the very nature of the organization is to enforce evil laws. Now, in the case of the immigration laws, I think these are also bad laws, not as bad as laws that would permit slavery, but still they're very, very bad laws. And if the purpose of ICE is to enforce those bad laws, then it's by nature a bad organization, at least if the laws are entirely bad. Now, maybe there are some aspects of immigration laws which are not bad, but I think a lot of it is bad. So even if it's not true that 100% of the purpose of ICE is to focus on enforcing bad laws, I think that's still a lot of what they do. So if a lot of what ICE does is enforcing bad laws, then maybe it's right to just say that ICE is corrupt, even if it's not 100% corrupt. It's very corrupt. And aside from just enforcing bad laws, um, you might think, okay, well, even though we have these bad laws on the books, there are better and worse ways to enforce them. Like maybe if you enforce them in a way that shows respect for due process, that would be better than if you enforce them in a way that does not show respect for due process. Like it doesn't seem like there's much due process if you just haul someone out of their car, throw them to the ground, and then handcuff them and throw them in a jail. Um, Masked agents, unmarked vehicles, and then their family doesn't hear from them for who knows how long. They can't talk to a lawyer. Is that really due process for not for a terrorist like a Hamas murderer, not for someone like that, but maybe that is appropriate for a Hamas terrorist, but for someone who is waiting in line to pick their kid up from school, or someone who is hanging out at Home Depot trying to get some work, is that due process for someone like that? I don't think so. So the way in which these bad laws are enforced, the process with which these bad laws are enforced, that's another reason you might think that ICE is corrupt. So I see there was a reply here from Abtin, uh, and that's the one I was going to reply to, but I forget what he said. So here he says, maybe more, yes. So maybe he's saying, yes, maybe ICE is more corrupt than typical police forces. But he goes on, it seems to me a difference in degree, not kind. My impression is that almost none of what regular police forces do actually serves to protect our rights. Most of what they both do is enforce and advocate for irrational laws. Now, I don't agree with that. I don't think that most of what regular police does is enforce irrational laws. I mean, some of what they do is that. In particular, I think of drug laws. So drugs should be legal. We can talk about that if you want to. Maybe there's people out there who might want to debate that. But on my view, it is irrational to have laws that prohibit people from using or selling, producing drugs, because that doesn't involve coercing anyone. setting aside children, right? That's often a special case. But just if we're talking about adults who are voluntarily deciding to use drugs, that doesn't involve coercing anyone else. They're not initiating force against anyone else by using drugs. So I think they should be free to do that. But that's a small part of what police do. Um, well, I don't know what percentage it is. There has been a war on drugs for decades, and this that's terrible. And I think it's been billions and billions of dollars wasted. Um, but a lot of what they do is not that. They do get criminals off the street, at least for a while. Maybe like in some places that are soft on crime, they let them back too early. But that's not the police's fault. I think that's more the other parts of the criminal justice system. I don't think it's the police who decide how long they stay in jail. They just get them off the streets. That's their job, just to get them in jail to begin with. And they do that. Um, so I think there's a lot of good work police do. I would not put them in the same category of ICE. I would not say it's, I think there's a large enough difference in degree that I think you could say that's a difference in kind. I wouldn't say the police are substantially or essentially bad in the kinds of laws they're enforcing. So maybe I should do a reply here in real time. So I will say, I think there is a substantial difference. Police get murderers, robbers, rapists, etc. off the streets. That's an important part of what they do, and that's good. I think the difference, well, maybe I should say something about the drugs, because that's the main example that comes to my mind. I can say here, police do fight a war on drugs, and that's bad. That's bad. But they also get murderers, robbers, rapists, etc. off the streets, and that's good. Then I have a sort of parallel construction, so maybe I'll just cut this sentence. I think the difference in degree might be large enough to say there's a difference in kinds. Well, I, I don't know if I want to say more than that. Maybe I'll just leave it at that for now, and then if he replies to this, I can elaborate further. Where exactly do you draw the line and say there's a difference in kind? I don't think you need to have an answer to that question, at least in all cases. But I don't know how relevant that is here. I'm wondering if I should even say anything about the issue of degrees and kinds, or if that's already covered sufficiently by this first sentence where I say there's a substantial difference. Because that's kind of a way of saying it's not just a difference in degree. There's a difference in substance. They're substantively different. That's like another way of saying there's a difference in kind. So I think that issue of kind and degree is already covered by what I say in the first sentence. So I'm just going to cut this. Yeah, he says almost none of what regular police forces do actually serves to protect our rights. I wonder what you all think about that. You can let me know in the chat. Do you agree with him? Almost none of what they do? Most of what they do is enforce rationalism. So even if that's true, I still think there's a substantial difference. Like I don't have a hostile attitude towards the police. I think even if most of what they do is enforce bad laws, which I don't think is the case, but there's still a lot of what they do, which I think is really good. Like, and I'm happy they're that they exist and that they do what they do for the most part, like in a general way. That's my general sense of the police. Whereas I have a very different general sense of when it comes to ICE. Maybe I'll just say here, um, I think there's a substantial difference. A lot of what police do is good. For example, they get murderers, robbers, rapists, etc. off the streets. They also do some bad things, like fight a war on drugs. But I don't see that as their dominant purpose. Okay, I don't want to spend forever on this one comment, so I'm just going to go with that for now. And it's posted. All right, let me come back to the chat now, see if there's anything there. Oh, we got a new person here. I am watching. And he says, scratch somebody that judges drug users and you'll find a severe alcoholic. Haven't heard that one before. What does that mean? So by judges here, I'm guessing you mean someone who judges negatively people who use drugs. So maybe what you mean is they they might not have a problem with drugs, but they do have a problem with alcohol. Uh, I guess there are some people like that. I don't think all drug addicts are alcoholics or vice versa. Some are both, some are neither, some are one, some are the other. I think you have all combinations. But here you're making it sound like there's a necessary connection. Like for everybody who is negative about drug users, um, scratch them and you'll find an alcoholic. Like I would be negative towards people who are addicted to drugs. I would say that's not a good thing. They're not living a good life if they're addicted to drugs. So if you scratch me, are you going to find a severe alcoholic? No. Um, so I think I'm a counter example to what you're saying here, if I understand what you mean. But anyways, welcome to my chat. I'm going to take a quick look at your channel. I like to do that when I see a new chatter. So first I have to, on my phone, I'm doing this so it doesn't mess up the screen I'm sharing. Oops, that was the wrong. Here we go. Go to channel. Okay. Don't see any content there. Just a cat face as your avatar. Okay. And then we have another comment from Greg here. How much of the public judges laws as rational versus irrational? Do we expect the police to uphold the law? Or do we cherry pick which laws they ought to enforce and ignore how bad law gets on the book? Dan Norton as a counterexample is enough to scratch all S's P of a proposition. Yeah, we could put this in standard form. All all critics of drug users are severe alcoholics, but I am one S that is not that P. Subject and predicate, that's what S and P stand for. Um, yeah, I guess Greg, he edited his chats. That's why this one was retracted, because you can't edit it after you submit it. It's so you can only you have to delete it if you want to, or you could just leave it, but you can't change it. All right, but going back to this one, how much of the public judges laws as rational or irrational? I don't know. Haven't done a study of that, and it could very much depend on the law in question. Um, I see Grammy is here. Hello, Grammy. Welcome back. He was in the last chat, I think. Uh, all right, I'll come to you in a minute. Let me just spend a little bit more time on this one. There's also a question of whether people are even alive to this distinction between law as being rational versus irrational. Like, is that something even on people's radar to consider? In an explicit way, I think a lot of people are at least implicitly aware of that. Like, not all law is necessarily good law or rational law. But I don't know that they necessarily think in these terms. But going on, Greg says, do we expect the police to uphold the law, or do we cherry pick which laws they ought to enforce and ignore how bad law gets on the books? I think that might be a tricky question. Like, what do you do? Like, if you're a police officer and you're given these bad laws to enforce, maybe there's just a judgment call you have to make, like depending on the how bad it is. Like if slavery is part of the law and you capture some escaped slave, um, a runaway slave, a fugitive, is it appropriate for the police officer to capture the slave and give him back to his master or not? Well, I think if you understand rights, that's just such an obvious violation of what rights are for. The whole point of, and if the idea of police is to protect people's rights, well, it's it's just a violation of anyone's rights to be made a slave. So I don't think you could properly enforce a law like that, that is just such a blatant um, violation of the whole idea of rights. But if it's a less severe sort of case, like the drug laws, which I also think are a violation of rights, they are a violation of rights, but it's not a violation of rights in the way that the entire life of the person is destroyed if they can't get immediate access to their drugs or something. Um, so maybe it's right to enforce those laws. Like if I'm a cop, maybe I would enforce drug laws, even though I disagree with those laws, but I would not enforce pro-slavery laws. It's a tricky issue, but I guess I'm well, I was going to say I'm more concerned with the more fundamental issue of what are the proper laws rather than what to do in a society where it's a where we don't have proper laws, and you have these difficult cases. Um, a lot of what I try to do on this channel is introduce people to objectivism, and part of doing that is trying to persuade people of a certain view of society and what are proper laws. Like Gramey here, I think he is, I don't know if he's new to objectivism, but I think in the last chat when he was here, he was arguing for some non-capitalist view. I don't know if he was, Stephen McGone was the chatter I was talking about Social Security with. But then I think we got into a more, maybe a broader discussion of taxes. And I think Gramey might have been asking how you, um, or like whether it's good to not have taxes. And I don't know if he's the one who raised the issue of child credits, like child tax credits. But that might have been Stephen. But I was saying, like, I don't want to have that discussion with him. I think it's more important to discuss the end goal. Like, I don't want to get into the details, the minutia of should we have child tax credits or um, home buying credits or something. I'd rather persuade people of laissez-faire capitalism as a goal, and then whether it makes sense to have a certain feature in the tax code as we get there as a transition stage to laissez-faire capitalism, where we don't have taxes at all. You don't even have a tax code where you have these various tax credits. Um, it's a very different sort of discussion, and I was thinking about that with this these chats Greg is asking about um, what to do when you have an irrational law. Like, do I want to have that sort of discussion, or is it better to spend my time just persuading people of the end goal of what is the rational law? And then once we agree on that, then we can have the more difficult discussion of how to deal with a sort of mixed economy case that we're in now, where we don't have perfect laws. We do have some irrational laws. What should you do? But um, then I was also thinking, well, I don't want to exclusively be talking to people who are new to objectivism. I also want to have conversations with people who are already familiar with it, and they do have these complex questions, like Greg is asking, these difficult questions. Um, but I just don't know that I have much to say on that. Like yeah, I don't know that I have a worked out answer, like much beyond what I've already said. Um, I was trying to think in terms of like the slavery example as a contrast to the drug example, but I don't know that I could say much more on that. I think it's a tricky question. So, but I see there's another chats from some more chats from Greg, and then I'm going to go to Grammy. But just to stay on this thread a little bit longer, he says, I think officers exercise some judgments, others have superiors, underscoring what the department needs to prioritize. Um, as to the channel purpose, I suppose my question is more the pushback that one might get in a conversation out in the wild. You're indirectly introduced to by accessing the answers you received on your Facebook page. Yeah, when I was talking about how I think the police are not, they're substantially better than the ICE because they do a lot of things that are good, like get murders, rapists, robbers off the streets. But there are also things they do that are bad, like fight this war on drugs. So yeah, I did raise this question in your mind, I guess, as to, what should you do about these bad laws? Should you just ignore them if you're a police officer? And I think it's a hard case, and all I can say right now is what I said before. Maybe if the law is too bad, like, but what counts as too bad? But like if it involves slavery, um, then I wouldn't enforce it. Whereas if it only involves enforcing drug laws, then maybe I would enforce it. But I've put this in terms of maybes, um, and can I really say much more to elaborate that or justify those? Or do I just have to leave that as subjective? Maybe I just have to leave it as a subjective preference right now, and I can't defend it further than I've already tried to. But if I think of something more to say on that later, I'll say more on it. But I do appreciate the question. Thanks for asking, Greg. I just don't have a good answer right now. I don't think that there always is necessarily a good answer. Um, and I guess what you want to do is not put yourself in the position in the first place where you have to make these kinds of decisions about should I enforce this law or not. Um, but once you're in that situation, it's too late to. Um, there might just not be a good approach. It's maybe a choice of lesser of evils, like with the hostage situation in Israel. Like they shouldn't have been in the position where Hamas was able to take hostages to begin with. Like they should have destroyed Hamas years ago, decades ago. There should have been no October 7th. But now that there is, and they take hostages, and your choice is either to just annihilate Hamas now, and then maybe you'll kill all your own hostages in the process of doing that, or you get your hostages back, but only in exchange for giving them a bunch of prisoners in exchange, give them back a bunch of murderers so they can go out and kill some more people in the future. So now it's a choice of evils, and you have to decide what is the lesser of evil. And what you want to do is not get in that position in the first place where your choice is among evils. But so I think it's harder once you're in that sort of position. And I guess that's analogous to the case that Greg is raising. Like one evil is to just completely disregard the law and not enforce any laws. Another evil is to enforce the laws, but the laws that you have to enforce are bad ones. Both of those are bad. You don't want to be enforcing bad laws, and you don't want to also have no regard for the law at all. But ideally, you would enforce good laws. So this might just be another one of those lesser of evil cases. And there's not really a good answer. There's only a less bad answer. Greg says not always having a good answer could go down the Steve Warden, Ruth Chang rabbit hole. I vote to move on to the Grammy questionable alternative. Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to get to Grammy. I don't want to keep him waiting too long. I'm not sure what you're referencing here when you say the Steve Warden, Ruth Chang rabbit hole, but maybe you can explain that or we could talk about it later. Grammy says, in addition to his question up here about how do I define altruism, he also says, I was arguing that monopolies and perfect free market capitalism would quickly control everything and reduce freedoms for everyone. Okay, thanks for that reminder. Yeah, I remember we were talking about monopolies in the roads as well, like how would private roads work? So Gramey is someone who would not be on board with free market capitalism. So I'm going to have a different sort of discussion with him. So with Gramey, I'm going to be try to persuade him of capitalism. Like that's a good goal we should aim at. Whereas with someone like Greg, I would be having a discussion of what is the best steps to get there, get to capitalism. 'Cause Greg, he already agrees with me that capitalism is good, but we might have different views on what's the best way to get there. Like, um, should we phase out Social Security over 3 decades? Should we phase it out over 3 years? Or when it comes to policing, um, should police enforce bad laws or should they not enforce bad laws? So, different chatters, I'm going to have different aims in mind for the sort of discussion I have. So with Gramey, I'm going to be talking about things like why I think capitalism is good or why altruism is not good. So let me switch over to that now. Let's talk about altruism some. We could also talk about capitalism, but you raised altruism first. How do you define altruism? So I would define it as something like living for the sake of others. I'll put that in the chat here. Altruism means living for the sake of others. And just to give some contrast, I'll say not for your own sake, for your own sake. There's no one magic formula. Like I could have written it as altruism means living for others, not yourself. Okay, so you can, there's probably a million different ways you could express the thought, but this gives you some idea. We can also look up Ayn Rand's definition. Maybe I'll do that at some point, but I just want to get across the basic idea of how I understand the meaning of altruism. So you'll notice, or what I will point out, if it's what I would want to stress and what I tried to stress earlier in this live stream at the beginning when I was talking about the title, egoism, not altruism. I was saying when you're kind to others or benevolent to others, or maybe when you're helpful to others, that doesn't mean you're being altruistic. So I can live for my own sake and still help others. Like right now, I hope I'm helping you understand objectivism or understand my ideas, Ayn Rand's ideas about altruism. But does that mean I'm living for you? Am I living for your for your sake? No, because I want to make the world a better place. And part of that is persuading people of my ideas. So I am helping others, but it comes back to benefit me. And that's ultimately why I'm doing it. And if if trying to help others didn't have any benefit to me, I wouldn't do it. I would do something different. And this is true of any profession. If you're a dentist, you're helping others, you're helping them fix their teeth, but you're also getting something out of it. Obviously, you're getting paid if you're a dentist, but also you just enjoy that kind of work. So you get pleasure, satisfaction, enjoyment from doing that sort of work. Hopefully, at least, you should find a career where you enjoy it. But the ultimate reason you should be doing something is not because of the benefit that others get from what you do, but because you yourself benefit from it. Greg says, by Dan helping Grammy, he is indirectly helping me. Yeah, so I have a harmony of interests with Greg because Greg also supports Ayn Rand's ideas, at least as far as I know. Like, I don't know, people might have different levels of agreement. Some people might be objectivists. Maybe some people agree with a lot of objectivism, but maybe not every part of it. But if someone has at least substantial agreements, then they will also be benefited by me promoting objectivism because then I'm promoting a philosophy which is in substantial agreement with their own views. I don't know exactly where Greg fits, but in any case, if Greg substantially agrees with Ayn Rand, he really likes her philosophy, then by my promoting Ayn Rand, I'm also helping him. So I'm not just helping myself by helping Gramey understand objectivism and Ayn Rand. I'm also helping anyone else in the world who wants to see these ideas promoted. So the benefits are very wide beyond me. But ultimately, I'm not doing it ultimately because it helps Greg or because it helps, a million other people who like Ayn Rand. I'm ultimately doing it because it benefits me. And if others benefit as well, that's a nice side product, byproduct, but that's not my ultimate reason for doing it. By Dan living for himself, he might provide insight to me on how to better live for myself. Yeah, maybe I'm doing that. I hope I do that sometimes for some people. We all have different levels of knowledge. Some of us have been studying Ayn Rand for decades. I first found Ayn Rand 28 years ago. Other people maybe are very new to Ayn Rand, so maybe I can teach them some things that I haven't learned yet. Maybe you all can teach me things I haven't learned yet. All right, so I see a couple more from Gramey here. Let me get to those. He says, my issue with that is that I do not believe someone is capable of living any other way than for themselves. Okay. So you might be a psychological egoist. These are people who think everyone is selfish or everyone is egoistic. It's impossible not to be. Even Mother Teresa, who is often held up as a paragon example of what it looks like to be altruistic, even she is living for herself because she gets satisfaction out of helping others. Now, I don't think that's her reason for doing it. We could ask her and see what she says. Like, is that why you're doing it? Is is the reason you're helping others because it comes back to benefit you? Or is it because you think you have some religious duty and you're just supposed to do your duty regardless of whether it helps others? If she said yes, that's why I'm doing it, then I don't think it would be right to say she's being a egoist and that there's no way she's not living in some other way. I think she is living in another way other than egoism. If she says her reason is not because it benefits her, but because it benefits others. There's a deeper issue here of determinism versus free will. So you might think people are just hardwired to do whatever they think is in their self-interest and they have no choice about it. I don't agree with that. I think free will is real, and people do have a choice about how they act. But I'm not sure if you have a view on that or if you want to go down that road. But for right now, I'm just gonna not go down that road and stay on the ethical level, not the metaphysical level, and start talking about the human nature as to whether we have free will or not. But we can talk about that if you want. And then Grammy says, as you said, anything you do is essentially for yourself, even if the reward is just a good feeling, it is already inherently selfish. Okay, but even if Mother Teresa does give it a good feeling, I don't think that's enough to make her actions selfish because it has to be that good feeling that is her reason for doing it. She has to say, I'm doing this because and only because I ultimately get some good feeling from it myself. And I don't know that she says that. So she might get a good feeling as a byproduct of her helping others, but for something just to be a byproduct is not for it to be the reason that motivates her. That's not why she's doing it. It's just a nice byproduct she gets. But for it to be egoistic, I think it has to be the reason. It has to be the thing that's motivating you. Like it's because this is benefiting me. That's why I'm doing it. Okay. Now Grammy says he is a determinist and he thinks that's our main divide. All right. Yeah, that is a deeper issue. So we can talk about that if you like. Uh, but let me see. I see Greg has also put in a couple more chats, and he said he has to go soon, I think, before he said he had to go at, oh, I thought he said 11:45 he had to leave. Maybe he already left and he came back. Because sometimes Greg, he writes AFK, going away from the keyboard, and then he comes back, so maybe that happens. Um, was that up here? Yeah, he says he's got another half hour, but that was back at 11:13, and it's now 12:40, so maybe Greg came back. Anyways, um, I was going to go to Greg at least partly because I thought he had to leave soon, but maybe that's not true. Um, I read that one, and then he says Mother Teresa might be difficult to ask as she no longer walks amongst us. Right? There was a biography of her that came out, I don't know when, after she died. And I don't know if it's discussed there. I haven't read it. It would be interesting to read, but we can just talk in hypotheticals. I don't think we have to actually interview someone. We can just say if we asked her and she said her reason for doing what she did was because she thought it ultimately would benefit her or gave her some kind of positive feeling, then I think you could say she's an egoist, or at least has some element of egoism. I think you can be mistaken about what does make your life the best possible life. Like I don't think living like a Mother Teresa is in fact the best thing you can do for yourself. Um, but we can distinguish between the motive and then the means of achieving the motive. Like maybe she would agree with us on the motive, like you should be motivated to do what's best for yourself, and then disagree about what actually is best for yourself. Like maybe I think it's best for myself to uh, take a vacation to Alaska. And someone says, "No, that's you're gonna hate that. It's too cold for you. I know you don't like the cold. It would actually be better for you to take a vacation to Florida." Now, we can both agree, I should do what's best for myself. But then there's a further question of, okay, well, now that we agree on that, what in fact is more specifically best for myself? Is it best for myself to go to Alaska, or is it best for myself to go to Florida or some other place? So, but then we have a more minor disagreement. We have a disagreement about the means of achieving some ultimate end that we agree on. So maybe Mother Teresa and I would agree on the ends, like we should do whatever is best for ourselves, but we just have a disagreement about how to go about achieving what's best for yourself. Maybe she thinks it's achieved by living in India and tending the sick and the poor, whereas I think she would be better off if she um, got some kind of productive career as opposed to just, um, I don't know, maybe if she was a nurse or maybe if she did the same thing she did, but she got paid for it or something. I don't know. But I think I've said enough to get across the idea that the sense in which she might be an egoist, hypothetically, if she said, yes, my goal is happiness, and if I decided that what I'm doing doesn't lead to that, I will do something else, then I would say, okay, she's an egoist, at least in her what she's aiming at. Um, but if she says something else is her ultimate goal, then I would say she's not an egoist. So even if we don't know her biography, we don't have all the facts about her life. I don't think that's the most important thing. We just have to know, well, how do you decide in any given case? Um, Florida Nick says he votes for going to Florida. All right. You like the weather there, Florida? Florida Nick? Or is there some other reason you like Florida? Um, all right, but let me see what other chats are in here. Thanks for being here, by the way. Florida Nick is the third person, or maybe the fourth person. Let me go to the chat list here. Oh, actually, we had six people so far. See, sometimes people just put one or two chats, and then I don't remember them. So um, the people with the most chats here are the ones I remember the easiest, of course. So this is Florida Nick, Rational 863. All right, so recently the weather has been nice, so that's good. It's too hot in the summer for me in Florida and humid. Um, but if you got AC, that definitely helps. Okay, Grammy says, I also would not take anyone's report of their own internal feelings as facts, not because they lie, but because subconscious thoughts are not apparent to the person. Okay. Sometimes people can be mistaken when they introspect. I don't know if I think there are limits to that. Like some things are just pretty obvious, like I have a headache right now. Like at least if it's a really severe pounding headache, you can just introspect and know that. But maybe there are some other feelings, internal feelings you could have, and it's hard to identify exactly what feeling is this. Um, maybe you feel, um, maybe if there are similar feelings, like is it jealousy? Is it envy? You might think those are similar emotions. You might even find them defined as synonyms or listed as synonyms some places. So exactly what shade of feeling am I feeling happiness? Am I feeling joy? Am I feeling elation? Am I feeling excitement? Am I feeling glee? Am I feeling cheerfulness? So there are these fine shades of meaning, and when you introspect, you might think people can be mistaken. Maybe they think they're feeling cheerful, whereas in fact they should say they're feeling glee. I don't even know how you define these exactly, but when you get to very subtle distinctions, there, I guess it's more open to, more prone to error. And maybe if the person thought about it some more, introspected some more, they would refine how they describe it. But some things I think are obvious, like, do I have a headache now? Um, but maybe what I was saying about Mother Teresa prompted this because I was saying if we asked her and she says she's doing it, what she does because it gives her some good feeling, is there a reason not to take that at face value. Like if she says it makes me feel good to help the poor, why not believe her? I mean, if you see, there could be contradictory evidence, like if you always see her with a frown on her face and she talks in a nasty tone, but she says she feels great, then you might think she's not being honest about her feelings, either at least not honest with you, maybe even not honest with herself. Maybe she's pretending to herself that she feels better than she actually does, and maybe her outward appearance gives away, or at least is a good clue that she doesn't really feel the way she says she feels. But you give a different reason for saying that someone's reports about their feelings might not be true. You say because subconscious thoughts are not apparent to the person. I wonder if you can give an example to flesh that out some. Oh, you say you got to go to work, but I'll probably be around next week to discuss more. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for coming by, Grammy. I appreciate it. Thanks for your contributions. Yeah, I wonder what subconscious thoughts you think might not be apparent to a person that are somehow contradicting what they report as their internal feeling. I want something more specific and concrete in my mind to work with. All right. Well, I guess I'm caught up on the chat now. I'm gonna get some sip of water. All right. What am I going to go to next? What's the next topic? Anyone want to raise something? Anyone want to jump in? A new person, maybe? All right. I see we got 10 people now and 10 likes. Thank you. Appreciate that. So, what else do you all want to talk about? Take advantage of this opportunity. Be egoistic. That's what I would say. Be an egoist. But then, of course, there's a question, as I was just saying, what does egoism entail? You might agree, yeah, I should do what's best for myself. But what does it mean to do my best for myself in this case? Does it mean that I should participate in Dan's chat? Or does it mean I should not participate and remain anonymous? And that's something you have to think about. And I don't know the answer. Only you know what's best for yourself. I mean, sometimes other people, they can give you advice. And maybe if I know about your situation more, I would be able to give you a suggestion. Maybe you're facing some situation in your life and you're not sure what the egoistic thing to do is. You're not sure what's best for yourself. Maybe you're in a relationship with somebody and you're not sure, should I continue in this relationship or not? Should I look for somebody else? That can be a very personal thing. So, well, it is a very personal thing, but um, might not be something you want to talk about in a public forum with people you don't know. Someone said to Ron Brook that he should start something like a Dear Abby column on his show. Maybe I could do a Dear Dan, like get it life advice. Um, I don't know that I'm particularly well positioned to give life advice, but I can at least say what I think based on what I've learned from objectivism, and for whatever it's worth. And you can decide that. I haven't checked this screen in a while. I've got a little description of my channel here. And in the lifetime of my channel, since I started this channel on July 9th, 2019, so that's 6 years ago, and 57,700 people have viewed it. I don't know if that means they viewed this page in particular with this little description of my channel, or if that just means they've looked somewhere on my YouTube channel. But here are some other links. I have Patreon, PayPal, Selfishness Project. When I started my channel, it was all about the topic of selfishness. And I created a website called the Selfishness Project. Got my Facebook link, my Twitter link. So if you're not following me on these, I invite you to connect with me there as well. I've got SoundCloud. That's where I upload for my podcast. You see here Apple Podcast. But I think you can get Apple Podcast even if you don't have an Apple phone. Like if you have an Android phone, I think still a way to access the podcast version of my show, which is just the audio. So that's the only difference. I just extract the audio and then I upload it. Because some people they prefer to listen to a podcast rather than YouTube. I don't know if there's ads on those, or maybe you have to get to a certain size. Like with YouTube, you have to get at least 1,000 subscribers before ads will be run on your videos. But with podcasts, I don't know if there's something like that. If you need a certain amount of watch time or followers or what, I don't know how it works. But if any of you out there listen to the podcast version of my show, I'd be interested to know if you ever hear ads. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I didn't mean to stop sharing. I just meant to close that screen. All right, now I'm sharing it again. So, anyone else want to raise a topic, or should I go back to my list of topics, things I can discuss? Or I could go back to the Facebook posts, maybe reply to some more of those comments. I could also do a poll in the chat, see what you all want me to do. Let me take a look at my list of topics. Oh yeah, there's also the Twitter post. I'm curious to see if there's any more replies. I got one reply to my Twitter post. Yeah, I'm going to take a look at that. See if there's anything new. Doesn't look like I have any new replies. But I can do a reply to the one comment that I did get. Where is that? Oh, is this it? No. It had 5,000, over 5,000 views. Why? Oh, that's because, okay, I see. I see. I was looking in the wrong area. Here we go. Okay, let me merge this window. All right, so here now you can see what I was talking about. So David Pakman is a leftist political commentator whose show I've been on, and I've talked about him in previous shows. And he did a post on X about a day ago, and he said the extreme left's weird, soft treatment of Nick Fuentes is a reminder that if you go far enough in either direction, you loop back around. That got 1.8 million views. So Nick Fuentes is well, some people call him a neo-Nazi, a white supremacist, and part of the alt-right. And according to David Pakman, it looks like some people on the left have been soft towards him. They haven't been hard on him. So he sees this as a reminder that if you go far enough in either direction, either far enough right or far enough left, you end up in the same place. You loop back around. So I guess the leftists, the far leftists, or the extreme leftists, as he says, aren't being hard on him, then that's a sign they're not really that opposed to him. So that maybe they're somewhat similar. And there's what's been called the horseshoe theory, right? So instead of like a horizontal line with the left and the right, as far as away from as far away from each other as is possible, if you instead imagine it's a horseshoe, right, where the extreme ends of the horseshoe are actually close together. So the far right and the far left, if you go around far enough, you actually end up in much the same place. So there's not actually not much difference between the far right and the far left. And that's been called the horseshoe theory or spectrum. And some people in the comments mentioned that, as I saw. They said there's a name for this. It's called the horseshoe theory. But I use different terms. I said, or I was making a different sort of point. I was saying, or I asked a question. I said, then communism and Nazism are basically similar, and capitalism is radically different. Because a lot of people think of communism and Nazism as being representative of the left and the right. And they call people who are far right, they'll call them Nazis or neo-Nazis, like Nick Fuentes. They'll call him a Nazi or a neo-Nazi, and they'll also say he's far right. And they'll call communism far left. So instead of using left and right, I used the actual ideologies. I said communism and Nazism. And I think they are basically similar. They both are denying the rights of the individual. In one case, you live for the sake of the community or the state. In another case, you live for the sake of the race, the Aryan race. But they're both just different forms of collectivism. They're both denying the rights of individuals to live as they choose. And it's not about egoism, going back to egoism versus altruism. You're living for the sake of others, whether those others are similar in race or similar in they just are part of your society, part of your class, maybe the proletariat, the dictatorship of the proletariat. You're living for your fellow proletarians and you want to overthrow the bourgeoisie. So if communism is about living for the sake of your class, your economic class, and Nazism is about living for the sake of your race, your Aryan race, but they're both not about living for yourself, which is what egoism is about. And I think that's a fundamental similarity between these two, in that they both deny individualism or egoism. So I think they are basically similar. They're just different forms of corruption, forms of, and I call them corrupt because I think it's best to live for yourself. It's good to live for yourself, and it's bad not to live for yourself and to deny yourself. So there are two kinds of corruption, and capitalism is radically different. because there you are living for yourself, or at least you're allowed to live for yourself. I guess you could voluntarily choose to be an altruist under capitalism, but you're at least free. You have the right to live for your own sake, to pursue your own happiness, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And your rights to do that are protected. You're not forced to live for others through taxation, which is one reason I say we don't have capitalism today, because we are taxed through programs like Social Security and Medicare. Our tax dollars are used to fund these programs. I have to pay for other people's retirement, other people's health care, other people's education, and they have to pay for mine, right? So we're all thrown together in this collectivist pot and forced to pay for each other. We're not free to live for ourselves and to deal with others in a entirely voluntary way. So I think capitalism is radically different from these forms of collectivism, because capitalism is individualistic in that it protects the rights of individuals to live as they choose to live according to their own judgment. So, oh, I see it's up to 7,000, over 7,000 views now. That's a lot compared to what I usually get. It's often like in, double digits, but here we're up into the quadruple digits. So I was really happy to see that. It didn't have many replies though. There was only this one reply from this person. Um, but I wanted to point out that capitalism is different than these two, and also point out that these two are basically the same. Well, I put it in the form of a question, but the question was building off of what Pacman said here. He was noticing what I think is true, but maybe if you asked him, are communism and Nazism radically different? I don't know what he would say. Like, I don't know if he would try to say they're opposite ends of a spectrum. One's far right, one's far left. I think many people say that, but if they do, I think they're wrong. And he's noticing, maybe he's noticing some of the evidence that they're not really that different. Maybe there's a lot of collectivist sentiment on both sides, the right, the far right and the far left. Um, and I also wanted to bring capitalism in here and point out, or at least somehow activate in people's mind that maybe there's something that's very different than both of these. So these don't exhaust the spectrum. It's wrong to think that everything is either communism or Nazism or a mixture. It's like something in between. Like I wouldn't say capitalism is like half Nazism and half communism or something. No, it's just like on a totally different plane. I don't know that you can if you are going to use like a one-dimensional um, way of trying to visualize this, then I think you could put communism and Nazism on one side, and then capitalism on the other, and maybe see it as a spectrum of how much does a system protect individual rights, which means how much does it protect people from the initiation of force, and capitalism is the best at that. So it's on one end. You could put on, let's say, the right, and then um, put communism and Nazism on the left, or maybe have it forking. I think Yaron Brook has talked about that. Like it's like an arrow. So you have let's say the arrowhead is on this side, and then at the end you have like the feathers of the arrow, they split out, and you have different varieties of collectivism, like communism and Nazism. So it's kind of it forks because they're not identical, but there's just like two different tribes, communism and Nazism. But the important thing is they're not respecting the rights of the individual. Um, so if you look at it like that, then you could say capitalism is on the right, but then you can't call someone like Nick Fuentes, you can't call him far right or part of the alt right. That doesn't make any sense because I have nothing in common with Nick Fuentes when it comes to our political views. Like he's a Christian nationalist, and he wants Catholic version of the Taliban. We saw that when I did my show on Nick Fuentes. When was that? It was a few shows ago. Why is my page not loading? Is my internet not working? I need to refresh. Let me check my shows. Oh, Latent Prion is here. Um, can you still hear me? I guess I could test that myself. Latent Prion is here. Um, maybe it's just that one page I need to refresh. Okay, now it looks like it's working. Okay, I guess my internet connection just got disrupted for a second. Here's the show I was going to point out. I have a show on Nick Fuentes, and I mentioned it. We went through the Wikipedia article, and it said somewhere in there that he wants like the Catholic version of Taliban rule or something like that. I forget the exact quote. But anyways, there's some discussion of the this issue. Oh, now I lost my. Oh, this is a different Twitter page. This is the one I was on. Yeah. So, yeah, I got a lot of views. And this person here says capitalism is far right. So, um, I can reply to that one. Um, Leighton Prion asked if I want to debate something. I can call while I eat my food. Uh, maybe. Is there anything you're interested in debating in particular? If you could somehow maybe mute your mic while you're chewing. I don't know if I want to hear or if anyone wants to hear your food chewing. Um, but if you're like if I'm talking, if you mute yourself, then that might work. Greg says you did get a response in that sea of 1.8 million fan views. Yeah, so let me think of what I might reply to this. Yeah, this is the 1.8 million that Greg is talking about. That was the original post, and then my posts. So he has a lot more followers. How many follow? He has 261,000 followers, 267,000 followers. I have like, how many do I have? Around 1,400 followers. So this person who goes by the name Macbeth says capitalism is far right. Now, if you understand that in a certain way, then that's okay to say. And I think Ayn Rand said sometimes that her view is on the right, but the way the terms are used these days are different, I think. Um, so what am I going to say to him? I could ask him a question like, how are you understanding the far right? Or I could ask him, do you think Nazism is also far right? Because if so, then they can't both be on the far right because both capitalism and Nazism, or those two are radically different. So I could ask him that. Is Nazism also on the far right? Like Nick Fuentes? Is he part of the right, the alt-right or the far right, extreme right? If so, capitalism is not. Now, sometimes I can figure out what these people think if I go to their page I'm not sure I want to go to his page now and research him, but I'll just ask him this. If so, capitalism not on the far right because it's radically different than Nazism. So I think it's just important to keep Nazism and capitalism separate and not smear them together, as I think many people try to do. Um, of course, what he means by capitalism, that's another issue which we could talk about. I don't know if I want to go into that right now, maybe in a future comments if he replies to this one. Um, Maybe I should just leave it at that for now. I usually don't like to write a lot in my comments. I like to keep them pretty short. Yeah, I'll just go with that. All right, does that show up now? Yes, it shows up now. Okay. All right, looks like Greg and Florida Nick and Latent Prion are talking about peanuts, literal peanuts in the chat. Peanut soup. I guess it's lunchtime for Latent Prion. Oh yeah, actually, this reminds me. Maybe I should copy all the chat now and paste it into a comments in case YouTube does not preserve my live chat for the live chat replay, as happened in the last stream. So I think I'll do that actually. So if I go to the bottom of this page, no, it doesn't give me these are just a bunch of suggested videos to watch, but it doesn't have a comment box at the bottom. Usually is that because I'm live streaming? I thought that maybe I have to wait for the end of the show for there to be a comment box. Let me test it on a different window. Okay, yeah, it looks like I can't paste it into a comment until after the stream. Well, I can at least paste it into a separate document, like a Google Doc. So that's what I'm going to do. All right. And I'll merge this with the window I was sharing, and you can see how I do it. Um, or you can see as I do it. Uh, Here we go. All right, so I'm going to scroll to the top. Now this pinned comment gets in the way a little bit. So if I try to highlight from there, I don't know if it's going to capture it correctly. So I'm going to unpin this just for temporarily. And then I'm going to highlight from here. And then I just want to get a portion and then click down to the bottom of the chat and shift click. Okay, now everything in between is highlighted. And then Command C to copy it all. Now I go over here and I'm going to paste it all here. All right, so now I've captured all the chat from the beginning at 11 a.m. until 1:15 p.m. Takes a few seconds for the avatars to show up. So I at least have this much of the chat. So after the show, I can paste all of this into a comment below the video. And that way I can also you can do searches on it easily. Like if I want to look, did anyone say the word clock? Oh yeah, Greg used the word clock. And you can search the entire chat at once. Whereas if it's just coming by a little bit at a time, you can't do a search on the whole thing. Actually, I'll probably have to divide the chat up into separate comments depending on how long it is, because usually the chat is too long to fit into one comment. So I guess you can't search the entire chat in one comment. But anyways, I think it's at least sometimes it's easier to navigate the version of the chat in the comments than the version that is in the live chat replay. So later, I will have to remember to copy whatever new chats show up after this one. See, this is already 8 pages of chats in the Google Doc, getting on to 9 pages of chats, and only maybe about that much will fit into one comment. Or maybe it's like 5 pages. I don't remember exactly. All right, we have a new person in the chat, Bongster Zat. I don't know what this means. Squidbillies? Some kind of food. All right, you're still talking about food. Um, Latent Prion says he's trying to transition to working as a philosopher, intellectual, political thinker full time. Okay, so am I, because I still have to do other things for work right now. I'm not monetized yet, but you all can help me get monetized by subscribing if you're not subscribed. You can help me get fully monetized. There are different stages of monetization. I also need watch time to get monetized, and I have over, let's see, if I go to my YouTube studio, I can see it says I've got 2,600 hours out of the 3,000 hours I need to get monetized. So I'm getting pretty close. Maybe within a few more weeks, I'll hit 3,000. And at that point, I think I should be eligible to have my channel monetized, at least in the sense that I can start taking super chats and super stickers. But to get fully monetized, I need to get up to 1,000 subscribers. And as you can see, I'm most of the way there, but I still need 48 more subscribers. So you can help me get fully monetized. At that point, I can have not only can I do super chats, but I can also get ad revenue on my videos. That one requires more watch time, not 3,000 hours, but 4,000 hours. So that's going to take a while longer. Here you can see all the people who have come by the stream so far. I can expand this. I like that more. So in the first hour, usually that's where I get the biggest spike. So between 11 and 12, 42 people. Some more here, some more here. And this tells you minute by minute. So a bunch of people came by in the last several minutes. 3 people came by in this single minute, 114 to 115. Let's see what the concurrent viewers is at. Oh, it says 12. Oh, now it's up to 15. Oh, great. 15 concurrent viewers. That's good. Thanks for coming by. Now I'm back to 12. So, some people they come only for a few seconds. They check it out and then they leave. I do that sometimes. Florida Nick says he's going to go make 48 new accounts. Uh, well, I don't know if that's going to help with the watch time because I don't know if YouTube has a way of screening out, if that's what you're talking about, like watch me on different accounts. I don't know if it has a way to identify if they're coming from the same IP address. Because maybe YouTube factors out the watch time if they see like there's 10 different accounts, but they're all watching on the same from the same IP address. I don't know if it counts all 10 of those separately. There was last time I set a record for the number of concurrent viewers, the average number of concurrent viewers. So it's gotten as high as 19, but the average was 11. So for the whole stream, the average of concurrent viewers was 11. And I think that was the highest my average has ever been. That was this one. Introducing a caller to Ayn Rand's ideas on egoism. So you can, oh, actually, it says the average was 12. That's different than the last time I checked it. These numbers, they fluctuate a little bit after the fact. Like, I guess YouTube runs more tests to more accurately capture the number of viewers. So you can see how the number fluctuates over the course of the stream. And it says my overall average during the last stream was 12, which is, I'm pretty sure that's the highest average I've ever had. And I think 19 is also the highest peak at this time. I think this was during the call I was doing with Socks when we were talking about egoism and altruism. I think I had 19 during that call. And that was a good call. I enjoyed that. So um, maybe that helped me get the numbers up. So I've never hit 20 before. I think 19 is the highest I've gotten. So hopefully we'll get up to 20 someday. Maybe today. Maybe today it'll happen. We'll see. I don't know if I can get, maybe it tells me see here it tells me the number of total viewers who have come by, the average view duration, 15 minutes and 46 seconds. The concurrent viewers, I don't know what happens if I change. Oh, I've never done that before. See, I used to have this expanded, so you didn't see all these options as much, but if I make it a little smaller, you can see different things. See, for a long time there wasn't. Oh, I think this was before I started streaming, but I created the live stream watch page, and then the stream actually started around here at 11, and then the chats start views, concurrent viewers. Oh, it says I guess the maybe this is the highest number of concurrent viewers I've had so far during this stream. Oh, that's at the most recently available time. So I guess this is like constantly fluctuating. Like you see right now, it says 16 concurrent viewers, 14. Um, but the number down here doesn't. Oh, now it just changed. So I guess it doesn't refresh as often as this number. Stream health. That tells you the bit rate, streams, settings. Okay, so I don't see a way to see the maximum number of or the highest number of concurrent viewers during a stream. Maybe there's a way to do it, but I don't see it right now. Simon is here. Hi, Simon. Right now, I'm just talking some about the analytics. Before, I was talking about um, ICE. I was going over this fake Facebook posts I I recently did, asking if Trump is trying to provoke a crisis that allows him to claim emergency powers so that he can become dictator. And we went through some of the comments people were making, and I replied to a different comment on a different post. This one about ICE, asking if people agree or disagree whether ICE is corrupt. We talked about egoism and altruism, Mother Teresa. Um, those are some of the philosophical or political topics that we've been talking about. But I was just taking a little break from that to look at some of the. Oh yeah, I was talking about my Twitter post. Oh, that's the wrong Twitter page. This one, and I did a reply to this person who replied to me about capitalism, communism, Nazism, and the political spectrum. So I think those are the main philosophical or political topics that have come up today. But we can talk about other stuff too. So if there's something else you want to raise, I invite you to do so. Oh, let me plug my phone in. It's getting low on battery. All right. So let me come back to the chat, see what else is going on here. So there's a bunch of chats about food because someone was eating lunch. Uh, I'm not going to read through all of them. Oh, Greg says he enjoyed the cutting edge talk from 2023. I think you mean the my talk about was the mind physical, because I linked that in a previous show. Is the mind physical? And I saw you shared that on Facebook, Greg. This one, is the mind physical? Yeah, that was the discussion of some of the main ideas in my PhD dissertation. Thanks for sharing that on Facebook, Greg. That's got we can see the analytics. That's the that video. If I go to my like the most recently, you can see that one is up here on the list, number three on the most number of viewed videos. It's got 5 views in the last 48 hours, but that's more than usual because this is a video that's 2 years old. So it had a large uptick recently. Where's the I wonder if I can change that to over time, like in the last 28 days. See, there's a big uptick here. That was probably the day I shared it. 'Cause for a long time, there's nothing, right? Because it's an old video. But thanks to Greg sharing it and my talking about it, it got more views than recently, more views recently than usual. And I originally gave that talk on the ARC UK channel, Ayn Rand Center UK, and they had a special series of talks called The Cutting Edge, hosted by Lee Pearson and Bob Stubblefield, and Steve Richins. So that's where that talk originally appeared, but eventually I published it on my channel. Greg says you mentioned, say this is Greg talking to Latent Prion. He says, you mentioned potentially using philosophy to invoke veto power on the special sciences, physics over quantum entanglement. Yep, says Prion. I finished the concepts for my disproof of action at a distance. That's right. He was writing a paper disproving action at a distance. Did you get a big spike at about the hour and a half mark? That's when your on show ended, says Florida Nick. I don't, I didn't notice one, but I wasn't looking as it happened. I mean, I can see like I showed you the, so if his ended at the hour and a half mark, that would have been during this time slot. So started at 11 and then 12:30. So if your on show ended during this time slot, it looks pretty normal for my shows. So I don't think it had a big effect, clear. It wasn't a clear effect on my channel, but yeah, maybe there was some viewers he had that came over. See, someone just came in. I guess every time that concurrent view ticker fluctuates, it should correspond to one of these tick marks that shows up. Like this number, every time that changes, it, it, I guess that corresponds to one of these new people who drop in. I asked Google about YouTube monitoring computer IP, Alexa IP versus just the router. Google suggested it is the specific IP of the end device, not the router, serving the multiple devices. Oh, so when it's counting watch time, it only factors in the IP address, not the router. So if you have many devices, but they're all connected to the same IP address, it only counts it once for when it's calculating how much watch time. I think that might be what you're implying there, but you can let me know if you had something else in mind. Hope you're well too, Simon. Thanks. I didn't even notice if Huron had a show today. Let me go to his channel. Oh yeah, there it is. Peace, Pentagon Press, Russia, Rare Earth, Alex Jones, Tuition, Trans, and Robots. Those were the topics for Huron's show today. Streamed 1 hour ago. He had to reboot his computer yesterday. I heard something about that when I didn't hear it live, but on the replay I heard it. Simon says, how long have you been a philosopher for? Maybe you could say since, well, I don't know when to. I started thinking a lot about philosophy in high school, and that's when it became explicit. I identified explicitly that I was interested in philosophy as a subject, and I decided I was going to major in that in college. So, especially the last 2 years of high school, I would say. I had an English teacher who I thought was really good, and he really got me thinking about philosophical issues in connection with the literature that we read in English class. So, but would you say I'm a student of philosophy there then, as opposed to a philosopher? Like at one point, am I no longer just a student of philosophy and I'm now a philosopher? Is it when I become a major in college, when I graduate from college, when I go to graduate school, or should you think about it in some other way independent of that? Like Ayn Rand was a philosopher, but she didn't go to graduate school. So is it just anyone who professionally works as a philosopher or intends to? Like, I'm not, I mean, I'm intending to. I guess I make a little money out of Patreon right now for my YouTube channel, but it's not a full-time thing. So I don't know how do you define philosopher? See, I guess that's part of maybe that's part of what a philosopher does is he philosophizes about what it is that makes someone a philosopher. That's you might think of that as itself as a philosophical approach um, to the question of how long have I been a philosopher? So I don't know. We have to chew that question and maybe define it. Or you can define for me what you mean by a philosopher, and then I can use that as a criterion for telling you how long I've been one, if ever. We'll see how strict your criteria are. Have I been through Ayn Rand University? I went through the predecessor of Ayn Rand University. So before it was called Ayn Rand University, it was called the Objectivist Academic Center. And that's the program. I went through it when it was called that. Actually, I mentioned that on my channel. I'll show you in my little bio here. So if you click on the more thing at the top of somebody's channel, you can get this little description. And it says here, I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. I have a PhD in philosophy from the University of California, Davis, graduated in 2019, which is the same year I started my YouTube channel. Actually, it was overlapping because I defended my dissertation in the September of 2019, and I got the diploma in winter. So maybe December of 2019 is when I officially became PhD. Um, and aside from my graduate studies here, I also did a master's before I did a PhD at a different school. Um, but aside from those academic institutions, I also studied many years at the Ayn Rand Institute in the undergraduate and graduate programs of the Objectivist Academic Center, the OAC, as they call it for short. That was a division within the Ayn Rand Institute. And they had an undergraduate program, which at the time it was 4 years long. And I went through that 4 year program. I was the first in the first class when they started having a 4 year program. Before that, they had programs of 1 year or maybe a couple of years, but they started a 4 year program when I joined. And I went through that. And then they also had some graduate offerings, and that program has also shifted over time. Like for the undergraduate, it changed to 3 years, and then they had a 1 year program for a while. And I don't know if they even have one now. Now I don't even know if they call it Ayn Rand University. I think they might have shifted on to a different term, and now they call it Ayn Rand or Ayn Rand Live Courses. But I haven't seen the Ayn Rand University branding in recent months. It might be ARI Live Courses. I'm not sure why, or maybe they still use Ayn Rand University, but they don't publicize that as much. I don't know all the latest details on how they brand their programs, but when I went through it, it was called the Objectivist Academic Center. And after the 4 years or so of, yeah, well, not or so, exactly. After the 4 years of the undergraduate program, I took a year off and then I uh, rejoined. I applied to their graduate program and I took some courses in that. I took a seminar with Harry Binswanger, and a seminar, a recorded seminar, not a live seminar, with Leonard Peikoff. He gave a course called Confusion Papers. Students of objectivism would write about some confusion they had about the philosophy of objectivism, and then he would analyze the way they were thinking about the issue and um, try to help resolve their confusion. So they were called confusion papers. So I took that course, or at least part of that course. There's actually two stages of it. I took the first part of it, not the second. I would like to take the second, but it wasn't offered when I was there. Maybe I'll take it at some point in the future. But that was, and I also took some seminars with Greg Salmieri. He's another objectivist philosopher who is now teaching at the University of Texas in Austin. When I was working on my dissertation, I got some feedback from him. So I was probably doing graduate courses for about 5 years, or seminars, courses or seminars for 5 years. And my last one, I think, was maybe in 2018. So it's been several years since I've been in that program. All right, I'm going to come back to the chat now on my phone so I can look at a different part of it. Oh, Robert is here. Hi, Robert. Okay, so that was in reply to this one. Prion says, I think mercy is immoral in politics, and mercy ought to be left to the private sector defendants. Politicians have a moral obligation to be cunning and ruthless in pursuing and enforcing rights. We can debate that, he says. Simon says he likes that debate topic, and he's against mercy. Prion expected people to reject that. Mercy is what they have in California. It's soft on crime. Is that why he said that? All right. Uh, what was my thesis on? My dissertation, PhD dissertation, was on the question of whether there are good scientific arguments for physicalism, or also known as materialism. I was showing that if you watch this video, this video is about my dissertation topic, is the mind physical? There's a debate in academic philosophy, and maybe to some extent also outside it, about whether the mind is something material or physical. And the people who say yes, it is, they're materialists or physicalists. And um, if you deny that view, you could deny it in different ways. You could be a dualist and say, no, there's mental stuff and there's physical stuff. There's fundamentally two things. So you're a dualist, and mental stuff is not reducible to something physical, and vice versa. Physical stuff is not reducible to something mental. Those are the dualists. And then you've also got the idealists who think everything is reducible to something mental, like Bishop Berkeley. Um, he was a 18th century British philosopher. Um, so you can watch this video if you want to hear more about my dissertation. So I was arguing against the idea that there's scientific support for materialism. It's often said by philosophers these days that if you want to be scientific and go by the scientific evidence, it makes sense to be a physicalist or a materialist about the mind or consciousness, and say it's a material thing or property. Maybe I should think more about this debate with Latent Prion. Well, let me just think what I have to say about this. You think mercy is immoral in politics, and it ought to be left to the private sector defendants. Immoral in politics. I want a concrete example of what that means. Maybe you could give that. I don't know if we disagree on this topic such that it would make sense for us to debate it, but um, let me think about this a little more. And then you say politicians have a moral obligation to be cunning and ruthless in pursuing and enforcing rights. All right, I don't know if I would agree with that, but I remember you saying you were some hybrid of Nietzsche and objectivism. That cunning makes me think of that cunning and ruthless because I think that might be showing some Nietzschean influence there. The overman, the Ubermensch who lords it over others, perhaps through cunning and being ruthless. So maybe we do have some disagreements we could debate. But I don't think mercy, like mercy to criminals, is good. I think they deserve justice, not mercy. So give them the punishment they deserve. Don't go soft on them. But that's also true of the private sector, though. Like I would say, even in your private life, you should follow mercy. Sorry, you should not follow mercy. You should follow justice. If mercy means something that's contrary to justice, I would say it's a bad thing. Whether it's in politics or in private life, you should be just with people, give them what they deserve, not show mercy and forgive their sins, like Erica Kirk forgiving the murder of her husband's. Um, so she, in her private life, I would say, is doing wrong. Now, whether the legal system shows mercy, that's a different question. Like maybe the legal system will punish the murderer and give him life imprisonment or death penalty, but in her private life, regardless of what the legal system does, I would say that it makes sense. It's best to condemn the murderer and that he deserves death, whether he actually gets death or not. That's not up to you as an individual. But morally, I think what the murderer deserves is death and not forgiveness. There's some things I think are not forgivable, like murder. So maybe we have a disagreement of the on this issue, whether you should be merciful in your private life. All right, now he says, these days I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure I think justice is a virtue. Well, we certainly have a difference there. I'm not sure that's how people use the word in. That's a typo, I guess, in common parlance. So treat people how they shouldn't deserve. Oh, I see. How they don't deserve to be treated. What do I think the mind is? I think plausibly it's a property, a a non-physical property, if that's what you're asking about, if that's what you mean to be asking. I don't think it's material or physical though. Robert says, live for yourself. There's no one else more worth living for. Quoting Rush, the song Anthem. Apropos today's show title. Yeah, I said that in my show title today. We talked about altruism some at the beginning. And the band Rush is influenced by Ayn Rand, the rock band Rush. Their drummer, Neil Peart, was a fan of Ayn Rand, and his song lyrics reflect that. Anthem is the name of one of Ayn Rand's books. Oh, right. So Robert's going to a Rush concert. I've never done that. I've heard some of their music. Very impressive drumming. I was a drummer myself in for several years in I guess I started in sixth grade. I think sixth grade, yeah. And then I did it through my first couple of years of high school. So that would have been about 5 years. I was very into it. I actually considered it as a profession, a potential profession at that stage. And it wasn't just drums. I did percussion more broadly. I played the marimba, it's, which is similar to a xylophone, but it's lower pitched. And I played piano before that. So percussion was my instrument. Instruments, there's so many of them. And I can definitely appreciate Neil Peart's skill as a drummer. All right, so there's some discussion between Simon and Latent Prion about justice. Simon says justice means to treat people how they deserve to be treated. There's a description in OPAR, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand, by Leonard Peikoff, which describes justice as rationality in the evaluation of men. That's the one line description of it. So it's not put quite like this, treating people how they deserve, but you might think that's this formulation here is related to rationality in the evaluation of men. Then there's also a question, well, how do people deserve to be treated? I agree they should be treated as they deserve, but how do they deserve to be treated? Like, does does a beggar on the street deserve to be given $1? Maybe if you're an altruist, you would say yes. Whereas if you're not an altruist, you would more likely say no. And then Simon says, if you're saying these days you don't believe in justice, I was asking if you believe you should be treating people how they don't deserve. So we got a new person here, Colin. Hi, Colin. I'll get to your chat. Let me just read through some of these others. And also, I don't think the question of desserts comes into the picture, says Prion. When I retaliate for an aggression, I'm not doing it to give the aggressor what he deserves. I don't care about him whatsoever. I retaliate to get him out of my way. I retaliate to satisfy myself in producing the reopened vista of possibilities that comes about when he is removed. I do think justice serves an egoistic function, as all the virtues do properly, and I have them listed on my backgrounds. You can see, where's justice? Oh, here I have it at the bottom. Justice, honesty, integrity, and independence. These are four of the virtues of the objectivist ethics, and they all serve egoism. These are all virtues because they benefit yourself. They're all forms of rationality. I don't have rationality listed separately, but reason, when you apply reason and use your reason, when you exercise your reason, you're being rational. So all these other virtues are forms of being rational. As I said, justice is rationality in the evaluation of men. That's how it's defined in Leonard Peikoff's book. And it serves your interest, right? It's rational to, if you give people justice, that benefits you. Like if you don't lock up a murderer, if you let him out on the streets, then he's more likely to kill you or someone you love or care about. So it's egoistic to give that murder justice. It's in your interest to give him justice and not show mercy. And that's in the case of punishment, but also in the case of reward. It's in your interest to reward people who have done good things. That incentivizes them to do more good things. Like if in one way you can reward people is through money. So someone creates a great product like an iPhone, you can pay the company, give Apple hundreds of dollars to buy this, and that's a reward they get in exchange for the value that they've given you. And you're showing them justice. That's one way of showing them justice is they give you something, and then you evaluate that positively, and you give them something in return. You give them money, so it's a win-win transaction. And by giving them money, it's actually in your interest. Now they can create the next iPhone, which is even greater than the last one. They can create new products and they can innovate. So all these virtues are egoistic. They all benefit yourself. And I have some more listed up here on this side. Productiveness and pride. Those are the other subsidiary virtues. So there's rationality is the main virtue, and then there's six subsidiary virtues, which I have listed here on my background. Okay, I was reading, forget which one I was reading, somewhere around here. So Latent Prion is talking about how he's being egoistic. He's retaliating because it contributes to his own enjoyment of life. All of his motives are self-oriented. So that's an egoistic perspective. The notion of justice never enters his mind, he says. He doesn't care what someone deserves. He only cares what I desire to protect myself. All right. Well, I don't know that deserve should be separated. Like maybe, what if you say it like this? What if you say a murderer deserves punishment because I deserve, and everyone else who respects rights deserves being free from force. So maybe if you have a broad look at what people deserve, you do care. Like if you say he deserves this, I deserve that. Like the murderer deserves punishment, life in prison, execution because I deserve freedom. I deserve not to be subject to the dangers of a murder. So maybe if you look at it in that sense, you you would care what someone deserves, not in its own right, but because it has some kind of effect on you. All right, now we get to Colin, who says everybody is egoistic at the core. Altruism is the lightest form of egoism because in the end, we satisfy our internal need to be, for example, validated or perceived as virtuous. What do you think about Mother Teresa? Do you think she's egoistic at the core? We talked about her earlier. Do you think the reason she's doing what she does is because she gets some kind of benefit from it? Or is any benefit she gets just a side product, a byproduct of what she does, and it's not what's motivating her to do it? Why do you think everyone is egoistic at the core, given that there are people like Mother Teresa who, on the face of it, on the surface at least, it's not obvious that they're acting for their own interests. So, what would you say about her? Is she trying to be validated or perceived as virtuous? Is that why she's doing it? If so, why do you think that's her reason for doing it? Did you read her biography and it said that about her? Or do you think that just must be her reason, whether or not she said it? If so, why? All right, some more on justice. Ayn Rand's formulation is admirably exact, says Robert, because nobody can take on the burden of treating everybody as they deserve. You are not the world's policeman. I'm not sure which formulation you mean here. Prion says, I don't know when or where the question of desserts comes in. My retaliation isn't justice, it's satisfaction, efficacy, affirmation, and obstacle removal. At no point have I ever intentionally pursued justice, only satisfaction and liberation from obstacles. So maybe you don't think in terms explicitly of justice, but I don't know if that's necessary to be acting in accord with justice, that you think in terms of it explicitly. But I think you can tie it back to yourself, as I was saying before. Like if you say someone deserves such and such because of what I deserve, because of what's good for me. Murder deserves punishment because I deserve not being murdered. So you're pursuing justice and promoting his incarceration or execution. And it's not that it has no connection to you. That the justice does have a connection to you. It's in everyone's interest that justice be served. I mean, it affects some people more directly than others. Um, like if it's more likely to affect me if there's a murder in my neighborhood than if there's a murder on the other side of the world. But still, I want the murder on the other side of the world to also um, meet justice because it's in my interest for there not to be murderers anywhere. It's in my interest though for him to get justice. Um, so I think there might be a false dichotomy here between pursuing justice and pursuing what's in your interest. Because if you construe justice to be something that is in your interest, then you don't have to choose between those two. As I said, justice is a way of it's one of the virtues that is necessary for an egoistic life. It's justice is part of egoism. It's not like mutually exclusive. Either you're pursuing justice or egoism, but not both. Audrey is here. Hi, Audrey. And she is peeling stickers off of oranges. Simon watched a video by Robert on the analytic synthetic dichotomy. Video with James. Awesome video, says Simon. I don't think you can put links in the chat unless you're the host. But I guess you can find this video on Robert's channel at Robert Nacier. In my opinion, says Prion, justice is a collectivist word I only use when society stands in the way and prevents me from retaliating. When society is denying me retaliation and my freedom from my aggressor, I have to use their notion of justice to appease them and explain why my liberation from that aggressor satisfies their ideas of justice. But I myself was never concerned with justice. I was only ever focused on removing the aggressing obstacle from my way. I'm saying that justice is actually a violation of Rand's razor since it's a concept that would never occur to you from a purely egoistic perspective. Okay. I don't agree with that. I think it is a useful concept. And I think it would be necessary even if there's only one other person. You don't have to be part of society. You can just be with one other person on an island, and there are things that the other person deserves or does not deserve. Like if you have an agreement that you'll try to help each other survive, maybe you'll work on building the shelter and he'll work on catching some fish, and he does his end of the bargain. He catches the fish and you build the shelter, but then you don't give him access to the shelter, and yet he gave you access to some of the fish, and you might say that's unfair. That's not just. You're not giving me what I deserve. We had an agreement that we were going to trade, and you're not giving me what I deserve. That's unjust. So that's a case where you don't need a whole society. Justice pertains to your interactions just with a single individual. Now, maybe you would try to think of it in some other way, which doesn't, you would think of it in terms of liberation from an aggressor, or maybe he would think of that in terms of that if you're not holding up your end of the bargain. Um, but it's not, I mean, I guess it is a social virtue in that by its nature, it involves multiple people, but it doesn't have to be a whole society. It can just be one other person. The because implies intention. Egoism is intentional. Where was the because? Was there a because used up here somewhere? Like, did Prion say he does such and such because of this, but not because of that? He does things because they eliminate obstacles to his enjoyment, not because someone deserves it. That's kind of inserting the word because where I think it might make sense. He doesn't care. Like he's not doing what he does because someone deserves such and such. He's just doing it because it eliminates obstacles to his enjoyment of life. And Audrey is saying, well, if you're doing it because of something, then you have some kind of intention. You're trying to get something, and that's egoistic. So there's not a separation between egoism and justice as Prion might be implying. I think I'm guessing that's what Audrey is getting at with this chat. All right, now we got a bunch more chats from Prion. That's the one about the razor, which I read. So I guess if you think it's a violation of Rand's razor, which is the idea that concepts are not to be multiplied beyond necessity, nor in disregard of necessity. So I guess you think it would be violating the first half of that, that to have the concept of justice is to multiply concepts beyond necessity. We don't really need this concept. We can get along well with other concepts like retaliating or seeking satisfaction, I guess. Um, and then he says, in a purely egoist society, you would just open and declare that you are retaliating or seeking satisfaction against the aggressor, and everyone would understand, agree, and facilitate you. Okay. So let's say someone doesn't hold up his end of the bargain. And like he says, we can go to the island example I gave. You were going to trade shelter for fish, and he gives you the fish, but you don't give him the shelter. And now he retaliates against you, and he says, "All right, I'm knock your house down, your hut on the beach, because you didn't hold up. I'm retaliating. Uh, or he says, I'm seeking satisfaction. Well, I think seeking satisfaction is not good enough because you can do that when you're entirely alone. And I think it's useful to have a concept more specific. Like if you're just by yourself on the island and you're eating coconuts, um, I wouldn't say you're being just, right? There's no issue of justice there. But when it's a context of seeking satisfaction specifically from another individual, then I think that's importantly different enough than just seeking satisfaction, period, that it's helpful to have a concept that just by its nature it activates in one's mind that this is a social context, there's someone else involved, and justice does that. Like if you're alone on the island, it wouldn't make sense to say like I'm pursuing justice right now as I'm eating the coconut. Like someone, if someone hears that, they'd be like, "What are you talking about? Did someone like deprive you of the opportunity to eat coconuts, and now you're trying to get revenge by eating coconuts?" Or, but someone else comes to mind when you say this word, justice. Whereas if you just say I'm seeking satisfaction, um, someone else doesn't necessarily come to mind. And I think it's important to have. So I think seeking satisfaction is too broad to get at what justice means. So if you intend this like as an alternative wording or synonym, I don't think it is that. It's too broad. Retaliating, I guess that's closer because that does more bring to mind that someone else is involved. Like I don't think you would retaliate against the plant. Um, I guess you could retaliate against an animal if it tries to bite you, for example. But there, you wouldn't be seeking justice. Like you don't get justice from a bear. If the bear bites you and you shoot it, you wouldn't say like you got justice. Because justice involves, it's a moral virtue. It involves choice. It means someone has taken some volitional action that you think is wrong, but the bear doesn't have choice. It's not a moral being, not a moral agent. At least I don't think it is. So if I kill a bear that's attacking me, I wouldn't say I got justice. But if I kill a person who's trying to attack me, there I would say I got justice. So I think retaliating is also too broad. It's not a synonym, whereas justice is more specific and it's it implies not only another person, but someone who is volitional, has choice, free will, as opposed to an animal. So I think it is more specific, and these words here don't quite capture what justice is intended to. So um, I think it is useful to have this additional concept, justice, and it's not a violation of Rand's choice, or it's not multiplying concepts beyond necessity. It is necessary because we encounter these sorts of situations all the time, dealing with other people. It is necessary to have a concept for things that we deal with a lot. If it's just a one-off, like it wouldn't make sense to have a special word for retaliating against people who have red hair and are 5'6" and weigh 317 pounds. And I'm going to make up a special concept for that and call it 317 justice or or schmustis. Right? I'm going to make up some new word to deal with exactly that scenario. No, you just have your your regular concept justice, and then you use a phrase to describe the particular person, but it would be multiplying concepts beyond necessity to invent a new word just to describe that situation because it's just a one-off and there's no reason to dignify as so important that particular situation that we're going to create a whole new word that we're going to carry forward in our minds. It adds too much cognitive load. It would be excess cognitive baggage, which just clutters our vocabulary. And it's better to deal with cases like that by just using a descriptive phrase. But justice is a sort of it does denote something that comes up a lot. So that's I think a very useful concept to have and is not multiplying concepts beyond necessity, not a violation of Rand's razor. Okay. It's only because we live in a collectivist society where individual action and individual certainty and rectitude are viewed with suspicion. Therefore, I have to appeal to a collective benefit. No, I don't think it's about collectivism at all. In an individual society, there's still going to be an issue of whether people are getting what they deserve. Like, do you pay people what you owe them? Do you give people? I mean, I think justice is a way of implementing individualism, but it doesn't happen automatically. And even in a society which is individualistic overall, you can still have disputes about what exactly is just in a given case. Um, you might think that someone doesn't give someone else what they deserve. Um, my intent is egoistic. I haven't denied that, says Prion. It's precisely because I am extremely egoistic that I never even thought of justice at all. Well, I I doubt that's true, that you've never thought of justice. I mean, you might have thought of it in other terms, like fairness. Like, did it ever happen that something happened to you and you thought, that's not fair? Well, that's kind of like the same idea. You could say, well, that's not just, or that's not what I deserve. Um, these are just other terms you could use, but and obviously other languages have different terms for justice or different sounds for justice, but the idea of giving people what they deserve is, I don't think that's something you can escape as a human being. So even if you haven't thought exactly in these terms, I think you've thought in some terms about justice. Audrey says, in egoism, one intends to benefit oneself. So an allegedly altruistic action that incidentally ends up benefiting the actor does not make the allegedly altruistic action egoistic to the core. Yeah. Are you quoting someone there? Oh yeah, I think that was egoistic at the core. Maybe that's where you're getting this. Right. So Mother Teresa, even if she's getting some kind of benefit from her actions, that's not enough to make her actions egoistic. If the benefit is just a byproduct of her actions, not the reason she's doing them. She's not intending to benefit herself. She's intending to do something else, like serve God or do her religious duty. And that might give her some satisfaction, but that's not why she's doing it. That's not what she's intending to get out of her actions. It ends up, right? It just ends up benefiting her. Maybe I'm not even saying that's true, but if it if it were true that she benefited, it would just be something she gets incidentally from the action, not intentionally. Prion says, I don't think about aggressors any differently from bears or from any other beasts. I wouldn't talk about justice against an aggressor for similar reasons to why I wouldn't say it about a beast. Audrey says, you get it, Dan. All right, good. You don't think about aggressors any differently from bears or any other beast. I wouldn't talk about justice against an aggressor for similar reasons to why I wouldn't say it about a beast. Well, I wonder what your view of free will is then. Oh, I forgot to erase this thing. I was going to ask you if you can still hear me because I thought I lost my connection, but I never sent that chat. So I'm just going to delete that here. Um, that was there for a long time. So do you not think free will is important? If there, I think you're violating the other part of Rand's razor. So the full razor is don't multiply no don't multiply concepts in disregard of beyond necessity or in disregard of necessity. So I think you are disregarding a needed concept there. Well, both in the case of justice, but also maybe in what do you think about free will? I think it's very important as to whether what's harming you is something that's chosen or not. Like, are you killed because a hurricane hit you or because some person shot you? Now, it's true that the result is the same. You get killed either way, but I think your attitude towards it should be very different. Like in one case, it makes sense to get angry because it could have gone otherwise. A murderer did not have to do what he did, and but it doesn't make sense to get angry at a hurricane, right? Hurricane didn't have a choice. There's no agent there. I mean, you might get angry about the if you had a contract with some company that was supposed to protect you from hurricanes and they didn't um, build your building according to code or something. Maybe there's certain um, specifications and the building is supposed to be able to withstand a hurricane and the building wasn't built according to those specifications, whereas you contracted for it to be built according to those specifications. And then as a result, you or someone else gets injured, someone you value, and now you're angry, but not at the hurricane. You're angry at the person who violated their contract. And um, so I think the sorts of attitudes we have towards people should vary depending on whether we thought it was intentional or not. Or like you don't even have to go outside the realm of human beings. You could take a person. Let's say I kill someone, but it was on accident. Um, um, maybe someone uh, pushes me into someone else, and then that someone else falls off a cliff or something. Now, I was the proximate cause because I'm the one who hit him directly, but I wasn't intending to kill the person. It was the person who pushed me into that person. So I think whether something is intentional or not intentional should make a big difference in what your attitude is and how you deal with it. Like you would punish the person who pushed me, not me, right? Oh, okay. You say you're a compatibilist, but you don't see how free will is related to an aggressor. Whether the aggressor violated your rights by choice or by nature, why does it matter? Okay, so if you're a compatibilist, that means that you think free will and determinism are compatible, or it could also mean you think that moral responsibility and determinism are compatible. Now, but in either case, uh, determinism is involved. So are you a determinist? You could be a compatibilist and not be a determinist. I think most compatibilists probably are determinists. So are you a determinist? Do you think everything that happens is necessary? If you are a determinist, I don't think the idea of rights even makes sense because rights are a they're a boundary that we set up and say, don't go beyond here. Like I have a right to my property, for example. That means other people should not take my property without my permission. But there's a should there. Other people should not do such and such. But that implies they have a choice. So whenever you say, if you say there are rights, that implies people should not cross certain boundaries. Um, but there is no issue of should if you're a determinist. You just do what you have to do, whatever you're necessitated to do by the laws of nature. There's no like, oh, you violated my rights. I had no choice. Like, there's no such thing as a rights violation. If everything is just inevitably determined from all eternity by the laws of physics, okay, now you say you're a determinist. All right. So as Simon says here, I don't think rights makes any sense. It doesn't make sense to say like I have a right to such and such, and if you do this, you're violating my rights. Yet, people don't have a choice about what they do. They're going to do whatever they do just by necessity, and that they couldn't have not violated your rights. So, um, yeah, the I don't think it's coherent to talk about rights if you are a determinist, because rights imply that you should do certain things or should not do certain things, and should doesn't make sense if you're a determinist. There's a saying, ought implies can. Ought is like a synonym for should. Ought implies can, meaning that you can only say someone ought to do something or should do something if they can do that thing. Like you can't tell me you should you should be punctual and show up to your job on time if I can't, right? It only makes sense to say I ought to do such and such or I should do such and such if I can do that thing, if it's possible for me to do that thing. Ought implies can. Likewise, should implies can. All right, I gotta give my voice a little rest here. I've been going for 3.5 hours with no break. Might need a break. Got some more likes here. Thank you. Okay, now they're talking about soft determinism, compatibilism. Morality goes out the window if you're a determinist. So, yeah, not only is there not justice if you're a determinist, because justice is a moral virtue. but there's no morality. There's not even egoism. Like I would, if you're a determinist, then I wouldn't say you're choosing to act in a way that is self-interested. You just are or are not acting in that way. But I think egoism is a moral position. It's a view. Well, I mean, there are different types of egoism. There's ethical egoism, which does imply choice, and then there's psychological egoism, which does not imply choice. Actually, it implies the opposite, that you don't have choice. You're just determined to do what is best for yourself. But um, when I say egoism, the sense of egoism I mean on this background here, that's ethical egoism, not psychological egoism. This is the kind of egoism where you have a choice. You are choosing to act in a way that benefits yourself. And altruism also is a chosen viewpoint. You can either choose to act for your own benefit or for other people's benefit. But both of them are chosen as I'm understanding them here. Prion says he's a determinist metaphysically, and I am a compatibilist on choice. Compatibilism is inherently contradictory. I only affirm compatibilism because I'm unsure whether choice is free. I would say if it's not free, it's not choice. There shouldn't be a question as to whether choice is free. But that's because I'm an incompatibilist. I mean, if you're a compatibilist, the whole point is to say that you could be making choices, yet you're not free, or yet you're determined. But I think that's incoherent. I don't think compatibilism is coherent, that you could both be free and determined, or both be making choices and be determined. You take the compatibilist position because you're unsure. Well, I don't think compatibilism, what are you unsure about? You're unsure about whether choice is free. But then I don't think you're understanding what choice is. Like, I don't think a compatibilist needs to be unsure. He would just say, yeah, I believe in choices and they're not free. They're determined. But they're not unsure as to whether choice is free. They are sure as to whether choice is free. They say it's not. Well, I got to qualify. There's different types of compatibilists. You could be a compatibilist and say that um, they're that you're also a determinist. I wish I had like a scratch pad that I could write out like a chalkboard or a whiteboard. I know there's electronic versions of that, and maybe I'll get that at some point. Maybe I need an iPad for that. Um, but there's a matrix I could probably find one online. So one issue is I don't know. I might butcher this if I try to do this off the top of my head, but you could be a compatibilist and be agnostic actually as to whether determinism is true. You might say, I don't know whether determinism is true, but I can tell you this. If determinism is true, it's compatible with free will. That's what a compatibilist has to say at a minimum. Or if there, even that is there's different types of compatibilists. Um, but I don't think a compatibilist is someone who is unsure whether choice is free, the way it's usually understood. It's just someone who thinks you can have choice or free will, and you can also have determinism. Those two positions are compatible. Looks like Simon is doing the self-refutation thing here. Were you determined to be unsure? There's a argument that purports to show that determinism is a self-refuting position. We got a new person here in the chat, Christian A. Actually, I'm not sure if Christian A, maybe I've seen you here before once. I'm not sure. You can let me know. He says you should talk about how free will is a part of epistemology in objectivism. Well, it's actually presented as the anti-room of epistemology in Leonard Peikoff's book. I see Greg is saying something about that. It is a prerequisite to epistemology. Yeah, in Leonard Peikoff's book, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand, he describes two topics as being in the anteroom, the room before you get to the grand hall of epistemology, and he puts sense perception and volition in that anteroom. So before you even get to epistemology, which is the branch of philosophy that deals with questions of how we know things, a prior issue is what is the nature of the mind? Do we have a mind is our mind, do we have control over our minds? Is our mind connected to the world through sense perception? Those are more basic issues. And then once you've got answers to that, like it's only because we have free will that it makes sense to have a science of epistemology. Like if epistemology is giving us guidance on how to use our minds, there's the should creeping in, right? How should you use your mind? You should do this and not that. Use your mind this way, not that way. Don't commit the fallacy of ad hominem or circular reasoning. You shouldn't do that. Well, there's a should there. Well, that implies you have a choice in the matter that you could have done otherwise. So that implies you've got free will. So the whole issue of epistemology and how you should think in order to obtain knowledge, that implies that you have some choice in the matter. There's no point in giving someone guidance on how they should use their minds if they have no choice, if they have no free will. Soft determinism. He says, I've repeatedly said I'm a compatibilist on choice. Okay, but what that means is not that you're unsure about whether choice is free. That's not what it means to be a compatibilist. So that wouldn't be the reason you say you're a compatibilism because of this, but I think you're misunderstanding what compatibilism is there. It's the idea that you think free will is compatible with determinism. I could do a quick search on this. Let me do a quick Google search, and then you won't just get my word for it. You can here's the AI overview. Compatibilism is the philosophical view that free will and causal determinism are compatible. And the next sentence brings in morality. It argues that a person can be free and morally responsible for their actions, even if those actions are the result of a chain of prior causes. Compatibilists define free will not as the ability to have done otherwise in an identical situation, but rather as the ability to act according to one's own desires without external coercion. So it's not the view that you're unsure whether choices are free. You have to bring, it has to involve determinism. It's what it says here. Free will and causal determinism are compatible. You can have both of those things. They're not mutually exclusive. Both determinism and indeterminism invalidate choice. So all that's left is compatibilism. Now, I think you might want to read up on the, you could just read like a Wikipedia article or the Stanford Encyclopedia article about compatibilism. And I think you'll find that this is not how the term is understood. Yeah, that's a pretty good description from Greg here. The view that determinism is, well, okay. Yeah, see, there's actually a difference between soft determinism and hard determinism. So um, both are compatibilists, but so here's two people. One person says free will and determinism are compatible. Both can be true at the same time. How does this work? It's been a long time since I've okay, right, okay. It just came back to me what soft determinism is. So if you affirm the truth of determinism, you're a determinist. And then that splits into hard and soft determinists. So if you're a soft determinist, you'll say determinism is true, and yet I'm still free and morally responsible. A hard determinist will say determinism is true, and I'm not free, and I'm not morally responsible. So they give up on the idea of moral responsibility and freedom. They just assert they're determinists and they bite the bullet and says it might seem like biting a bullet because it might seem very counterintuitive that no one is morally responsible for anything they do, and we can't blame or it makes no sense to blame or praise anyone, reward or punish anyone because nothing they do was in their choice. Hard determinist just says, "Yep, our whole institutions of praising, blaming don't make any sense." Um, Whereas soft determinists will try to make sense of it and say, yes, I do agree we're all determined, but I still think people should be held morally responsible for things and they're still free. I don't think that makes sense. I think the hard determinist is actually more consistent. Now, the hard determinist is not a compatibilist. So the hard determinist does not think uh, determinism is compatible with free will or moral responsibility, whereas the soft determinist does. Um, But soft determinism is not the same as compatibilism. So, what would be someone who is a compatibilist but not a soft determinist? That would be someone who says someone could be free. Sorry, if someone is determined, they could also be free and morally responsible. But as a matter of a fact, they're not determined. So it's a hypothetical position. They're not saying determinism is true, which you have to say if you are a soft determinist, because you're actually affirming that determinism is true. But if you just say if determinism is true, I'm not saying it is true, but if it were true, it could still be the case that someone is free and morally responsible. But as a matter of fact, determinism is not true. That would be someone who's a compatibilist, but not a soft determinist. Now, I think most compatibilists are soft determinists, but it's not a necessary position to hold. You could be a compatibilist and not be a soft determinist. But if you read an article on Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy or Wikipedia, it'll lay all this out probably. So I recommend checking that out if you're interested in this topic. Our actions are caused by our desires, says Greg. Compatibilism does not maintain that humans are free. Yeah, it's a different sort of position. It doesn't take a view on whether humans are free. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. But in either case, um, they could be both free and determined. That's the essence of the compatibilist view. You could have both. Whether or not you actually do have both is a distinct question. Whether you do have both freedom and determinism. It's not like a square circle. Like that just on its face. You couldn't even have those. You couldn't have a square circle. It's impossible. Um, unlike a 5,000 foot tall circle. You might say, well, that's at least possible. That's not like a square circle, a 5,000 foot tall circle. Maybe there aren't any such circles, but it's at least possible. So compatibilism is a view of what's possible. It's possible to have both free will and determinism. Whether or not there is actually, in fact, such a combination is a separate question. Just as you might say, well, it's possible for there to be a 5,000 foot tall circle, but whether there actually is, in fact, such a circle is a separate question. So it's compatibilism is a view of what occupies the possibility space, not the actual space. Whereas soft determinism is taking a view on what's actually true. Um, not only is it possible that there could be both a being who is free and determined, but there are in fact such beings. Whereas the hard determinist is more like the square circle, saying it's not even possible for there to be such a being that's both free and determined. Compatibilism offers a solution to the free will problem, which concerns a disputed incompatibility between free will and determinism. Per Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, I assume that's what this refers to. The SEP, objectivism, holds that free will is a type of causality. Yes, I went over this one. I think free will is a metaphysically axiomatic concept. guys, you can't just assert that things are axiomatic as a way to preclude opposition. Is that what he's doing? Is he merely asserting it, or does he have some evidence? It requires free will to affirm or deny free will, says Greg. Anyway, Dan, well, you have three topics to debate with me on a call if you want. Mercy as a moral in politics, justice as a violation of Rand's razor, and compatibilism. Well, I've already talked about those quite a bit now. So I don't know. Is there still more to debate? This was 12 minutes ago, that chat. Um, maybe let me think about it a little more. Let me go through some more of these chats. Christian A says, "Do you plan on debating with any secular humanists?" I didn't have any plans. I don't have any debates that are scheduled to happen, but I'm not opposed to doing such a debate. If you know someone who you think might be a good person to debate, I'm happy to hear about it. Do you know any secular humanists who might want to debate me? Someone contacted me through email, not a secular humanist, but I think a religious person a week or two ago and said he wanted to debate me. And I said, sure, sounds good. But I never heard back from him. So I don't know if he gave up on the idea or what. I haven't done many debates recently. I used to do them more often. I'm not, why haven't I done debates as often? I guess maybe one reason is I'm thinking of what's best for my channel, and I've been getting a lot of watch time since I started live streaming, and subscribers have also grown some, not as much as the watch time. The watch time has been the most dramatic change. I was going to show you on my analytics how much the watch time has changed. Like if I zoom out to the last year, 365 days, you can see how much watch time I got when I started in March um, compared to before. But subscribers, like I don't think you're going to see that dramatic of a change. So what was this? Oh, that was when I did my Facebook post and I got a bunch of subscribers that day, August 1st. But it's grown some, but not as dramatically as the watch time. I've been mostly focused on just getting the watch time up in recent months, and I found that live streaming is a great way to do that. So, um, sometimes a reason to do debates with other people is to get in front of other audiences, and then hopefully some of those people will subscribe, and that does happen sometimes. But I've been more focused on getting my watch time up because that's really what I need to get my channel monetized. As I showed before here, I already have the 500 subscribers I need to get monetized so that I can start taking super chats. I just need more watch time here. So that's really been my focus recently. And I don't know that having debates is going to help much with that. Um, I mean, I think it would probably help some, but is it going to is it going to be worth the time it takes to organize the debate? I don't know. Um, Not as clear. So maybe after I hit my watch time goal, I will devote more time to then building up my subscribers again. Because you can see I still need to get more subscribers to get fully monetized so I can get ads on my videos and get some of that ad revenue. So maybe I'll shift my focus more back to a subscriber, to getting more subscribers after I hit my watch time goal. And maybe when I do that, I will start doing more debates. But right now, I just want to focus most on what helps my watch time. When am I going to get some lunch? You all were talking about food earlier. Latent Prion came on here when he was starting his lunch. Uh, oh, thought I would have been hungry by now. So I might need a snack break soon. Maybe this is a good time for that, but let me just I want to look at this chat some more first. If I affirm both, oh, that I didn't, that wasn't in the, oh yeah, I read this one. Uh, Sometimes I think it might be better just to debate like we're doing it now, where you're in chat and I'm just talking. Um, Depending on the topic or the person, I might think just doing a kind of hybrid debate like this is most productive. Um, Yeah, yeah, I'm not sure that it would be better to do a call on these topics with you right now. I'll still entertain that like as an option in my mind, but right now I just want to look at the chat. I could also do a poll. Should I do a poll? Maybe I'll do that. Do you want to hear a debate between me and Prion? Still talking about determinism? Or maybe I'll do yeah, I'll do a poll. See what people think, and I'll take that into account. Should I do a call with Latent Prion to debate free will or something else? Yes, no, and I'll add an option that says something else. Um, so this would mean you want to debate, but not on that topic, not on the free will topic. Debate something else. Here, let me change this a little bit. I'm going to take this out here, and then I'm going to say yes, debate, but on something else other than free will. That's what that means. All right, let's see what the chat thinks. Yeah, debate or discussion. It doesn't have, you can interpret it as debate or discussion. Could be a little more low key, I guess, if it's discussion. Yeah, I can add two options to the poll besides yes and no. Those are given by YouTube. I can't change those, but I can add two more options. All right, we got one yes. Two yeses. It would help give my voice a rest. That's one benefit. Three votes, three yeses. All right. We've got an overwhelming majority so far. So I guess all these are they want to hear about the free will topic because none of them are yes debate, but on something else. All right, now we got one no, three yeses, one no. Maybe I'll give it a few more minutes. If you do, I think you should take a break first. Yeah, I probably should. Florida Nick. Make sure I have enough energy. Greg is cooking the turkey before Thanksgiving. All right, how about in either case, it's now is probably a good time for a break. So I'll leave it up. I'll leave this poll up during the break, and then I'll see if I get any more votes. And I guess if I don't get any more votes, I'll just take his call. I'll go with the majority here, and we'll do a call. So let me take like a how long should I break? 10 minutes, 15? Last time I did 10 to 15. I'll say 10 to 15 minutes. Maybe I'll break the record today. I don't know. My record is like 7 hours and 15 minutes. I've gone for about 4 hours, a little more than that. We'll see if my voice holds up. All right, so I'm going to take a break. Let me change my name on Zoom. Rename. Maybe I should say I instead of Dan this time. I used to say Dan will be back in 10 to 15 minutes, but I could say I will be back. I guess the only reason I left it in the third person last time is because I already have Dan Norton. So I just reused Dan. If I say Dan will be back, it sounds like I have a producer and he's telling you what's happening to me. But I'm doing this solo, so um, I think for today I'm going to try it with the first person I, and ego, self will be back. I will be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. All right, now my name is changed. And it is now 3:10. So at 3:20 to 3:25 Pacific time, I plan to be back. And then maybe we'll do a debate or a discussion with Latent Prion on free will. All right, I'm going to turn off my mic and camera and stop the screen share. And I will see you in a bit. All right, have a good break. Bye. All right, I am back. Sorry, that might have been a little bit longer than I expected. Let me get my camera going again. Okay, and change my screen name back to Dan Norton. There we go. And let's see if there are any changes in the poll that I did. There you go. There were 4 votes, still 4 votes. Okay. So I'm going to end the poll now. All right. Well, if Latent Prion is still here, I invite him to call in and we can have a discussion or debate about free will. Are you still there, Latent Prion? Okay, a bunch more chats from Greg, I see. Maybe I'll look at those while I'm waiting to see if Latent Prion. Oh, he says to share the Zoom link. Sorry, I forgot to remember when I unpinned it. That reminds me of something else. Yeah, I unpinned it because I had to copy and paste the chat, remember, into the other window in case that the YouTube live chat replay wasn't available. So I got to go back to the top. What was the last chat? That was 1:15 p.m. So let me copy all the way back to there. If I can still go back that far. Yeah, looks like I can. And click on this, copy, paste. Okay. So there was multiple chats at 1:15. So I didn't need to copy these two. I can delete these. We don't want duplicates. All right, so I got to repin this chat, but that's the one. Let me see if I can scroll all the way back to that one. No, see if I scroll. Oh yeah, I just had to. Here, let me repin that chat so it doesn't get lost. I hope that didn't deter other people who might have wanted to call in. If you ever noticed that the call-in link has disappeared, feel free to let me know and I can repin it. So you should be able to call in now using this link. Oh, I got to get my AirPod too because I haven't been using that because I haven't needed it yet. Prion has called in before, I think a couple times, at least a couple times. All right, I see he's entered the waiting room. Um, that was the Zoom notification I just got. Let me scroll back to the bottom here and make sure I've got my. Oh, I gotta stop showing the chat, at least for now, while I make sure I have my Zoom settings correct. Now, Prion, if you want to do video, we can do video, or we could just do audio. It's up to you. But let me first admit you so we can at least hear you. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me and everything?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Hello, Dan. Nice to see you again. Oh, to talk to you
Yeah,
again.
yeah. Well, welcome back. Thanks for offering to call in. I appreciate it. Did you want to do video or just audio?
For me, just audio. I'm happy for you to stay on video. You do you.
Okay, let me just plug in my laptop 1 second.
Mm.
My battery is getting low. Don't want this to crash in the middle. All right, so you, I think that you were gonna we were gonna discuss or debate free will. Is that your
Mm.
understanding?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know where you want to start. Uh, we could get into this a number of ways. Um, do you have a preference on how this goes?
Not really, other than, maybe like hierarchical order, which you would probably agree with, context hierarchy. So just start with
Yeah,
my and then
yeah.
moving
I think
on.
it's good to get to the most fundamental points possible. And that reminded me of um, a point about that came up in the chat about it being axiomatic. You said at one point, um, maybe I should share my screen now. You said something about you guys can't just say it's axiomatic
To
to avoid
preclude.
opposition,
Yeah.
and that's a very fundamental point. Like, is free will an axiom? I mean, if it is, then you can't get more fundamental than that. So if we want
Mm.
to be at the bottom of the hierarchy, then that issue might be a good one to start with. I shared the chat now, so it should be visible on screen again. I was just looking for the here, let me do a search on, yeah, here it is, axiom. Simon, I guess Simon started that when he said he thinks free will is a metaphysically axiomatic concept, and then you said, guys, you can't just assert that things are axiomatic as a way to preclude opposition. So, do you think we should talk about that? Would that be good, or do you have other ideas?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about the status of free will as an axiom. I think the first thing, I'm not sure that Rand or Peikoff define free will as an axiom. I could be wrong. I think they define it as a corollary of consciousness, and that consciousness is an axiom. And they define that as a corollary immediate inference from consciousness. And they say that because of that, it has some sort of an extended status as an axiom. But I don't think that you can just go from consciousness being axiomatic to saying that free will is also axiomatic. If you want to say that free will is a corollary of consciousness, I'm not entirely certain that that necessarily follows, but I don't think you can claim that it gains axiomatic status just because consciousness is also an axiom. Also, just this is a stretch conversation if you want to go there, but I define axioms differently from the way that objectivism defines axioms.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we can get into that. I just want to see if, so I guess I'm not showing up now. I was just looking to see if my little box in the corner still shows up, and I think maybe it doesn't. Because I'm looking at the hold on a second. I'm trying to get the image on my phone. Okay. Okay, yeah, I guess it does. think it does show up now. All right, I'm just going to keep this over here where I can look at it. So where's my note page? I was going to go to make some notes on things you were talking about. Here we go. Okay, so here's one question. Is free will an axiom or a corollary of an axiom?
Yeah. For me, it's neither. In objectivism, as I understand, objectivism says it's a corollary of the axiom of consciousness.
Okay, now the term corollary or corollary, I pronounce it corollary. I remember that being used in Leonard Peikoff's book with regard to the issue of causality. So he says the law of identity is an axiom, but the law of identity applied to action is the law of causality. So things have a nature, that's self-evident, that's the axiom. But then to then say things have to act in accordance with their nature, that is a one step removed. It's a corollary. Because things have a nature, therefore they must act accordingly. So the law of identity, when you apply it to actions, is a corollary, and that's the law of causality. But I don't remember him saying that volition or free will is a corollary of consciousness. Um, I mean, I could consider it now, but off the top of my head, but I don't think he says that at least. I don't remember him saying that. Maybe someone in the chat can confirm or disconfirm that. I know some people have access to the CD-ROM. Maybe they could do a search on the word corollary and see if it's used only with regard to causality or is it also used with regard to free will.
Mm.
But just thinking off the top of my head, I think it might be considered well, I think it is self-evidence. Um, so you could say it has axiomatic status. Now, an axiom is a proposition, but like if I say existence exists, that's a proposition, that's a statement or a sentence, and it's made up of axiomatic concepts. So concepts combine to form propositions. And in addition to there being axiomatic concepts, you could say something has axiomatic status. And maybe what that means is it's just a self-evident truth. Like you could say the level of sense perception has axiomatic status, like you can't get underneath it, and maybe it's implied in any attempt to deny it that it's true or that it's valid. So there are different forms of the term axiom. There's like axiom, and then there's axiomatic status, and there's axiomatic concept. So maybe some of all that is relevant to making sense of how we interpret um, volition. Now, I just remembered that there is in the section on volition, or one of the sections on volition in OPAR, Leonard Peikoff says, I think he titles it Volition as Axiomatic. And I'm pretty sure, but actually, I could Google that, and I actually want to bring that up. I want to see the table of contents of OPAR, and I want to see the. I don't. I wish I had my book in front of me, but someone can confirm. Maybe you can confirm, or I could. I guess I could get this on. Oh, I think I found what I needed. Yeah, here is. Here, I'll share this. This is what I was thinking of. So here's Leonard Peikoff's book, Objectivism: The Philosophy of Ayn Rand, which often gets called OPAR. And here's the table of contents. And chapter 1, reality. Chapter 2, sense perception and volition. And then that is broken down into subsections. And there's one called volition as axiomatic. So there, at least, he's not saying it's a corollary of an axiom. He doesn't say it is an axiom, but he says it's axiomatic. And I think maybe what he means there is that it's it's self-evident. You just observe it. You don't infer from something else that you have volition. You just directly observe by introspection that you have volition. And And then the knowledge that you have volition is contained in all other knowledge, at least all other conceptual knowledge. Um, it implies that you have volition. Like in order to know anything, you first have to know that you were able to control your mind in such a way that you can regard it as knowledge. You wouldn't have any valid claim to say something is knowledge if you didn't have control over your mind, i.e., if you didn't have free will. So I think that's why he calls it axiomatic here. But maybe I should pause here because I've been going on for a while and see if you want to say anything at this point.
Yeah. Well, the reason I brought up the distinction between free will as a corollary axiom versus an axiom is I was just trying to point out that even within the objectivist canon, to my recollection, I could be wrong. Maybe he did call it, maybe Rand and Peikoff or Rand or Peikoff did call it an axiom and not a corollary axiom. But I was saying, even if you want to say that it's, a corollary axiom or whatever, a corollary axiom is one which is inferred from another axiom as an
Well,
immediate
that would
inference.
just be a corollary, not an axiom. So a corollary is an inference from something else. So I think it's either an axiom or a corollary of an axiom, but it's not both an axiom and a corollary.
That's totally reasonable. I guess the
Okay.
point I was trying to make altogether was that the the first point was I don't think you can just call anything you want an axiom. And then also I was also trying to say that, well, and of course in saying that I was also implicitly denying that volition is an axiom. And then also I was going to say, well, to my recollection in objectivism, it's called a corollary from an axiom. And from there, I was just going to point out that, well, I don't think there's any way to directly infer as an immediate inference that volition must follow from the fact that you're conscious. Um, but
Oh,
I didn't
yeah, it
say
doesn't.
this.
It doesn't. It doesn't follow from the fact that you're conscious, because that would mean all animals have volition because they're conscious, but they're not volitional. Plausibly, it follows from conceptual consciousness, the distinctively human level. I think that's the point that's made in objectivism, and maybe that's what you were thinking when you were saying it's a corollary. So it's a corollary of the fact that we have conceptual consciousness, that we have volition. I think that's probably what it was that you were thinking of. Oh, actually,
Perhaps.
here's the thing I was saying before. Causality is a corollary of identity. That's in chapter one. But
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
Sure, yeah, yeah. Um, so sure. And I guess my point is altogether, I to state my position overall on this determinism thing is to say that, or compatibilism thing is, sorry, I think you are trying to start off. You would say the proper hierarchy or the logical order for this debate should be to start with what you would call axioms, but I think rather I would start with metaphysics. And I would just point out, well, existence exists if you want to use that as a starting point. And I would say that, things are what they are and they must act in accordance with their identity. And so, if a thing acts, against its identity, it would be the same as it being what it is while having a nature other than what it has. So that's a contradiction. And that's why things must act in accordance with their nature. Now, from there, if this is indeed applicable to all phenomena and all substances, then it sort of implies that it also applies to those phenomena which arise from substances. Does this seem reasonable so far?
Yeah, I think I see where you're going with this. Like, let me just make sure I understand. So, because it's part of the objectivist metaphysics that things must act in accordance with their nature, you infer from that that there can't be something like free will, because that would imply that something is not acting in accordance with their nature. Is that the idea?
Not quite. I'm just laying down the metaphysical groundwork, and whether or not
Okay.
choice is compatible with that is something that we can discuss separately. But whatever discussion we have is going to be based on a set of metaphysical conclusions that we accept, right? And I'm just checking to see you accept that. I'm sure you accept the conclusion that things are what they are. They must act in accordance with their nature. You would definitely accept that, right?
Yes.
Mhm. And then from there, now the question is, what is the nature of consciousness? What is it? And I think that you would take the position that consciousness is an emergent phenomenon, whereas I would say that consciousness is a process. I would say there is no emergent, I would deny emergentism altogether. I would say I'm a full and pure reductionist. I would say that you can fully reduce consciousness to the actions of the particles in the brain. Consciousness, as far as I'm concerned, is just the action of the brain. In the same way that a hurricane is the action of the wind, or the same way that fire is the action of oxygen and fuel. When they act in a particular way, we call that action fire, right? I would also say that consciousness is the action of the brain. And I would say there's no emergent extra thing at all. And so that's kind of where I come from. And that's why I then say, well, since consciousness is merely action, then it must be action in accordance with the nature of the phenomena which are acting, which are the brain cells, the atoms, and so on. So I find it inescapable, and to say that, I find it inescapable that I must conclude that this action must be in accordance with the material substrate that gives rise to it, or that enacts it, more specifically.
Okay. I'm taking some notes. I want to share my notes actually. Let me just create a new Google Doc and then people can follow along better, I think. So I'm just going to copy these onto the new file
Yeah.
and then I'm going to merge that with the screen that I'm sharing. I think it's now visible. All right. So I wrote, we talked about this first one here. Is free will an axiom or a corollary of an axiom? And then um, start with metaphysics. That's, and then you were saying that's what you said. And then you said, do I agree that things must act in accordance with their nature? Which I said, yes. Let me make this a little bigger. And then there's my abbreviation. Consciousness is emergent. That's the objectivist view, I think you said.
No,
But
I think that's your position. I do not think objectivism um, in any way accepts emergentism. I think that objectivism says that consciousness is the action of the brain. I think Rand said that specifically. Um,
this is my view, not the objectivist view that consciousness is emergent.
I think that's what you said. Um,
I do
but I
think
think,
it emerges. I don't know that Ayn Rand disagrees with that when she says it's a process. Like she does say that consciousness is a process in ITOE, Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. The first sentence of that book is consciousness as a state of awareness is an active process, not a passive, not passive, something like that. Someone can look it up for me. I don't have the exact words, but she does say it's a process there. And I'm fine with that. I have no, I think it could be both an emergent property and a process or an action. Like you could think of a you can think of a property as a broad term, and then there are different types of properties. There are actions. There are I don't know what else you would put in there, but it's one of these deep metaphysical category terms, and I don't think there's any contradiction to say action consciousness is a property and to say it's also an action, at least if you understand property in a broad enough sense. We could talk about that some more, but I don't really have a problem with saying consciousness is a property and at the same time saying it's an action or a process. I understand those as being compatible. So that's one point we can get into if you want. Um, but you make this other point about you're a reductionist. Here, let me add a separate bullet for that. Latent Prion. Maybe I should put that LP for short, not Leonard Peikoff, to make it clear. LP is a reductionist because we got multiple LPs here. I'm gonna make sure we're talking about the right one. LP is a reductionist. You think consciousness, and maybe I'll put this as my, I'll note that that's my abbreviation for consciousness. Um, Consciousness is the action of the brain. That's your view. Uh, Maybe this second point is more interesting to talk about, but we could talk about either of these. Do you want to go in a certain direction on maybe I should number these. You can refer to them as like 2A, 2B, and I can say, do you want to talk about 2A or here? Should we focus on 2B or 2C or something else?
well, uh, It depends on how you want to do this. So I think if you just let me lay out my sort of my perspective, and then we can then contrast it against yours when we understand what mine is, and then if we have a fuller view of what I'm saying, you can contrast against your fuller view. Does that make sense?
Okay, so you've got a fuller view. So yeah, you can lay out your fuller view. That's fine.
Hmm. But just in chat, I see that somebody's pasted something. It seems like it's a paste from Takeoff, but I'm not sure. Could you verify? Ask is it somebody put seems like
I,
somebody
I
pasted
just
something from Takeoff.
which chat are you looking at?
Greg Lewis, your chat. He says,
Greg Lewis.
I'm reading a quote here. He's saying it begins with the word volition accordingly. So
Okay,
volition
yeah, I got it.
accordingly. Yeah. If that is
Yeah.
a page from Takeoff, then I don't know what that's supposed to mean. But in any case, I'm not using it as proof of anything. I was just saying the only reason I brought up volition as a corollary is because that's what I read from objectivism. And I'm not saying that I think that's true because I don't, but I was saying even objectivism, I was saying like, even objectivism has to sort of say that it's not axiomatic in itself, something like that, right? That's what I was saying. But let's put that aside. Uh, so I say consciousness is a process. It's the action of the brain in the same way that I would say that fire is the action of oxygen and fuel. And so to me, there's no emergent anything. It is just you can reduce consciousness to merely the action of the particles in the brain. Now, from there, if this is indeed true, then I find it difficult, me personally, I find it difficult to understand how there could be anything within that process which just somehow breaks the causal nature of the particles which are enacting that process. In the same way that I would expect fire to burn deterministically, and I wouldn't just expect fire to just like, make a choice and have free will to just choose to burn, at a different temperature from what the materials require it to burn at, or to just, suddenly decide to, I don't know, burn something that's not fuel or whatever, right? I don't expect to have that kind of latitude to choose. I also don't expect consciousness to have that latitude to choose in ways that go against what is given to it by, its underlying substrate.
Okay.
Um, and so now with respect to choice, though, there is also the fact that I introspect and I directly observe that I am making choices. And so I start off in metaphysics and say, well, clearly determinism must be true if identity is indeed true, and then if causality does indeed follow as a corollary from identity. But then I then introspect and I have this directly observed phenomenon in my own experience, which is that I am making these choices. And so because I see that I'm making these choices, I can't deny the evidence of my senses and say, specifically the evidence of my introspective sense, and say, well, this must be ignored. So the reason I take a compatibilist position then is to say that I don't know how to square the fact that I observe myself making choices with the fact that my consciousness is a material phenomenon, which is the action of my brain, and therefore it must have particular determined behaviors. I don't know how to square the two. And so, as I understand, the correct position to take here is that I say, well, I am a compatibilist because even though I affirm determinism, I see this free will thing and I don't know how to square them, but I know that they must be squared somehow and that free will must be made compatible with determinism somehow. So I say they are compatible and I don't know how. Now, I have ways of making it compatible, but that's just generally the compatibilist position, right? That's what I understand it to be. It's just to say that free will is somehow compatible with determinism.
Yeah, that's part of at least part of compatibilism. There's also whether moral responsibility is compatible with determinism. But that helps me understand some more about where you're coming from. And I do have some thoughts on that. I just am wondering right now why okay, my picture wasn't showing up in the screen for a while, but it just popped in. So that thing I was wondering about has been resolved. Okay. So it sounds like you might have a wrestling with some issue which I wrestled a lot with myself when I first got into objectivism, free will was the main thing I wrestled with. I didn't understand how it could be compatible with the laws of physics. I thought of human beings as collections of particles, atoms, molecules, and these particles just act according to the laws of physics as they must act. As you said about the fire, the fire doesn't have any choice about how it acts. It's just made up of these particles, oxygen and whatever else, um, hydrogen, I don't know. And it acts as a must given the laws of physics. And we too, as human beings, we're just a bunch of particles, so we must act as the laws of physics dictate. So, but then there's the introspection, which you also mentioned. And how does this argument square with the introspective observations? And I think the introspection is more fundamental in some way, at least. It's self-evident, whereas this argument about physics and particles that involves inferences, and you have to know something about science. It's not something you just directly observe. So you might think that we should give priority or some kind of preference to the introspective observations and say, okay, if you've got some arguments from physics or metaphysics that somehow conflicts with what you directly observe, then you've got to throw out your argument, not the direct observations, because those are just self-evident. They're irrefutable. You have to make sure that your argument is compatible with what you directly observe, not try to twist the observations to somehow fit some theory or argument that you come up with. So the epistemological fundamental, I think there's we might want to say that that should carry more weight. So maybe that should lead one to think something has gone wrong in the argument if the argument conflicts with the what's directly observed. You see what I mean?
I understand.
Like if
The
you have an
point
ar
with
Zeno's paradox is also used. Like Zeno has this argument that you can't move, motion is impossible, you can't cross a room because to cross the whole distance, you have to cross half of it first, and to cross the half, you have to cross half of that, and there's just an infinite number of distances you have to cross, and you can't go an infinite number of distances. So therefore, it's impossible to cross a room. Yet, you can just see with your eyes. Obviously, you can cross a room, get from point A to point B. So there must be something going wrong with this argument, and it's better to find out whatever went wrong rather than throw out the observation and say, oh, actually, I guess I didn't really cross the room.
Mhm. Yeah. So I think you're basically saying you're appealing to direct observation and saying that direct observation should take precedence over inferences because inferences are built upon direct observations. So you should never violate your direct observations in your inferences. Make sense? That's basically what you're saying, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Um,
making a note. Direct observation is greater than inferences. That's how I will abbreviate it here. And then I don't know if you can you see the notes that I'm typing out here?
yeah, I'm seeing them.
Okay, good. Yeah,
So
that's the
yeah,
idea.
I agree with you that inferences should be reduced to direct observations and that and inferences are validated by direct inferences. So you're correct. And in fact, it's precisely because we directly observe the law of identity and the law of causality that we must take it seriously. We do, in fact, directly observe it in introspection, in fact. So you can directly observe the law of identity as follows. Try to imagine yourself, try to imagine in your mind a single shape which is simultaneously a square and a circle without overlapping, and being only one shape, a single shape which is simultaneously both a square and a circle. You'll find that to be very problematic, right? And so
Hmm.
when you try to do it, it's not just that you try to do it and you fail. It's that when you try to do it, your mind seems to be aborting. Your mind seems to be like bailing. It's not able to do it. You expend the effort and you feel as if it's like in computer science we call it an exception or a fault. It's like the CPU experiences a fault. I don't know how to explain it other than that. Um, and so you are directly observing the law of identity there. You're observing the fact that you can't make the part of your brain which is constructing the image, construct both a circle and a square at the same time. You are directly observing the law of identity in introspection. So so what I'm saying is that in the same way that you directly observe choice, you also directly observe the law of identity in introspection. And so they are actually not, it's not that one is inferred and the other is directly observed. Actually, both of them are directly observed. And they're both facts that you must reconcile with at the same level of direct observation.
Yeah, I think you do. Well, I don't know. I was thinking like, do we, in that example, are you observing the law of contradiction or the
Yeah,
law of identity or both? Um,
yeah,
I'm not sure. I mean, these are the law of identity stated explicitly is A, and then the law of contradiction or the law of non-contradiction is a thing cannot be both A and non-A at the same time and in the same respect. And these are explicit abstract formulations which involve conceptual understanding. But if we're talking about directly observing, then we're talking about something perceptual or something introspected, and you're obviously not observing the words, but you're somehow grasping like a child before it has any words. If it looks out at the world and it sees something, maybe it sees a ball, and it doesn't simultaneously see in the same place a box. It's either a ball or a box or something else, but it's not all of those things at once. And it couldn't even imagine what it would be like. You can't even imagine what a round box is. Um, so what is it to see the law of identity? I mean, the baby can see a ball, but in seeing the ball, is it seeing the law of identity, or is it I guess when it's grasping that it is what it is and it's not something else. So maybe when it grasps like this is my ball, it's not my stuffed animal. It's not the same thing. Maybe that's some kind of way of grasping the law of identity. Um, I'm trying to get into the nitty gritty of what it means to grasp the law of identity. And
I
I
think
don't claim to have this all worked out, but I'm just trying to, I'm sort of thinking aloud here. Go ahead. You sounded like you had something to say.
I think you're correct. You are correct in pointing out that that in my example, you didn't directly observe the law of identity. You directly observed the law of non-contradiction. And it's important to note as well, maybe I should characterize things correctly first. So when you try to imagine the square and the circle and you found that your mind just sort of bailed on you and was unable to do it, you 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 observed yourself in the act of attempting to do the square and the circle. You had the goal of constructing a shape with these characteristics. You attempted to do it. You saw yourself attempt to do it. And then you saw yourself fail. You saw all of these things. And this is what the law of non-contradiction means to you in that first observation. The referent that you store for that concept is that attempt and that failure. Now, with respect to choice, it's the same thing. When you observe choice, what do you actually observe? Introspectively, you observe yourself having a goal, just like when you had the goal to make the shape. When you're choosing, you also had a goal, and then you observe your mental processes in selecting, let's say, among three options. And what you actually experience is like you are comparing the options in some way, and then somehow magically you're able to collapse the options. You have three options, A, B, and C. And somehow at the end of that process, we don't even know how, you just end up focusing only on C. And A and B are no longer anywhere in the picture. They're just gone. And you just somehow go by some inexplicable process from focusing on A, B, and C, and then to just focusing on C alone. And again, all you've done there, you've observed yourself undertaking a process in pursuit of a goal, a process, an attempt, and effort. In both cases, that's what you've observed. So if you want to say that one is direct observation of choice, and then you want to say that the direct observation of the failure to execute the goal of doing the square circle is not direct observation, then you have to explain why one counts as direct observation and the other does not count as direct observation. They are both direct observations of action in pursuit of a goal. And the referent for choice is that set of actions in pursuit of that goal. And the referent for the law of non-contradiction is that set of actions that you failed to do in pursuit of that goal. Why should we consider them to be different? They're both direct observation.
Okay, I don't think I disagree with that. It seems like you're you're taking you're objecting to the idea that both the law of contradiction is self-evident and volition is self-evident. And I'm supposed to you think that I disagree with that, but I actually don't. I think you could say both of those are self-evident or axiomatic. Were you thinking that I thought only one of those, or what were you thinking? I thought both of them were self-evident, or both of them were axiomatic, but you think that it's not true that both of them are axiomatic?
I I think one of them is axiomatic, but more but what I said just now was to respond directly to what it seemed like you were saying earlier, which is to say it seems like you were saying that maybe the law of non-contradiction or the law of identity is inferred while the introspective
Oh
observation of
no,
choice.
no, I
Okay.
wasn't thinking it was inferred. I don't think. Well, I do think the. Well, let me back up a second. I do think I'm writing it here. The law of identity is more basic than the law of non-contradiction and the law of excluded middle. So I'll say
Well,
law of identity is basic, and then I'll abbreviate. I'll say L and C, the law of non-contradiction, and LE, law of excluded, LEM, law of excluded middle, are corollaries of the law of identity.
I actually think
S-
that's not correct. I think we directly observe the law of non-contradiction, and then we infer the law of identity when we find that we
Oh,
cannot.
okay. I got to make a note of that. You think we infer the law of identity, which is just A is A.
Yeah, we infer the law of identity from observing the law of non-contradiction. So what happens is,
Okay.
so if you and you can see the law of non-contradiction all over, right? You try to take a branch in your hand. You try to bend the branch while keeping it straight, and of course you can't do that. And that's just you observing the law of non-contradiction in practice. And then you begin to infer, eventually at some point, that the reason I can't see this branch both bent and straight is because it can only be either bent or straight. And so you say, well, I guess that means that it can only be one thing and not another thing at the same time. But that's the inference that you draw from seeing the fact that you can't cause it to be in a contradictory state.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely a different understanding than I have and different than what is in OPAR because I do remember in OPAR that Leonard Peikoff says the law of identity is fundamental and then the law of well, I think he says I don't maybe it's not in OPAR but somewhere I think he says that law of non-contradiction and the law of excluded middle are corollaries of the law of identity. But I think the law of identity just means you grasp that things are what they are. They have a certain nature. Like, so let's go back to the baby, because I think that's where we first grasp the law of identity. Um, so the one step is to grasp that something exists, and that's so there's actually a hierarchy within the axioms. I'm going to make a note of that here. I'll say in my notes here, existence, and then identity. And then there's actually further stages, which Ayn Rand mentions in objective Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. And then there's entity, and then there's units. I think I got this order right. So existence, here, let me put this in bullets just so we can lay out um, my memory, at least, of the objectivist view. This just focuses on something. the fact that something exists, and I'm going to highlight the exists part. And Leonard Peikoff does this in OPAR. Inexistent is something that exists, and an identity it highlights the something part. Something exists. So you're focused on not just that it is, but the specific thing is like this ball with its curvature and its size and its weight. The specific features of this ball are what they are. They're not something other than what they are. Not the sheer fact that it is, but it's this type of thing rather than that. So I'm going to put that in parentheses. It's a focus on this versus that, as opposed to, in the case of the concept existence, it's a focus on it is versus it isn't. And then I think she says entity is the next step in getting to the concept of unit, which is the basis of the conceptual level. And what does she say about entity? It's maybe that has to do with it's an enduring, stable thing. Someone can look this up for me. Or maybe I should
I
download
think I think the
OPAR
order.
and
It's
go
okay.
ahead.
I think I remember the order. So I think that there are different things that you were putting together here. Ayn Rand, she outlines a progression of cognitive development for ideas. She says there's the implicit existent, then there's the entity, then there's the identity stage, and then there's the unit stage. Now, you then talked about Peikoff in the first chapter of OPA when he says that existence exists, says that there is something, and then existence the law of identity doesn't tell you what there is. It just says that there is something. Uh, and it talks about the nature of the things that are, as opposed to the fact that things exist. And I think these are two different things, two different lines of reasoning. So Rand isn't talking about axioms in that particular four-stage cognitive pipeline that she outlines. She's not talking about axioms. She's talking about cognitive stages for ideas. Whereas when Peikoff is talking in chapter one, he's talking about axioms, the objectivist axioms. And those aren't stages. They're just like, concepts at a kind of a flat level, if you think of it that way. But
Yeah, they are different contexts, and I'm not sure exactly how they're related. Maybe there are some kind of relationships, but I think you're right to point out that they are somewhat different contexts, and I don't know how that affects uh, where I was going with all this. But I at least wanted to note that your view is note the way in which your view is different from the objectivist view. So you were saying that we grasp the law of identity before
no,
or sorry, after the law of non-contradiction. We infer the law of identity from the law of non-contradiction. And uh, yeah, that doesn't seem right to me because if the law of identity is here, let me write that. A is a um, so if the law of or in other words, I'll put things are what they are, and the law of non-contradiction is things cannot both be what they are and not what they are. But to grasp that, you first have to grasp the idea of something being what it is. If you're saying like a thing can't both be what it is and not what it is, don't you first have to have the idea of something being what it is, since that's a component of the law of non-contradiction? It's like a
so,
piece of it, and to grasp the meaning of that piece, well, you first have to grasp that piece by itself
mhm.
before you can grasp
um,
the whole.
yeah. And I think this is where the important distinction, in my opinion, between implicit knowledge versus explicit knowledge is really important, right? When Peikoff or Rand say that the law of identity is implicit in all sense perception, They don't mean that people actually know the law of identity as an explicit cognitive fact, a cognized idea. What they mean is that all knowledge is implicit in sense perception. In other words, when you look at a wall, you are seeing the atoms, the subatomic particles, the quarks, the leptons, and you're seeing all these facts, but you just haven't inferred them as yet as explicit knowledge. But in your percept of the wall is implicit in that percept is all of that knowledge. It's just that you haven't taken the actions required to volitionally infer all that knowledge from that wall. So that knowledge is implicit in the wall, but not yet explicit for you. And so in your introspective experience, when you are introspecting in your mind, the law of identity is implicit in everything that you see, but you do not yet hold it as an explicit item of knowledge. Now, what I'm saying is that you do indeed get direct perceptual evidence of the law of non-contradiction. And that enables you then to have an explicit idea. The explicit idea that you get when you try to imagine the circle and the square is you get the idea, I can't do this. And that's an explicit item of knowledge. As opposed to, I saw a white wall, therefore all things must be what they are. That doesn't follow at all. However, if you directly see that I can't make a circle and a square, that's explicit knowledge of the law of non-contradiction. And then from that explicit direct knowledge, you later infer that the reason why I couldn't do the circle and the square at the same time is because things can't be both circles and squares. And that is because a circle is a circle and it is not a square. And see, so that's inferred from the fact that you couldn't do the circle and the square at the same time. You directly perceive the explicit item of knowledge, which is the law of non-contradiction. Then you later infer the implicit law of identity as an explicit item of knowledge by inference. So there's no contradiction here. It's just a difference between implicit knowledge versus explicit knowledge.
Okay, so I thought of something as you were just saying that last part that's actually aligns with what might be the historical order. So Aristotle explicitly identifies the law of non-contradiction for the first time, but he doesn't, as far as we know, explicitly identify the law of identity. I think it was some later medieval theologian, which Greg in the chat actually found once. It's like centuries later. So I guess if I'm understanding what you're saying, it's that we first, when it comes to explicit knowledge, we first are explicitly aware of law of non-contradiction, and then later we explicitly get a knowledge of law of identity. However, if we're talking about the implicit order of knowledge, we get law of identity first. Is that what you were saying?
Well, I wouldn't say that there's any such thing as an implicit order of knowledge. I would just say implicit, as Ayn Rand defines it, an implicit idea is just any idea whose whose premises are available in your consciousness, but which you have not taken the volitional act of combining into a conclusion. So it's like you might have three items, you might have these in your mind. You might have all men are mortal, Socrates is a man. You might have both of these facts in your mind right now. But if you don't take the volitional step of then inferring from those two premises that Socrates is mortal, that conclusion, that third conclusion, will never become an explicit item of knowledge. There's no order there. It's just that you don't have the idea. That third thing that Socrates is mortal is it does not happen automatically because again, cognition is not automatic, right? Cognition is volitionally, it's a volitionally applied process. So you can have the two premises in your mind, but if you haven't done the work to infer the conclusion from the premises, you will never know the conclusion. And so there is no order of implicit knowledge in the sense that you don't know it, so you can't have it in a certain order because it's not in your mind at all. What I'm saying rather is when we talk about implicit knowledge, we just mean the set of things that it is possible for you to know if you are aware of this perceptual data. But it is also that set of things which you do not know, in spite of the fact that you could know them if you took the time to think. So
Okay.
the law of identity is available to you to know if you sat down and thought hard, long and hard, about the fact that you failed to imagine the square and the circle together. It's available for you to know, but you don't know it.
Okay. I think there might be some optionality in order when it comes to implicit knowledge, but not complete optionality. And I think this gets to the order I was trying to recall from Ayn Rand's. I'm making a note here in Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. There's a order to get to the concept unit. I mean, if she's right about this, that there is an order there. It's not totally optional whether the baby first gets the implicit idea of existence and then goes straight to units, bypassing identity and entity. Um, I think she argues at least that there is an order, but that's not to say that when it comes to other things that there couldn't be some optionality in the order.
Yeah. The order is necessitated by the nature, by the set of premises that is required to arrive at that conclusion. The set of premises that makes that conclusion implicit. Now, the reason we went down this whole tangent here was just so that, remember that earlier, I think we were saying that, so I was saying that this metaphysical fact that, entities act in accordance with their nature, determinism must be true at the metaphysical level. I was saying that this is a fact. And I was saying, well, introspectively, I also observe choice as a fact. And I think you were saying that, well, one of them is directly observed, while the other is inferred. But the reason I brought up all of this was just to point out that, well, actually, both of them are directly observed. Choice is directly observed, and so also is the law of non-contradiction. And so,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
I think well, but I think that there's more that went into your argument than the law of non-contradiction. I'm going to write it out here. So you
mhm.
had, and this was the sort of argument that I was wrestling with, and you can tell me if it's the same as what you had in mind. But I'm going to say humans are composed of physical particles, atoms, molecules, etc. And premise two, physical particles act uh, deterministically or indeterministically, actually. But either way, I don't think it matters to free will. But I'll just put or indeterministically, meaning like probabilistically or randomly. They just randomly swerve. At least some physicists claim something like this. And then the conclusion of those two premises, I'll call this premise one, I'll call it P1 and P2. And then I'll use C for the conclusion. Therefore, humans act deterministically, and I can put or indeterministically. So it's something like that. Now, that doesn't make any mention explicitly of the law of non-contradiction, but is what I've just written out here at least part of your reasoning for thinking that we don't have free will?
Well, I haven't denied that we have free will. I affirm both that you're correct. I affirm P1, humans are composed of physical particles. And I affirm further even that the brain is totally responsible for all conscious actions. I also affirm that P2 is correct, although I would not affirm that particles are capable of acting indeterministically. I would say they're fully deterministic. And
Okay.
so C, C, I am now reticent because I also have this other premise, let's call it P3. I introspectively observe choice. And so now I have
Okay.
to figure out what conclusion I should draw from these three premises. And I
All right.
don't
Let
know.
me modify this to match what you are saying. So I'm just going to get rid of the indeterministically part, and then we've got a separate premise, an independent premise, which is that
I
I,
observe
uh,
introspectively choice.
yeah, actually we can just put it in terms of I am free, and then we can say there's a contradiction between P3 and C, um,
Well,
and we
I
don't know
don't
which one
think,
to accept, or you don't know which one to accept because C and well, I guess this is what makes you a compatibilist because you accept C, but you on the basis of that argument, but you also independently, and we could put the grounds for why you accept it. I'll put in parentheses because I introspectively observe it. Um,
well,
but
I don't,
go ahead.
I don't, I don't accept C. I am, I am
Oh,
on
right,
the,
right.
and
It's just the argument. It's so it's I guess if uh you're not sure, you think maybe if you didn't have P3, then you would accept C, but since you
yes,
do have P3, you don't accept C.
yes, yes, basically. And so
Okay.
I am forced to be a compatibilist, right? This is the position I must affirm because of this. And this, I think, is the position that the position that everyone has to affirm. I don't think there's any other position you can affirm based on the facts.
Well, if you say that, let me take the bold off of this one. So if you say you can't accept C because of P3, then you're overthrowing, you're not undecided. You're saying it's not that you're not sure. So to be a compatibilist is to affirm both C and P3. Um, you're saying, well, it's not to affirm it, it's to say that um, if something is free, it can also be determined, or I guess you could put it the other way. If something is determined, it could also be free. And I guess you're not saying we are determined, just that if we are
And so,
determined, then it could still be the case that we're free. That's what it
yes,
would mean to be a compatibilist.
yes, but maybe I could phrase that a bit more accurately. In my opinion, I would say that I affirm both that humans are deterministic and that they have choice. And so the compatibilist position is that choice, therefore, must be compatible with determinism somehow. And what's the somehow? I don't know. That's determinism. Determinism, sorry, that's compatibilism. Compatibilism is necessarily, to our knowledge, um, contradictory somehow. You have to be contradictory, but there's no other choice because it seems that if all the premises are true, and yet what conclusion can you draw? And so it just seems as if you just have to say, well, we don't know. So I just have to say they clearly have to be compatible somehow.
Okay. Let me, I want to just take a quick look at the chat and then come back to you. I want to check in there every once in a while just to see what's going on. See, we got some, when did we start? We've been going for, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 minutes. And that would have been about 4:15 or so. So if I go back to 4:15-ish, Robert is asking, what does free will mean in all caps? Audrey says, how is it relevant to the film Free Willy? It's worth mentioning that axiomatic does not mean arbitrary or subjective.
Nobody thinks that.
Um,
No, nobody thinks that they're arbitrary or subjective. Nobody thinks that. At least nobody in this call thinks that.
Okay, Robert Sapolsky and Sam Harris on hard determinism. I guess I read this one before. Jason says, A is A, there is something I can identify it and I'm conscious of it. Um, Bunch from Robert. Oh, I see you put one in here at 3:58. Was that during our call that you
Yeah.
wrote
Uh,
this?
yeah. I was just responding to the things in chat that I thought were relevant.
Oh, so we've been talking for over half an hour then because that was at 3:58. I didn't realize that much time had gone by.
Mm.
Oh, I guess since there's comments up here about 2B and law of identity, and we must have been talking at this time already because otherwise they probably wouldn't be uh, referring to these things.
Mm.
Sal's perspective. We got a new person in the chat. He says, main question is even if you categorized everything efficiently, what can you do with it? Nothing. You are here, I'm here, and it is what it is. And we got some more from Sal. Jason, A is not B, A is not A. We got another new person, D Dent with a 3 in the place of the E. Things cannot both be what they are and not what they are. What about quantum entanglement where something can both exist and not exist? Haha. What does Jason say to that? I don't think some given ununderstandable instance of quantum entanglement can actually be understandable as being anything until it is found understandable and no longer ununderstandable. I don't take modern physics to necessarily have the right view of quantum mechanics. I think there's a lot of stuff. I'm not a physicist, but people who know more about physics than I do have been pretty skeptical about a lot of what goes on in modern physics. Like in quantum mechanics, I think they're quite good at making predictions based on mathematical models, but their understanding of what physically is happening, their interpretation of what's going on is not always good. And I think if it involves a contradiction, I think philosophy or the philosophical principle of the law of identity or the law of non-contradiction can rule that out. And you can say, well, if you think that something both exists and doesn't exist, then you've gone wrong somewhere because that violates what we directly know from the law of non-contradiction. So you could say philosophy has veto power, or at least the basic laws of logic have veto power over something else. Okay, so let me also take a look at this screen, see how this looks. Okay. All right. Well, thanks everyone for participating in the chat. I'm going to keep going here with Latent Prion, but maybe I'll engage more with your chats a bit later. All right. So, what were we just talking about? Where did we leave off? Do you
Uh,
remember?
just defining what compatibilism is. It's just, the statement that determinism and choice are somehow compatible. That's what I understand compatibilism to mean, right? Um,
Okay. I'm gonna let me write that. So I also wanted to write, you said that you affirm that determinism is true. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. So I'm going to write, I am determined, and I'll put LP in parentheses to, so you hold both, and I'll put it right next to this line that says, I am free, because you said you also hold that. So you hold both. And if you think those are consistent, then you are a compatibilist.
Yes.
Um,
But a more accurate wording would not I am free, but rather I observe myself engaging in choice. Now, the fact that I observe this doesn't mean that I'm actually freely choosing. It could mean that I am observing some deterministic process and I am inferring the wrong conclusion from it. It could mean that at the end of the day, I am not, in fact, freely choosing, but I don't know.
Okay, so you revise this to I observe. How did you
Choice.
put it?
I observe myself choosing.
I observe myself choosing. Okay. Well, if you put it like that, it might imply the same thing, at least if you understand choosing to be another way of saying exercising free will, which is how I understand it. So you don't really observe, if what you're saying is, if I understand what you're saying, I think maybe what you mean to say is, I think I observe myself. Like if I say I observe a tree when I look out the window, that means I'm actually seeing a tree and I'm not mistaken about it. If I am mistaken about it, then I would have to make that a true statement. I would have to say I think I'm observing a tree, but I'm actually hallucinating a tree, something like this. But if you're observing something, that means it's actually real. So if you say I observe myself choosing, that means you're actually choosing, i.e., you're actually using free will. So that would mean you have free will. So I think you might need to word it a bit differently to get across the idea. Like I think I observe myself choosing.
Yeah, sure, sure. I understand what you're
Okay.
saying. And you yeah,
But I can add here, but I might be mistaken just to make it explicit.
yeah.
Okay. So let's see. Where do we go there? So we could talk about this last line that I've got here. Like why we could ask why think you might be mistaken. That's at least one direction we could go. And another is let me like make a note of that so I don't forget. Why think you might be mistaken? Another question we could ask is, should we also say this about the perceptual level? Like, whenever you observe a desk in front of you right now or a book on the table, should you say, "I think I observe a desk. I think I observe a table," because you might be mistaken? I wonder if there's some Cartesian skepticism going on there, which causes you to want to hedge a bit by not just saying straight out, I observe myself doing this, but I think I observe myself doing this. Would you also say about the perception of objects, like I think I observe this tree instead of just I observe the tree?
Yeah. So in a way, this is why it's important that I did in fact say that I do observe choice, right? Because how are we defining choice? But first I'll answer your latter question and then I'll answer your former question. So the latter question is would I dispute the validity or the fallibility of perception? No. I take perception to be infallible. In particular, I affirm the causal theory of perception. That's the same theory that objectivism affirms, which is that perception is an inexorable chain of cause and effect from the sense organ through the nerve cell to the brain to the mind, and there's no room for fallibility there. It just inexorably cause and effect.
Okay.
So so now the reason so I said I observe myself choosing. Now what do I mean when I say that I observe myself choosing? What I mean by that is I have a goal and then I have three options in front of me, right? So I have this goal, then I have three options. And then somehow, by some means that I'm not able I can't tell how I do it, but somehow I end up focusing on one of them and excluding the other two options. And that mysterious sequence of going from three options to one option is what I call choice. Now, none of that sequence, the reference that I have established for that thing that I call choice, does not in any way commit me to saying that I was free in making that choice. It just commits me to saying that I went from three options to one option. Now, that may have been deterministic, but if I define choice as meaning going from three to one, then I didn't indeed observe that. You see? So I'm not saying that like I could be mistaken about what I observed. No, I definitely observed myself going from three to one, but I
Hmm.
just don't know whether that was determined or whether that was quote free unquote. And I suspect it may not be free, but I don't know. So that's why I say I observed choice, but I don't know whether that choice was quote free unquote. And in
Okay.
fact, I don't, if we're being honest, I don't think it could be free if we're being honest, because when I'm choosing, I don't choose arbitrarily. I choose in line with a goal, right? I have the goal of, you know, um, eating food. And so, if I have three choices, one of them is to lock myself in a room, the other one is to go out and get food, and the other one is to, the other one is to, I don't know, to to try and to just jump up and down. Obviously, one of those is superior, and obviously, I would choose one of the other two, right? So it doesn't seem to be just arbitrary. It seems to be determined by the nature of the goal.
So the goal is to eat food.
Or let's say satisfy hunger. Maybe a better goal. I'm trying to
Okay.
satisfy my hunger, right?
And the three options are jump up
Lock,
and down,
yeah.
uh, do
Go to the
nothing. Was that the what was it? What are the other options?
lock myself in a room and do nothing.
Okay.
And the third one was go and get food, like go to the kitchen or go out to a restaurant or something, just get food, right? I mean, if I'm the goal determines the nature of the choice I make. So it doesn't seem as if I make this choice freely or arbitrarily. And then you could say, well, the goal itself is not arbitrary either. The goal is given to me by the nature of my biology. I don't have a choice in whether or not I should satisfy my hunger. I get pain if I don't do that. And so is the goal free? Do I get to freely choose my goal? Not really. And so I don't choose the goal. I don't choose the option that I select. I go from three to one on the basis of the goal, and the goal is given to me, beyond my choice. You could argue that I am choosing, and this choice was deterministic, and it was determined by the goal, and the goal was determined by my biology.
Okay. So one thought here, I'll just say I wouldn't call it a choice if it was determined. And I'll write that if it's determined, it's not a choice. And I'll put D in here for my initials. That's my view. Now, there are also, I think there is free will, but I don't think we have free will about everything. So, like, it's not an omnipotent power. I can't choose, I can't make a choice to flap my arms and fly like a bird. That's not open to me given my nature, but I can choose to focus my mind or not. That's Ayn Rand's view of what the fundamental choice we have is. So, when it comes to your hunger, you have a choice. So how might choice factor in there? Let's say going to the kitchen is well, I guess you have a choice about whether to um, give in to your desire at a given moment. Like maybe it's not an appropriate time to satisfy your hunger. Maybe you're in the middle of a conversation with someone and you if you if you interrupted that conversation to get some food, that would ruin the flow or something. And it's up to you to focus your mind on what is the best thing? Like to just give in to your immediate desire of satisfying your hunger or not. And I think that is where you can introspect control. Like it wouldn't even occur to you to jump up and down or lock yourself in a room and do nothing. So those aren't really options on the table. But here, let me add these options. I'll specify this a bit more. Go to kitchen now, or
Mm.
go to kitchen later, maybe once the conversation gets to a good stopping point. So maybe one and two are kind of not really options to consider, but exactly when you go is more something that would be realistic options you would consider, and whether or not you're in focus is something that could determine whether you end up going now or later.
Yeah. Well, so even there, if you're talking about a conversation, if I'm talking to somebody who is completely useless and who has no consequences, no impacts on my life, I might choose to go now. But if I'm talking to my boss, I might choose to go later. But then if I have a really good relationship with my boss, I might choose to go now and just tell him, hey, boss, I'll be back in 5 minutes with some food. You don't mind too much. And he'd be like, yeah, and I'll go. And so conversation, really what I'm doing there is I'm approximating my long-term ability to actually satisfy this hunger while taking into account the fact that my boss is the one who feeds me. So, at the same time, if the conversation is with like a friend who has no effect on my income and no effect on my livelihood, then I wouldn't even consider going later. I would just go right now. My friend could be talking to me in the middle of the conversation. I'll just say, I'll be right back. Hold that thought. I'll be right back. And I won't even consider the possibility of waiting. I'll just go and get my food right now. And so all I'm really doing is like, I'm just approximating the same goal, but taking into account all the facts. And again, the goal is what determines whether I choose to go now or choose to go later. And the goal is given to me by nature. My biology tells me I must satisfy my hunger. And I guess so. Ayn Rand, well, I'll maybe comment on that, but I think the way to escape this from Ayn Rand's point of view, what you might want to say is something like, well, Ayn Rand escapes this by saying that the choice, there's a primary choice, which is the choice to focus. And then after that, you choose to choose. So I pick off and say, there is the choice to focus and then the choice to choose among options. And I think that's how Ayn Rand tries to escape it by saying, well, this choice to focus is this first layer, and that's the indeterministic place where consciousness is its own cause.
There are definitely different, like there's the primary choice and the secondary choice, which is what you're mentioning, but exactly how do those relate, I think can be a bit tricky. Like you might think that they're made at separate times. First, you make the choice to focus or not. And then once you've made that choice, I guess, I don't know if you can make further choices if you haven't chosen to focus, but if you've chosen to focus, then you might think there are further choices you can make. Um, like, should I go to the kitchen now or should I go to the kitchen later? Should I have a banana or should I have leftover empanadas? So there's these further choices, which until you're in focus, you can't even consider. First, you have to keep your mind in gear so you can consider these further choices. But I think I've also heard it described as they're not the primary and secondary choices aren't separated in time. It's more and less abstract way of looking at something that happens at one in the same time. And I don't know that I am entirely clear on it myself, but I just wanted to at least put on the table as an option to consider that the primary and secondary choices might actually happen at the same time, but just be like different perspectives on a a choice. Like you can be a man and a lawyer at the same time. Those don't, but they're different perspectives. Like calling you a man is a more abstract. Well, in one way it's more abstract, in another way it's less abstract. But you can be both a man and a lawyer at the same time. It's not that first you have to be a man and then later you're a lawyer and you're no longer a man. You're still a man. Um, but uh, anyways, I can't say I'm totally clear on the relation of primary and secondary choices, uh,
Mhm.
but maybe you do have to appeal to that sort of distinction. Like you were talking about your boss versus talking to a friend and how you might act differently in terms of when you go to the kitchen, depending on who you're talking to. But I think in either case, like whether you're talking to your boss or a friend or anyone else, you can do that in focus or not in focus. And I guess if you do it in focus, then you will more likely take into consideration relevant things like who's paying your salary, um, which you will be less likely to take into consideration if you're not in focus. So it behooves you to be in focus regardless of who you're talking to. And that root choice of being in focus or not is what's up to you. So maybe
Sure.
that'll determine whether you go to the kitchen now or later, whether you're in focus or not.
Sure, all that might be true, but I guess the underlying fact is at the end of the day, whether I'm in focus or not. Let's say I'm talking to my boss and he's talking to me about something really important and I'm not paying attention to him and I'm not in focus and I decide to go to the kitchen right now. Well, irrespective, I would have still made that decision in pursuit of the goal, and the goal is given to me by my nature. So I still made that decision, that choice to go to the kitchen now in pursuit of a goal that's given to me innately by my biology. Now, the fact that I wasn't focused doesn't change the fact that the choice is constrained by the goal. And if I had been in focus, the choice would have still been constrained by the goal. And the goal is not freely chosen. The goal is given by my biology. Now, you also talked about what was it? Something else you mentioned that was kind of important to talk about. Um, oh, freaking hell, I forgot it.
Well, I can say something about what you just said, if unless you want to try to remember what you were going to say.
No, go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
Okay, so on saying you decide to go to the kitchen, even if you're not in focus, I don't know that I would call that a decision as opposed to you your desires or your desires just led you there. Like if you're saying you're deciding, like I take deciding to be a I don't know if it's an exact synonym, but at least close to choosing, which I think is just another way of saying exercising free will. So I don't think it's or I'm not sure it's right to say you decided to go to the kitchen in the case where you're not in focus, because I think deciding might imply that you are in focus and you made a conscious you made a conscious decision. You're conscious about it in a way that you're not if you go there out of focus. So that's one point. And I would also make the point about this goal. I don't think the goal of satisfying your hunger is sufficient to determine your action. Like people starve themselves to death, even though they they do experience the desire for food. They use their free will and they overcome this desire. It's mind over matter. And so just because you have a desire for something doesn't dictate how you're going to act. So when you say this goal is given to you by nature, I don't think that's correct. I think you choose your goal. You choose to satisfy. You choose what your goal is. I mean, the hunger sensation that's given to you by nature, but how you act in regard to that sensation is, I think, at least partly an issue of choice. Maybe not when you're an infant, right? You just automatically you suck on the milk bottle or your mother. You don't have a choice at that stage, but at least once you get older, I don't think a desire is enough to make you act in a certain way. That's involves choices. So
Hmm. So you said your desires, like so you said if it is the case that your desires in a kind of a non-cognitive way just kind of drove you to the kitchen,
yeah,
well, I would contend that this is still ultimately an it's a biologically innately given subroutine that you're executing, irrespective, you're moving in accordance with biology. And if you say, if you want to, if you want to frame that desire or you want to frame that movement to the kitchen, while you weren't in focus as being automatized, just like it's like something that you had automatized. So it's the result of prior thinking. Then it's also still prior thinking which you automatized, which satisfies that innately given biological goal. And so the goal is inescapable. It's an innately given biological goal that you are pursuing. And it doesn't seem to me to be, it seems to me as if this is inescapable. And then you brought up the argument that, well, some people starve themselves to death. True. But what the hell? Yeah. Such people, when they are doing that, they're usually doing that in pursuit of okay, so they find themselves in a situation where there's sufficient pain in the future that if they allow that pain to, if they allow the cause of that pain to materialize, let's say it's some political situation or something like that that is untenable, then in the future, they will not be able to stave off pain. Let's say they'll get arrested and tortured or something. Or in the future, they won't be able to satisfy some other innate biological drive, let's say for food or whatever. And so what they're really doing right now when they're, quote, starving themselves to death, unquote, is they're just performing a calculus in pursuit of the same goal to be able to satisfy their hunger and to stave off the pain of hunger, but just across a longer term, which is to say, well, if I don't do something right now, then I will not be able to pursue this goal in the future. And so, in order to ensure that I'll be able to pursue this same biologically given goal, I must act in this way right now. And also, they may also be making the calculus that if I'm not able to preserve my ability to satisfy this goal in the future, then there's no point in living up to the point when the goal is not capable of being satisfied. So I might as well just die right now because life wouldn't be worth living at that point, precisely because this goal won't be achievable. And so it seems as if all of those choices are made subordinate to that same biologically given goal. And the goal just seems to be inescapable. And then the fact that it's given by our biology also seems to be inescapable. And maybe I don't like to gish gallop, which is to give my interlocutor too many arguments to address in one segment. But maybe it's important to also raise this point, which is to say that uh when we talk about people starve themselves to death. I forgot again. No, it was important. However, it's fine. I
okay.
forgot it.
So there is the first point I was a bit unclear on, um, but maybe I should start with this second point. So I was thinking of a person who's doing a starving himself as a kind of boycott, like the Vietnam War. Or, sometimes people do that. They're protesting some political event and they have a desire for hunger, but they're gonna um, undergo what do they call it? There's a name for this. I forget what they call it, but they starve themselves or they
Hunger strike.
hunger strike. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. Um, and so you could say, okay, well, they've got this ulterior motive, or I don't know if that's the best term for it, but they have some other goal which they think is more important than
Well,
satisfying
no,
their immediate, yeah.
actually, I'm saying that it's not that they have another goal. It's that they're pursuing the same goal, but just across a longer time frame. The goal is the same. The goal
Okay.
is given by biology. There's no choice in the goal. They're still trying to pursue the ability to satisfy their hunger or to pursue pleasure or whatever is given by biology, right? They're trying to avoid
Yeah.
pain and pursue pleasure. It's the same goal. It's just over a longer time frame. They're looking over a longer horizon.
Right.
They're not pursuing different
Okay.
goals. They're pursuing the same goal over a longer horizon.
Okay. Yeah. So they might think, well, they're not going to be able to if they don't get their government to act in the right way now, then it's going to be much harder or maybe even impossible in the future to satisfy their hunger. So it's better to just undergo some temporary pain now in order to preserve this better long run future. Um, right. So there's something motivating their action, whether they're eating or not eating. There's some cause of their action. And so, well, there's, I guess one question you could then pose is, okay, well, doesn't that show no matter what you do, whether you eat or not eat, for instance, you're still determined. It's just that in one case, you've got to, if we're talking about this hunger strike case, we'd say, well, that in that case, the most powerful impulse is their concern for the long range. Whereas in another case, if they don't go on the hunger strike, then that's because they've decided that their short range uh, satisfaction of desires is more important. But I just used the word decided. I said in that case they've decided that their satisfaction of short range um, desires is more important. But I I think that also might be a wrong way to speak. Just as I said before, because if you do it out of focus, then is it really a decision, or are you just being moved by your desires? Like, are you surrendering the reins and letting your desires to take over? Like, I think you could, in some cases, you could choose to go on a hunger strike in focus. Maybe that is the rational thing to do. But whether it's the rational thing to do, I think that is that's going to depend on whether you're in focus or not. And it could be the rational thing to do or not, and it's up to you to make that root choice of, okay, given like, do I do I let my emotions dictate what I do, or do I assert my reason? And depending on the choice you make with regard to that, that will impact your, I guess, what's called the secondary choices in objectivism. Like, what do I go on a hunger strike or eat now? That's going to follow from the choice you make on the primary choice of whether to focus your mind or not. And if you don't choose to focus your mind, then it doesn't mean you've decided to go on a hunger strike if you end up doing that, or that you've decided to eat food now if you end up doing that. It just means you end up doing that, but not because of a decision. You've abdicated your deciding power or your power of choice, and you just allowed emotions to rule you. I think that's how I would, at least right now, that's how I'm thinking of it.
Yeah, but um, I don't think that helps a lot with the indeterministic perspective, because if you make the choice out of focus, then you're saying that you drifted and you did whatever came to you naturally, so to speak. In other words, you did whatever your biology and your surrounding material circumstances would have you do, as if you were an automaton. In other words, you acted as if you were an inanimate object, right? It's basically what you'd be
Or
affirming.
as an
In which
animal,
case,
like I think animals, they go by their desires. They don't have free will. So I think you're allowing yourself to basically act like an animal. If you abdicate the power to make choices or decisions, then you reduce yourself to a subhuman level of an animal, which is just driven by its desires.
sure. And that would be deterministic behavior, right?
Yeah, I think animals do act deterministically.
And so in that case, you would be acting deterministically. And then unfortunately, if you made the choice in focus, you made the choice in pursuit of a goal. And that goal was given to you again by biology. And so it seems as if whether you make the choice out of focus or in focus, you are acting in accordance with biology. And so it seems as if you are acting deterministically in either case. In other words, it doesn't seem as if when you go from three options to one, you're just doing that arbitrarily. It doesn't seem as if when you are in focus and you are selecting, quote unquote, you're choosing among these three options and going from three to one, you're just doing that like by whim arbitrarily. You're doing that in pursuit of a goal that was given by biology. And so that the choice that you make is subordinate to the goal given to you by biology. And then if you're not in focus, you're acting in accordance with biology. And so you're still acting deterministically. And so it seems to me as if it's still deterministic.
Hold on, I got to. So when you talk about acting in accordance with the goal given by biology, so the uh, the only ultimate goal that we have to aim at least according to objectivism, is life or death, and that's the fundamental alternative that we face. And you could look at it in different terms, like the choice to accept reality or not, the choice to be or not to be. That is the question, to quote the Hamlet line. The choice to think or not. Maybe I should pull up an Ayn Rand quote here. I think I'll go to the lexicon and see if I can find the quote I'm thinking of. Choice to be or not to be. Oh, that doesn't. Maybe a better way to find this is on my Virtue of Selfishness Kindle. Give me a moment here. And then I can do, here's Kindle Library, Virtue of Selfishness. And now I'm going to do a search on to be or not to be. Zero results. Why didn't that? Um, Life or death. Here we go. I think I got it. Or at least part of it. This is page 26. Ah, yes. Okay, I'm going to share this. Ayn Rand writes, psychologically, the choice to think or not is the choice to focus or not. Existentially, the choice to focus or not is the choice to be conscious or not. Metaphysically, the choice to be conscious or not is the choice of life or death. So there are different perspectives you could have on the same choice. I was saying we face this fundamental alternative of life or death. You could also look at that as the choice to accept reality or not or not. Um, but where was I going with that? Oh yeah, because you were talking about we're given this goal by our nature, by our biology, and that made me think, okay, well, what exactly is the goal that we're given by nature? And according to Ayn Rand, at least one way of describing it is we have, well, she doesn't say it's our goal. We have to choose it as our goal. So we have the choice of life or death, but we we're not determined to choose one way or the other. That's up to us. And the way that choice confronts us psychologically is, do we think or not? Do we focus or not? And depending on how we choose, then we institute our own goal. We come to accept a certain goal, but that goal is not given to us by nature. As an infant, you could say it is like we don't make choices from the very beginning, but as we mature, it does become something open to our choice. It's not given to us just given our biology that we have this goal of surviving. Now, hunger, which is the specific goal you mentioned, that would be a subsidiary goal. There's also the need for warmth. We want to not be cold, and there's all kinds of needs we have. Hunger is one of them, but the need to survive or to live, to exist, that's the fundamental thing, not the fundamental goal that we're given as adults, but it's the fundamental alternative we face. Do we survive or not survive? So I'll pause there, see if you want to say anything.
Yeah, I do not think that this is correct. This perspective that Rand promoted is correct, that we actually weigh the consequences of our choices of of our choices of life or death as primaries. In other words, you don't choose to die and you don't choose to live. When you are choosing, you choose, if you happen to be choosing to live, you are choosing to live because living, your circumstances make it such that if you continue living, you will be able to achieve these set of biologically given goals of pleasure and avoiding pain. And if you choose to die, you are choosing to die because your circumstances make it such that continuing to live is not worth it. For example, if you're going to be subjected to inescapable pain, or if you have, let's say, cancer, and it's just intolerable pain with no end in sight, that sort of thing. But you don't you don't like stand up and say, okay, should I live or should I die? And you don't make these choices without reference to other facts. You don't like weigh, should I live or should I die by themselves with no surrounding context. And then let's say you choose to live and you say, okay, now that I've chosen to live, should I live for the sake of this or should I live for the sake of that? Should I live for the sake of Jesus or should I live for the sake of, hedonism, or should I live for the sake of happiness? Or, you don't do that. You don't choose to live and then choose to live for happiness, or choose to live and then choose to live for Allah. And the same way, you don't choose to die and then choose to, without any reason. Rather, what you're doing is you choose, you have a biologically given, intrinsically desirable experience, such as pleasure or sweetness on your tongue, or pleasantness in your ears, a pleasant sound in your ears. And so you range through the set of possibilities that are made possible by your circumstances. I am able to enjoy sweet tastes. I am able to enjoy, good music. My circumstances make it such that these experiences are available to me. Therefore, I will choose to live. So the choice to live is subordinate to the intrinsically desirable or undesirable experiences that living makes possible. You don't choose to live first and then decide which intrinsically desirable experiences you will use your life to pursue. No, you choose the intrinsically desirable experiences first, and then because these intrinsically desirable experiences are available, you say, well, I will continue to live because these are available. And in the same way, you don't just choose to die in a vacuum. You look at your circumstances and say, my circumstances make it such that I'm about to be captured and tortured, and that is going to be inescapable pain. Therefore, I will choose to die. You don't choose to die on its own. You look at your circumstances and you look at these intrinsically desirable or undesirable experiences, and then you say, because of these experiences, I will choose either to live or to die. And so Rand seems to be incorrect in saying that we choose consciously between life and death. No, in this, and Peikoff makes this argument, not directly, but in Opa, he says that the choice to live is the choice of all that exists. It is the choice to remain in the realm of existence. That's his wording. So he says, in the same way that he says, you can look this up, like, this is a famous, well, to me, it's a really important quote from Opa, so I tend to remember it almost by memory. So he says, existence versus non-existence is not, he says, non-existence is not an alternative to existence in the same way that GM is an alternative to Ford. You can't choose between apples, grapes, and then a vacuous void of non-existence. Non-existence is not a thing that exists that can be chosen, right? So he says, the choice to live is the choice to remain in the realm of existence. It is the choice of all that exists. So in the choice to live, you are choosing existence. It's not, in other words, it's not that you choose to live and then you decide, because I've chosen to live, now I have to pick something to live for. So I'll choose to live for all that exists. No, you first look at all that exists and you say, because these things are worth living for, I will choose to live. So the order is reversed. You don't choose first to live and then choose what to live for. You first look at what there is to live for, and then you choose to live because those things are worth living for. And so Rand appears to be wrong. And so more importantly, those things that are worth living for, that you choose to live for, those are given by biology. Those are given by the nature of your biology. So you get the goal of pursuing sweet tastes or pursuing salty tastes or pursuing pursuing pleasing musical sounds and all these other pleasurable experiences. You choose those pleasurable experiences, and those are given by the nature of your biology. And because those biologically given goals are available to you by your circumstances, you then choose to live. And
Okay.
so it seems as if, yet again, your choices are determined by the goals that are given to you by biology.
All right. I have some thoughts on all of this, but I do want to come back to the chat and see what's going on there. I see we've got Audrey and a new person. I links. Hello. Catherine. Another new person. I don't know which Catherine that is. I know someone named Catherine, but I don't know if it's the same Catherine I'm thinking of. I'll maybe if I go to your channel, I will see if I recognize anything. Okay. I don't recognize anything there, but anyways, welcome. Let me see what else
Dan,
we have here. Oh yeah.
Dan, sorry, I'm going to mute myself for like 2 minutes, and
Okay.
you might have to ask me to unmute, right? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think I gave you control over the mute, so I think you can come back whenever you want. But if not, then I will ask you to unmute. We got another chat here from Dent, some from Jason, Sal's perspective. That was a while ago. Oh, that was over an hour ago. Okay, so looks like the most recent chats here are mostly from iLinks, Audrey, and then we got one from Catherine. Okay, let me come back to this screen. We got some more likes here. Thank you. Good to see. We've got 13 concurrent viewers. Nice. And let me refresh this page. Okay. Still got 952 subscribers. If anyone wants to help my channel grow, you can subscribe. Definitely appreciate new subscribers. Thanks to all of you who have already subscribed. And let me read some of these chats. So I remember reading this one about quantum entanglements. That was about an hour ago. And then some more about quantum entanglements. And then uh, iLink says, no one observes themselves choosing. You at best observe that you select from apparent options. Well, what is select? Is that just another word for choose? You choose from apparent options? What does causality have to do with infallibility? I don't remember saying that it did have something to do with infallibility. Infallibility came up maybe in connection with epistemology, like it's because we are not infallible that we need a science like epistemology to guide us in how to know things. We're not automatically correct. We can go wrong, and epistemology helps ensure that we go right. But that implies we have free will, that we have a choice in the matter. So I said there. I remember drawing a connection between free will and epistemology. Um, I don't know that I use this word infallibility. Uh, but anyways, maybe something like that. My connection of epistemology to free will is what prompted this comment. Oh, yeah, I see there's something he says just say select instead of choice so it doesn't suggest some bizarre free spasm. Well, if it's a spasm, I don't think I would call that free. Like spasm sounds like something out of your control, but free will precisely means you are in control and selecting. I think that's a way of exercising control. So I think indeterminism is often what goes along with spasming. Uh, well, I mean, if you think indeterminism is real, some people don't. They think there's just determinism. Like you can spasm, right? But you might say there's a deterministic cause of that or an indeterministic cause of that. iLink says choices are incoherent events. Why are they incoherent? Because you think it's a free spasm? Well, I think that might be a contradiction in terms. If we understand, let's look at the definition of spasm, or at least a definition. A sudden involuntary. Well, that gives it away right there. It's involuntary. You're not in control of it. But the idea of a choice is precisely something that is voluntary. So a free spasm would be a contradiction in terms, the way I understand freedom and spasming. According to the conventional view of causality, says Audrey, free will and causality are incompatible, i.e., free will is free from causality. I wonder if Latent Prion came back and is trying to unmute or so. Maybe I should check on him. Let me stop the. Oh, maybe I do have to ask the. Well, maybe even though it says ask to unmute, he can still unmute himself. All right. If you can hear me right now, Prion, try to unmute yourself. I'm curious if you can, because when I click on my host tools here in Zoom, it says that you have the power to unmute yourself. So I think maybe he's not listening. Maybe he's away. He stepped away. But I'll try it. I'll hit the ask to unmute button and see if he then responds. Okay. I guess you
Yeah.
did just respond. So
Mm,
I don't know
mm.
why you couldn't. Did you try to unmute yourself before I asked you to unmute?
Yes, I get a message box that says the host is not allowing participants to unmute themselves.
Yeah, I don't know why I said that to you because the way I have it checked on my end, it says, "Oh, I see the problem." Yes. I didn't have it checked. It should have been a checked. So I will check it now. Now you should have the power. So now if I mute you, I'm going to mute you and then you can unmute yourself. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Okay,
Yep.
yeah, it worked that time. All right. So let me just look through a few more of these chats and then I'll come back to you. So we've got a back and forth between Audrey and iLinks. Why infer that these are more than imagined mental simulations based on generalizing on past data? Also, I don't know if my yeah, it looks like my the image of me in the corner was not showing up during most of that last segment. Um, and I don't know why. It's not too important, but oh, we got 17 people here now. It says, great. Thanks for coming by, everyone. Um, yeah, so I'm not, let's see, I'm not sharing right now, but when I go back to sharing my screen, like when I was sharing the chat before, it showed me in a little box in the corner. But when I'm sharing this Google Doc, you don't see me in the corner, and I don't know why that is. Maybe that's because I'm on a call. Maybe it's only when I'm not on a call that you see me in the corner. Anyways, getting back to the chat, which I will share now. Okay, now it's on the screen. According to objectivism, free will is a form of causality, says Audrey. It seems that free willers gloss this over way too hastily, says iLinks, but it's extremely difficult to establish that possibility potential is real. Infinite regress or arbitrary stop much. I'm not sure what that refers to. Although I know that topic comes up in discussions of free will. If you think of free will as a primary cause, like it's then there's not just a cause of a cause. Like there's you can always trace it further back. That would be an infinite regress. Like maybe that's your view, Prion. Like there's always some prior cause. There's something in our biology that causes us to do such and such.
Eh,
Um,
I wouldn't say it's an infinite regress of causes. I would say your body is constructed in a particular way by evolution to find particular experiences to be intrinsically desirable or intrinsically undesirable. And your choices are made in pursuit of those intrinsically desirable and undesirable experiences.
okay. Yeah, I want to come back to that and what you were talking about before you stepped away for a little bit. But I just got a few more chats here I want to go through. Audrey says, so just because free will is subject to causality doesn't invalidate free will. How is it up to you, ask iLinks, whether you focus or not is either an acausal random instance or causally necessitated by something else. Okay, why are those the only two options? One more from Audrey here. So if free will is subject to causality, how is it different from other causal chains? With free will, one is the first cause. Okay, so on this one, iLinks. Uh, so as Audrey was saying here, free will is a form of causality, and it's not acausal, which or non-causal. It's a type of causation. It's not the same type of causation as billiard balls knocking into each other, and they have no choice about which direction they go. And it's just its own form of causation. So, uh, what else do I want to say? You say whether you focus or not is either acausal, random instance, or causally necessitated uh, by something else. Does that mean causally determined? I mean, you could say it's necessitated by your nature that you have to make a choice, but how you choose, like whether you focus or not, that's just irreducibly up to you, I would say. Uh, you could say it's determined by you, but since you're the one determining it, then it's uh, it's a type of it's free will. It's not something other than yourself that's making you act. So if you are the one who decides how, or if you're the one who determines how you act, then that's not the sort of determinism that's uh, would mean you're not free. If it's self-determinism, you're self-determining, um, but it's not a causal. It's just it's a different type of causation than happens elsewhere in nature. And it used to be, or it still is in some cases, like primitive religions, they project their own mode of causation onto the world and they have an animistic view of the world. They think because they exercise free will, therefore everything in nature acts like that. So when it rains, it's because there's some rain god. He made a choice to make it rain. Um, so we have so it's a advance, a step of progress to realize that, oh, my own free will is not the only kind of causation. There's other causations out there, and modern science has realized that, oh, there actually is determinism elsewhere in the universe, even though um, in the case of human beings, it seems like we have this certain type of mode of causation. We make choices. That doesn't mean everything in the world is like that, like the rain. That doesn't mean the rain is a product of choice. But then I think many modern scientists and people in the modern world, they go too far in that direction. Once they've discovered that there is a non-volitional kind of causation, then they say there's everything is like that. Everything is non-volitional. I think there can be both volitional and non-volitional causation. Okay, so now getting back to Latent Prion's comments. So you were talking about there are these things worth living for, like sweet foods, ice cream, nice music, etc. And it's because we consider these things that we then decide to live. It's not that we first choose to live and then choose these other things. So the choice to live is motivated. It's not a primary choice. But to that, I would respond that the the way to understand the choice to live, if we understand it as the choice to accept reality, which is this goes back to the that Ayn Rand quotes that I had up here. Here it is. There's these different ways of looking at the choice of life or death. Um, and maybe she doesn't put it this way, but I think it's put this way in Opar by Leonard Peikoff. The choice to live or not is the choice to accept the realm of reality or not. Well, how do we accept the realm of reality or not? It's by choosing to focus or not. When we focus, that means our mind is connected to reality. We're engaged with the world. And if you don't focus, that's a way of choosing death. Because if you're out of focus, you can't live, at least not successfully, right? That's a recipe for failure and death if you don't have your mind in focus. Um, so, but we can't be aware of these specific things like the sweet foods and the music, your friends, your romantic partner, all these things that make life worth living. You can't even consider those until your mind is first in focus. So if you understand the choice to live as as the same thing, as a certain perspective on the choice to focus, then I think maybe it's easier to see how the choice to live actually is primary. And once you've chosen to live, i.e., chosen to focus your mind, then you can consider all these things like sweets and music, etc. And they can, I guess, motivate you further. Um, but does that at least is how I would answer, I think, the line of thought you were giving a while ago. And also, maybe I can say something about this part. Choosing to die, you mentioned, like if you're a cancer patient and there's a reason you might want to choose to die, maybe because you're in a lot of pain. And so there's a specific, it's not just a fundamental choice in a vacuum, as you said, you just choose to die randomly. Yes, I agree with that. There can be reasons to choose to live, but to make the rational choice, and I think it can be rational to choose to commit suicide because sometimes it's not worth living. But if you first focus your minds, you make that root choice, and that is accepting the realm of reality. And once you're in focus, you realize you weigh everything properly. You realize, okay, that it's not worth living because I'm just in pain all the time, and there's no cure that looks like the doctors or the scientists will discover anytime soon. So it makes sense to just uh, pull the plug. But that's a choice you've made after you've come into focus, or it might be at least. So I think even the choice to die could be um, if you understand that as a specific choice, as opposed to just not accepting the realm of reality, then you can see how it follows from that prior choice of accepting the realm of reality or not, which is a way of saying focusing or not. So those are some replies I would make to your last segment.
Mhm. Um, no, so let's respond to those. You said, how do we accept the realm of reality? You said the way that we do that is to get into focus first. I'm not sure this is entirely true. Now, some of your choices about reality are made while you are in focus. Of course, to a certain degree, all of your choices are made while you're in focus. But let's see that. I'm happy to concede that you make all of your choices about whether to remain in the realm of reality, in other words, whether to live while you're in focus. But irrespective, reality commands your attention at certain times to ensure that you make that choice. So take, for example, if there's a flame on your hand, you don't get to remain out of focus and just like ignore the flame, because you get this sensation of pain, and pain is inexorable. It is intrinsically undesirable. You don't feel the pain of the flame burning your hand and then sit down and contemplate and think, is this good or is this bad? Do I like this or not? No, it's presented to you by your biology as being intrinsically undesirable, and you recoil because of your biology. And the pain is intrinsically undesirable. And in response to these intrinsically desirable or intrinsically undesirable qualia, your attention is seized and commanded by these qualia. So when you experience pain, when you experience burning, pinching, stabbing, wounds, all these things, they govern your attention. And in fact, you're not able to focus on anything else. When you are in sufficient pain, you actually can't even focus. You can't even fall asleep. There's no way to even get into the drift state because your attention is drawn constantly to the pain, right? And so, you say that you can only make this choice when you're in focus and you can choose when to focus. Well, actually, aside from the fact that at certain times when pain or pleasure are sufficiently strong, your focus is commanded and you are placed into focus by force. There's also the fact that later on, when you make the choice to focus, you are making the choice to focus on nothing other than those past experiences which you were given by force, pain and pleasure in the past. You are focusing on past experiences which you were forced to focus on. And so altogether, you are still focusing on the biologically given, which you were not allowed to choose, right?
Okay.
And
So
then
uh,
oh,
go ahead.
I was going to then also respond. You said something about choosing to die. Well, I guess I've basically responded to it. The point is, when you're weighing all these things, you're still weighing an intrinsically given goal, which is given by your biology, to avoid pain or to pursue pleasure. and all of your choices are subordinate to this this biologically given innate intrinsic goal. And so,
Is there more?
no, sorry, that's it. I
Oh,
apologize.
okay. Let's see. Um, oh, right. So the case of your hand is on a flame and you have no choice about whether to focus on it. I wrote that here in my page of notes. I do think there are some cases where it's impossible to not focus on something, but I wouldn't say that that means it's never possible to choose whether to focus or not. So I think that would be a hasty generalization to say, yes, there are cases, because there are cases where it's not up to us to focus on something or not. That means it's never up to us whether to focus or not. So if there's not, maybe if you're lying in bed and you have a sense that maybe it's in the morning, you wake up and you have this woozy sense, all right, I feel pretty comfortable in this bed, but I know I've got to work. Well, these are I mean, you might already be in focus if you're considering things like I've got to work, so I have to get out of my comfortable bed. But I think you have a sense, implicit sense, even before you're explicitly weighing things in your mind. You have a sense that you're out of control or you're kind of in a daze. Sometimes I think when you're reading a book, this happens. It happens to me sometimes. You find that your mind is wandering, and you can make a choice on whether to snap yourself back into focus on the book or just allow your mind to continue to drift. And I think you have a sense sometimes, even if it's only implicit, it's not in words, but you have a sense that it would be better to be in focus rather than not. And there are times like this. And even if there are times, as you say, that it's not up to us whether we're thrust into focus by some external events in our environment. So I would make that point. I don't know if there was another point I wanted to make, but I'll just pause there and see if you want to say anything to that.
So the argument I was making is not that because because you are given some qualia by command, by demand of reality, therefore you never have the ability to choose to focus. Rather, I'm saying that when you do choose to focus, the particular qualia that you focus on as the goals that determine the choices that you make, because of course choices are made in pursuit of goals. So a choice is always governed by a goal. The particular goals that you are considering when making your choices are ultimately reduced to those same qualia that were forced upon you by reality in the form of these intrinsically desirable or undesirable qualia. When you're making a choice of whether to eat food now or go to the kitchen later, you are approximating the hunger that comes from starvation. And the hunger is a proxy for the pain that comes with hunger. And what you're really trying to decide is how can I approach the future possibility of pain, which is something that is inexorable and is given to me by biology. It's forced upon me, and I cannot ignore it when it is happening. You see, if I'm sufficiently hungry, then the pain is sufficiently bad that I can't ignore it, and I'm forced to focus on it. And so, when you are choosing to focus, the particular thing that you are focusing on is something which was forced upon you and which you cannot ignore if it and which you are approximating which you are choosing to focus on because you cannot ignore it if it is sufficiently intense, and in particular because it is intrinsically desirable or intrinsically undesirable. And those intrinsically desirable or undesirable experiences are given by biology, and when biology needs you to focus on them, biology will make you focus on them by force. And so the point is not that I'm not saying that because sometimes you are forced to look at them, you can never choose when to focus. I'm saying that even when you are choosing when to focus, the thing that you must focus on as your goal is something which is intrinsically given by biology. And so ultimately, your goals are always determined by biology. Therefore, your choices are always determined by the biologically given goals.
Okay. Well, I think maybe the way I would put it is the range of options which you can choose from is given by your biology. Like if we say life and death or is the range of options that you can choose between, and that's given or we could say it's given by your nature as a living being. Uh,
I
I'm
really
fine with that.
no,
But then of course, which one you choose, that's not
no,
given by your nature. That's
I would really like to interrupt here if you don't mind terribly.
sure.
It's really important to note that you are not given the choice of life or death by biology. You are given the choice of pleasure or pain by biology. And then you choose whether you wish to live or die on the basis of your circumstances and whether those circumstances make it possible for you to pursue pleasure and avoid pain. You don't choose life or death primarily. You choose them secondarily after, in consequence of whether or not the primary experiences are available and possible, achievable.
Okay.
In
I
other
think
words,
that might be just a different perspective on the same thing. Like in choosing life, you are choosing pleasure, or you could say happiness. In choosing death, you're also choosing pain, suffering, misery. And I mean, life correlates with those positive feelings and death with the negative ones. So I think this might also be an issue of perspective, like that in that passage from Rand that I read. And she says somewhere like the achievement of happiness is, or the achievement of life and the achievement of happiness are part of the same achievements. They're just one is considered from a more psychological perspective than the other. One is more of an existential, like whether you exist or not perspective. So I think maybe something like that is going on here.
no,
No?
it's the inverse. It's not that in choosing life you are choosing pleasure. No, it is that in choosing pleasure, you are committing yourself to have to choose life. You choose pleasure, therefore you choose life. It's not that you choose life, therefore you now decide to choose pleasure or something. No, you choose pleasure, therefore, well, because you've chosen pleasure, you are sort of bound to also choose life. Life is instrumental, therefore you must choose life if you have already chosen pleasure.
Well, does it really make sense to choose pleasure apart from life? Because pleasure is an aspect of life. Is it what you're choosing is you could think of it as a pleasurable life, but it's not like you can choose pleasure entirely apart from life as a means to life, as though what does pleasure even mean? Does it have any meaning outside of life?
Precisely. And now think of the inverse, right? If you're focusing on choosing life, then it doesn't work the same way, right? If you say I choose pleasure, then you're correct. You must also choose life because you can't choose pleasure without choosing life. It doesn't work the same way in the inverse. If you say I choose life, that doesn't mean that you're choosing pleasure.
Well, maybe if you have a robust understanding of what life is, then it does mean that. Like Ayn Rand talks about how when she talks about survival, she doesn't mean bare physical survival. Um, I could find that passage in the lexicon. She means, or the Kindle. Uh, I'm going to look that up because that's right on this topic. Is this physical? Physical sensation. I remember there's a phrase. Um, oh, I think this is, yeah, here it is. Such is the meaning of the definition, that which is required for man's survival qua man. If the choice is survival or not survival or life or death, it does not mean a momentary or merely physical survival. It does not mean the momentary physical survival of a mindless brute waiting for another brute to crush his skull. It does not mean the momentary physical survival of a crawling aggregate of muscles who is willing to accept any terms, obey any thug, and surrender any values for the sake of what is known as, quote, survival at any price, unquote, which may or may not last a week or a year. Man's survival qua man means the terms, methods, conditions, and goals required for the survival of a rational being through the whole of his lifespan in all those aspects of existence which are open to his choice. So I think part of this conception, what does it mean to survive qua man, is to have a happy, pleasurable, long range sort of existence. That's those are part of the conditions required for the survival of a rational being through the whole of his lifespan. So when you say choose, or when I say choose life, that's not apart from pleasure. Pleasure is part of the life we are choosing. If what we understand by life is, or survival, is this robust kind of survival, not survival at any price. And I think, I guess you could say that's also what's meant by accepting the realm of reality. Um, Maybe you could say this robust understanding of life or survival is baked in to the notion of what uh, accepting the realm of reality is. I'm not sure about that last point, but anyways, I think I'll at least say that about life. What's meant by choosing life, I think, should be understood in this robust kind of way, and then that would take care of the issue of, or it would include the aspect of pleasure. I'll pause there.
Mhm. Now, how do I say this? Um, okay, when you are choosing life, or more specifically, maybe it's better to do it this way. What is it that you are actually choosing when you are choosing to act? Or forget action. Action is not important yet. We're talking about the internal experience of goals and choice. What is it that you are actually choosing? You are choosing experiences because that's all you have to go off of, right? In your mind, all you have is a series of qualia. There is no such thing as a life qualia and a death qualia, right? You don't have like a quail of life and then a quail of death. You have specific qualia of sweet tastes, nice sounding music, painful knife cuts, painful burns. And these are the qualia that you are choosing among. There is no, directly perceived quail, directly perceived experience of life. And there is no directly perceived experience, no percept of death. When you are choosing qualia. And so when you are making the choice, you are choosing in pursuit of qualia, which options will achieve a particular state of experience, a particular quail. And so factually, you don't choose life. You choose particular qualia which you have experienced as a result of being alive in the world. And so you choose the realm of experience, the realm of existence, which is the realm of experience. Um, and so you choose all the experiences. And as a result of that, you also choose the set of the courses of action and the other experiences that are required to continue those experiences. It's not that you choose life, you choose particular intrinsically desirable or undesirable experiences, right? Factually.
Okay. Well, I don't think that doesn't really map onto my experience of how it works. Like, I think there is something introspectively observable where when I choose to focus my minds, that I'm just engaging with the world. I'm getting my mind in gear. Harry Benswanger has, in one of his lectures, he says it's, if you put it into words, it would just be like the question, what's up? Like you're not focused on anything in specifically yet until you get your mind into focus. And so I can't consider these particular things, these particular experiences or qualia that I think you're talking about until I've gotten my mind into gear. Once I've done that, now I can consider particulars, but it's a prior choice to just get your mind into gear. And that is accepting the realm of reality or accepting life, existence. But another thought I was having is, aren't I experiencing a qualia of, or a quale, to use the singular, right now of life? Like, um,
Well,
now you can break that down. You could isolate aspects of it and say, all right, I'm going to focus in on a sub qualia of my overall qualia of the world, and talk about like the experience of eating a Dorito chip or listening to some music. Um, but I think maybe there's a sense to be made of experiencing just life as a whole, qualia of life, and then you could mentally break that down, isolate certain aspects of it. So
I would disagree. But I think let's say we'll go one more round here. And then I
okay.
think at this point we may be at an impasse in the sense that, well, either we experience sort of a totality package that we call life, and we experience this totality directly, or we experience we experience a progression of qualia, and we infer that this progression of qualia is one continuous, it is a continuous series which has an attached notion that we call the self. And the self is the thing which is persistent in all of the experiences, which is the subject of these experiences,
Just
right?
before we
So,
go further, I want to just say for the audience, in case anyone is not familiar with this term qualia, it's kind of a technical term in philosophy literature. You can just think of it as experience, like it's sensations, or it doesn't have to just be physical sensations. It could be like the experience of nostalgia, but just some kind of experience. That which you have, which a zombie doesn't have. Like zombie, there's this thought experiment in philosophy of mind about zombies, where they're physically identical to you, but there's no consciousness. There's no qualia. That's another term for it. Now you wouldn't know that from the outside, that this is a zombie. It's not like the Hollywood zombies where they walk around with their hands sticking out and it's obvious. They look just like normal human beings, but there's no conscious experience. And philosopher, this is what philosophers sometimes refer to as qualia. So sorry for the interruption there. You were saying,
yeah, it's fine. Uh, so for example, you are sitting on a chair right now. You are not experiencing the experiences that you actually get in your mind. You don't experience life. You are experiencing the pressure of the chair on your back. You're experiencing the the pressure of your feet, the soles of your feet on the ground. You're experiencing the wind, the draft of wind from the door blowing on your face. You're experiencing, the light from the computer screen on your eyes. You have all these disparate experiences occurring temporaneously, occurring simultaneously at this particular point. And then you also have the recollection that these all occurred in the past as well, and that there's a persistent element, which is you, whatever the you is, whatever your self is. This persistent element continues to experience these things. And so life to you is just the continuation of experience. But that's something that you infer later. That's implicit knowledge. The explicit knowledge that you're given by direct perception is just a parade of experiences. You don't experience life. You experience this sequence of qualia, and later on you infer that there is such a thing as a self, which is persisting in having these experiences, and you call that self yourself, and you say, Since I am continuing to have these experiences, I will call myself alive. And then the reason you even draw this distinction between alive versus dead is because you see that other things die. They stop having these experiences. And so you define death as the cessation of all experience. And so you say, since I am continuing to experience different qualia, I am not dead. I haven't ceased to experience qualia. But altogether, what you are referencing is the series of qualia, the sequence of qualia, which has persisted and continued. You infer there's such a thing as a process of living later on. But what you are given directly by experience is qualia, a parade of qualia. That's it. And what you are choosing when you make your choices is the parade of qualia. Not, not all of them, but certain specific ones, which are intrinsically desirable or intrinsically undesirable. And that intrinsic desirability or undesirability is given by the nature of your biology. And it is those intrinsic qualia, which are the ones that you are focusing on as the goal, which is determining the choices that you make when you make choices. It's the qualia that you're focusing on, not life. You choose to continue to take certain other actions to persist your experiences. In other words, to persist your life because you want to pursue these particular intrinsic experiences that are your goal. Life is subordinate to the choice of the experiences. It's not that you choose life and then you then look around to see which experiences are worth it. You first choose the experiences that are worth it. And then you say, because these are worth it, I will continue to persist these experiences.
Okay. Yeah, well, I don't know that I can say anything that I haven't already said. So I don't know that
Mm.
I could reply to that, but I think it would just be repeating myself. So maybe we should just end it here. You said go one more round. Um, unless is there anything else you wanted to bring up while you're up here?
No, the only reason I even talked about the parade of qualia and I defined life as the persistence of experience and death as a cessation of experience. The reason I did that was to see whether that would maybe, if I defined it that way and I pointed out that what you actually primarily experience directly as direct perception is the experiences, I was wondering if that would make you change your mind about whether you actually directly choose life as opposed to whether you directly choose qualia.
Well, um, just a wording issue came to mind as you said that. You said what we experience directly is the experiences.
The
That
qualia.
sounded like there's maybe something wrong in the verbs there. Like we don't experience the experiences. I mean, you can, but we have the experience. Um, it's there's just like I guess you can reflect on your experiences. Like I can if I what would it mean to experience the experiences? Like I can think about the taste of the bread and crackers that I ate for lunch or something, and then I don't want to press too hard on this because maybe this is a very minor point, which is not important to what you're trying to get across. But um, the more important point, I think you were saying, like if you put it in terms of we have this parade of qualia, would that make it more clear or convincing that what we're choosing is some particular thing rather than life? Was that the
It,
question?
yes, what I would say is what we're choosing is particular intrinsically desirable or undesirable qualia and not life directly. What we're directly choosing is qualia. And then because life is what makes the qualia possible, we choose to persist our life. But it's the qualia that we're actually targeting.
Well, I think that you're um, what is it we're targeting? Well, okay, so I don't know if this is a new thought, maybe, but I don't think we're targeting qualia in the sense of like the pleasantness of food or sex or a hot shower that or
Mhm.
nice music. Some of the examples you've mentioned, I don't think we target those as a primary and maybe, but so I want to say first we choose to get into focus and then we can consider those things. Oh, how nice it would be to have a hot shower or this tasty food. But then I was also thinking, well, there's something unpleasant about being unfocused, which gives you a sense it would be better for you to be in focus. And maybe you could say, well, that's the qualia or quale that's motivating us, even if it's not some specific thing like a shower or food. Maybe there's some other kind of quale, which is the uneasiness of feeling like you're out of focus versus the calm or something more pleasant about being in focus. And maybe you could say we're choosing that. I might go along with that, but then I might also try to say, well, if we have a robust sense of life, then it includes that nice, pleasant qualia. That's part of what it means to say we're choosing life.
Okay. All
But
right.
these are very new thoughts, or at least new aspects on thoughts. So, but I'll just pause there.
No problem. It's all right. So I think we've beat this horse dead. Thank you very much for your time, Dan. It was fun to talk to you, I guess.
Oh, that's such a negative metaphor, beating the horse dead. I thought it was like bringing something good to life. Uh, but anyways, yeah, I do appreciate you calling, and I'm glad we got to cover a lot of this territory and get into it in some detail and push the bounds of my understanding, at least. I feel like we were starting to get in some new territory for me. So I
Mm,
appreciate it. Thanks for coming on.
same. Thanks. I appreciate your time. All right. I guess I'll go now.
All right. Bye bye. All right. I'm going to stop the screen share and come back to the chat. Well, looks like I'm very close to setting the record. I just need to go for about 6 minutes, and then this will be my longest stream ever. So 7.25 hours is my record, and I'm just a few minutes shy of that. Thanks everyone for coming around. I haven't even decided when I'm going to end. Maybe I'll do a marathon stream. He says, damn, bro, I couldn't convince Dan. Latent Prion says in the chat. Let me share the chat again. Uh, the objectivism was too strong. All right, we got Greg Lewis here. I was actually thinking before I started today, that I might just try to stream all day. I don't have anything else I need to do today, so uh, maybe I'll just go until I feel I need to sleep or get some more food. I'll get hungry again eventually. Then I got to make a choice in focus, hopefully. Hopefully I will choose rationally. Greg says, thanks, LP. Got it. That clarifies. Oh, yeah, not Leonard Peikoff, but Latent Prion. I put that earlier in the notes, what the LP stands for. Here it is. But maybe you weren't here for that part. All right, we're up to 16 likes. Still got 12 people here. Nice to see. No new subscribers, still at 952. Anyone want to subscribe who's not subscribed? I've often found that around the third of people who are listening are non-subscribers, so maybe that includes some of you. Let's see what the chat list looks like. How many do we have? 17. I don't know if it's been that high before. Hierarchy of knowledge starts with observed entities, says Greg. Quarks, electrons, etc. require sensory enhancements to be able to observe what cannot be seen with the naked eye. Right. And introspection also it gives you some data that's direct, but that's later than extrospection. So when you're a small child, you're just looking out at the world. You haven't learned that you exist yet, and you haven't turned your attention in on yourself and introspected. So first you learn about the external world, and then later you learn about the internal world. So the hierarchy of knowledge, in that hierarchy, extrospection precedes introspection, where extrospection is just looking out or not just looking, but hearing, tasting, touching, all your five senses. Yeah, man's knowledge starts with the table. Quarks are essentially meaningless to a toddler trying to grasp existence. It is only the concept of life that makes the concept of value or pleasure possible, says Greg. Well, I don't know about the concept of life. Like, do you get the concept of life before the concept of pleasure? Maybe there's an implicit concept of life, but I think that the order in which a child learns words is sometimes a clue as to what concepts depend on what. And a child will get the concept of good maybe for before the concept of life. I think life is pretty abstract. Like, do you ever hear toddlers talking about life explicitly? I'm alive. I think I remember the moment when I realized that I would die. I think I was about 5 years old when it dawned on me. I don't remember what made me think of it, but I was living before that, but I wasn't aware that it would eventually come to an end. And I don't know that I had the word life prior to that point, but I probably said like this is good, this food tastes good, or this tastes bad. So if you take good to be a type of not identical to the concept pleasure, but maybe a neighboring concept, maybe you get that concept first before you get the concept of life. But as I said, maybe you get an implicit concept of life before a implicit or explicit concept of pleasure. I don't know. I think I got up. Yeah, I got up to this chat before. Okay, folks say objectivists are recalcitrant when it comes to the axioms and some of the steps that emerge from them. Using with free will, one is the first cause. It is fitting Aristotelianistically to be considered as the immovable movers. All right. Looks like those were all the chats before the call ended. Greg says, I've got a couple of hours. I'll need to go back and listen to fill the gaps. Okay. If it serves your self-interest, whatever is egoistic. I don't want to assume that it's in your interest to listen to all 7+ hours of my stream, but maybe it is. I don't know. But I do know that if it is in your interest, then it's a good thing to do. And if it's not, then it's not a good thing to do. As long as it's done egoistically, it's good, not altruistically. And I did break the record. Life value pleasure was off the cuff while listening to the call. It reminded me of Galt's speech talking of the fundamental alternative. All right. Went up to 15 people now. 13. Is there anything else you want to discuss? Anyone out there want to jump in with a comment or a question, or you can also just say hi. I also like to see that. Oh, before I forget, I should copy some more of these chats so I can paste them in the comment. Where did I get up to? Look at that, 20, almost 30 pages of Google Doc. All right, so the last one I copied was 3:30 p.m. So if I can scroll that back that far, which one was it? I don't see the link anywhere. Here, I don't see the link anywhere. So I gotta start from here and then copy all of these. And paste. All right, now I got all the chat. My voice is holding up okay. It was feeling a bit strained before, but maybe having Latent Prion on here to do a lot of the talking, that helps give it a rest. It's like I don't feel like I have to end now to save my voice as I have felt in previous live streams. I had that Wale, which I don't have right now. So I don't feel an immediate need to end. Let me take a look at the analytics. All right, look at that. It got a lot of people coming by. It didn't see, it goes up and down, and that's a strong showing. I'll get a lot of watch time from this live stream. It's already up to 217 views. I don't know if it ever has gotten that high during the course of a live stream. See, if I go over here, it gives you the total views on my videos. Why is it not showing them? Here we go. See, this one had 254. Oh, that's good. That's is that the highest ever? Almost. Oh yeah, it is. See, this one had 253. This one had 249. I think this was the highest previously, but now we've set a new record today. 254 views. Oh no, that was the last stream, not today's. Um, But yeah, I guess some people watch this during this live stream because when I went live today, I think this number was lower. It wasn't the highest. I think this one was still the highest. But maybe we'll break this record also with the, this stream we're doing right now because usually I don't know if I've ever gotten above 200 before I even ended my live stream. I wonder if it'll show how much watch time I got so far if I click on this. Oh, 81.4 hours. I think that is a record for definitely a record for a live stream. The most I ever got on a video is of all time, not like just during a live, was like 250 hours. That was from one of the debates I did with Matt Bender. That was not a live debate though. Um, but yeah, this is definitely a record for during a live stream. So thank you all for helping me get there. And if I have, it's not going to take many more shows like this to cross 3,000 because I'm already up to like 2,600 something, 2,667. So that means I only need 333 more hours to get 3,000. I got 81 today. So if I get like three more live streams like that, I can apply to have my channel monetized. And if I do these streams every 4 days, maybe that means before the end of the month, I can do my application to YouTube. And I think it takes them about a month to process it. So maybe before the end of the year, I can start taking super chats. That will be great. Peter Fortissimo, new person. Hi, Peter. He says, will the Google Doc be available to all? I wasn't planning to share this Google Doc. The reason I have this is just so I can paste all these. Uh, oh, do you mean this Google Doc, the one on which I was taking notes during the call? I wasn't planning on posting this. I mean, you can see it during the call. Like if you rewatch this, because I'm sharing the screen, you can at least see my notes on the screen. Um, but I wasn't planning on sharing this. I guess I could. I don't know if I want to do that. Maybe I'll think about it. But there you can at least see the whole thing. As for this page, this was just as a backup in case YouTube didn't preserve the live chat replay for people to watch later, which sometimes happens. Usually it does preserve it, but in case it doesn't, I've got them all saved here and I can paste these into a comment or several comments below the video after the live stream ends because I they won't fit all into one comment, but 30 pages of comments, 40 pages of texts, chats. That may take, I don't know, like eight or so comments. So you'll definitely be able to see these again. Dan takes it as a backup in case the live chat is not available after the show. Yeah. A lot of times you can go back and watch the show with an AI transcript or replay with a chat option. I haven't seen the AI option lately. I don't know why, but I used to see on some of my videos, they had a Ask AI option down here, somewhere around here, but I haven't seen that in a couple weeks. I don't know if they got rid of that option. but it would include timestamps. Like you could ask for a summary. Like if we go into, let's try this video. Oh yeah, see this thing? It says ask. And if you click on the description, you'll see the description I made. I put all these timestamps in, and to do that, I went back and listened to the entire show, all 6.5 hours of it afterwards, so I could put in all these timestamps. But I can't guarantee I'm going to have that kind of time, especially on all these live streams. So I might just say, hey, go to YouTube and click on this ask button, and then it'll give you these options. Like you can ask it to summarize the video. So you click on that, and then there's its summary. It popped up, and it gives you timestamps on where these topics are. Norton discusses the demonetization of streamer destiny due to comments about Charlie Kirk's murder. He then delves into Erica Kirk's forgiveness of Charlie Kirk's murder, expressing disagreement with this act, viewing it as a betrayal of justice and a condoning of evil if not earned. I think these summaries are really good. At least the ones I haven't read through all of these summaries, but the few that I've checked, I've been very impressed. So it would be nice if these were available for every video. I don't know if they are. If they're not, I guess if you have Chat GPT or access to that, I guess you could click on the transcript of a video, like where they here at the bottom of the description, you can ask it to show the transcripts, and that's loading there. So I guess you could copy the entire transcript and paste it into the Chat GPT and say, give me a summary of this. And then maybe it would give you some summary like this. Maybe you could even get timestamps. So uh, that would be great. And then I won't have to spend it. I mean, sometimes I like re-listening to streams, and there's always something I learn about it. Maybe it's just some little technical thing uh, that I learn when I re-listen to the streams. But there's always some value I get from re-listening to them, but it might not always be enough value to justify listening to every stream again, or maybe not the entirety of it. So hopefully you can take advantage of some AI tools to help you process all this. I see a transcript option in the more and below your timestamps. The transcript button turns on an auto-generated CC of the spoken portion of the podcast. All right, now my jaw is feeling weird. Maybe I've been talking too much. Maybe that's a sign I should stop now. Okay, I am going to stop. So thank you all for coming. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for any comments, chats. Thanks to Latent Prion for calling in. And if you're listening to this later, after the live show, I appreciate that as well. All right, so let me stop this screen share and get ready to hopefully improve my timing when I click the end button, so there's not too much delay of dead air after I end. And maybe I'll see you in about 4 days. That would be Saturday, if I do it exactly 4 days from now. Sometime around there, I'll probably do another stream. Okay. Until then, I will see you later. Bye, everyone.